Christmas time was drawing near. I had everything in order. Around we shoveled for the deer with lights around the border. Cookies laid out and stockings hung, candy canes and sparkling snow. Children nestled, carols sung, gingerbread and mistletoe. I hope you shimmy down the chimney tonight. Please shimmy down the chimney tonight. I'd forgotten to call the chimney sweet, someone tall and Dick Van Dyke-ish. The fireplace soot was inches deep. Santa surely wouldn't like this. And now Santa has a coal black suit. Santa has a coal black suit. At first he wasn't happy, till I told him he looked snappy. Santa's got a coal black suit. Shimmy down the chimney tonight. He shimmy down the chimney tonight. And now Santa has a coal black. Don't know how he fit his big ass in that flue. Santa has a coal black suit. At first he wasn't happy, till I told him he looked snappy. Santa's got a coal black suit. He shook like a bowl full of jelly, but a slightly smaller bowl because of the slimming effect. He flew into the night and he said with a shout, Merry Christmas to all, and to all, check me out. For you, one that I know you'll adore. It's a specialty item you've been waiting a long time for. I'll wrap it up for you, place it under the tree, and give it to you early on Christmas Eve. I'm hoping at last that we will be together and regardless of
Welcome everybody to the War Room, the December Officers Club Championship pre-show. I am joined by the one, the only Ollie. We're bringing you the Christmas spirit, the holiday spirit today. Ollie, how are you?
I'm doing great. I did intend to wear like a full Santa costume and go really over the top in my holiday cheer, but then on Friday night I basically got announced that a kid in my son's kindergarten had COVID, so I've been quarantined and unable to prepare. So this hat was the best I could do, but other than that, I'm just ready for Christmas, COVID or no COVID. Christmas time is a time to be with family and be happy. So I'm feeling it. We're also coming up with the last OCC of the year. It's been a hell of a year, a whole lot of events, a whole lot of streams, a whole lot of talking. So I'm happy and proud, of the year, and I can't wait to just get it under the belt. What about you, Christo? How are you feeling?
You made mention of COVID, and I would be amiss not to mention that I have a little bit of a bone to pick as I was unable to attend the Cards World Championships, and I'm a little bit heartbroken about it. Um, but
Yeah.
to your point, the holiday season, got to be positive, got to be optimistic. It's a time for family and friends. It's a time to enjoy some solid cards gameplay. I can't complain. It has been a great year. It has been a great year working with you and the team, Ollie. I'm actually really excited to talk about it because that is the main topic of conversation today. I want to hear all about the World Championship since obviously I was unable to be there. And I also want to chat with you a little bit of a year in review, a little bit maybe of what to expect next year, because I know there are big things coming out of 1939, and I know you have big plans for the game. But before we get there, why don't we just dive into the bracket real quick so we can go over exactly what you can expect today? Because Ollie, you're going live in about 30-ish minutes with Admirable, Spooz, and Bubbles to call all of the action for December's OCC.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to it. This is the first time, actually, we can just bring up the bracket and talk through it. This is the first time that we actually have a player unable to make it into the top eight. Unfortunate, but unfortunately, Knight had some family holiday obligations, so he won't be able to join us today. That means Cappuccino, their opponent, will move on over into the semifinals unopposed. But apart from that, J King 7 versus Kolbasnik, No and 5 versus Killswitch. Killswitch making his debut here in the OCC is going to be extremely interesting to see how he does. And then finally, Blue Blast, now having returned firmly to the competitive scene, making his appearances again into the Officer Club tournament of the second half of the year, taking on Darkness. So exciting matches up there. You have two of our World Championship finalists. They're going to be taking part here today. So I'm excited about this one. What match here are you excited for, Crystal?
Oh, I'm curious about two things really. First of all, you've got Jake coming off a World Championship win.
Mm-hmm.
Did not waste a second, dove right back into the competitive scene to get to the top of this bracket. So I'm just excited to see if the performance is still there. If there's a bit of a hangover, like, hey, I just won the whole thing. Maybe I show up to this one, I care a little bit less. But I think that bottom matchup, that Blue Blast versus Darkness, I'm really happy to see Blue Blast kind of fully back in. I believe this is their second time they've qualified for the OCC in a row now, so
Yeah.
really getting back at it. And then you've got Darkness, one of the stalwarts of the community, been around for forever and been playing at a high level for a long time. So I'm really excited to see that matchup, kind of that returning pro versus one of the old guard here, kind of going in and showing up and always puts in a good effort. So I'm curious to see how that plays out, and if that kind of is the game or the series that potentially shows us somebody who's going to go pretty far in this event.
Yeah, I also want to highlight Blue Blast, Darkness, J King, Kolbasnik. They were all playing in the invitational event that went on yesterday, the
Mhm.
community event, the World Heavyweight Tag Team Championships, and they went fairly deep into that, like deep into the night as well. So it's going to be also a question of are they going to be, fully rested and prepared after doing back-to-back tournaments. But there, I believe J King and his teammate Berto got knocked out in the semifinals, right? So maybe a little bit of a hangover, like you talk about. But we know that whenever J King shows up, he shows up to play and to win. So we'll see how he is today. Same thing with Darkness. But before we move on, I want to tell everybody that if you write ho 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 all in one word into the chat, you will enter the giveaway that we'll do at the end of this war room here. I'm going to be giving out 3 packs. I'm going to be giving out 3 packs plus 3 draft tickets, 4 officer packs, 1 cup of coffee, and 1 cup of tea for some lucky viewers. So make sure to get your ho ho ho's in chat if you want to join that.
Talk about the holiday spirit. Ollie, you are full of it. I actually, from my understanding as well, you participated in that tag team event for a little bit of a show match, did you not?
Yeah, I did, and it was an awesome show match. I played Commandos, of course. When do I not? And it went really well. I played against Corn Guy. He brought a really nice frontline self-heal, repair, ambush type of Soviet deck that was, kind of for the memes, but we took it down to the wire. I went down to, I think, like 9 health. He decided to trade my unit or deploy a unit, I believe, instead of taking me down to 1. But then I healed all the way back up to like 49 and ended up clutching it with the last cards of my deck, having emptied my deck. So it was a good match. But I've been having a lot of fun with cards lately, for sure, and I feel like we're in a very interesting meta, especially with the tournament meta we saw during the World Championship. What a crazy World Championship that was! Some of those matches were absolutely insane, and some of them were way above even my understanding of cards, right? It was difficult to cast a lot of the times because those resistance mirrors, you're playing like 8 turns ahead of time, and that's beyond me personally.
That's my grandfather was always big into playing chess, and he would often sit down with me and show me how to play. And to your point, I don't know that my mind works to be able to think that many turns ahead to make me any good at playing chess. And the same thing applies to really high level games of any type, but cards is a great example of that. Once you get into those mirror matchups, sometimes it's control, sometimes it's resistance. There's a few different kind of head to heads that you really need to be thinking about what you're
Yeah.
going to be doing in 3, 4, 5 turns. And it goes to show as well how much time the players put into testing those matchups. They know in this matchup against this type of list, I need to play this way, and they've got it all broken out and they have it all figured out. I'm just a fan of jamming cards because, I like to have a good time.
Yeah, I mean, and I think like if we turn our attention maybe to the World Championship for a bit, and I think that's a lot of what we saw during the World Championship, right? I don't know if the World Championship is the catalyst for this meta shift or if it's something else, but I feel like we saw like a fairly quick meta shift into control as we got nearer and nearer to that grand finals, right? So I wonder if there are kind of elements of more players at the top of the ladder testing out heavy control strategies to try and bring up their win rates instead of going with aggro decks that win fast but might only have a 60 or 65% win rate. That kind of facilitated that shift. I don't know, but like we did see kind of fairly uniform deck ideas throughout the tournament, with the exception being Viabator and the British mobilization deck there from Bison. But apart from that, a lot of kind of US, Germany mid-range, and then Brit Air, then a lot of control, right? Both Britain control with Brit Ramp from Darkness, and then also Soviet Italy control, Japanese resistance. I mean, this is kind of the tail of the tape when it comes to the meta right now. And I thought that made for extremely, extremely exciting matches. And I think, we almost couldn't have scripted that a whole lot better. But my God, was the World Championship unhealthy for my heart? It's like everything about it. It was a long process, right? So like, obviously we're doing the qualifiers all the way back in September, right?
Mhm.
So it's like maybe June when I started organizing the World Championship, when I first started drafting out like the different formats and all the stuff, writing out the rules. Then of course you're grounded, due to COVID, and that's what we had this idea. We wanted to do it in Iceland. We really wanted to
Mhm.
stick with that. Unfortunately, not all the players were able to make it, and as a tournament organizer, that's one of the biggest shames that can happen to you, right? Like
Yeah.
you really want everyone to make it. You don't want people to drop, but unfortunately, we couldn't do anything else there. So then having the players basically agree to travel during a pandemic to make this work and make this happen. And then the week of travel, there's a new freaking named variant of COVID, and everybody's changing their border policies,
Yeah.
including Canada, which is the reason why you weren't able to make it. And that's like 3 days out from the show. You're like, ah, man, I can't make it because Canada just changed the rules. And, I have the flow run of show and all that stuff written. I'm just like, let me just throw this out the window. It's like, I need to write it from scratch again. And it truly was kind of the butt was clenched all the way until the moment everyone was in Iceland, everyone had tested negative. But then it was a good show. It was a good show.
And that's obviously, and we've been talking about the World Championships for a long time because I know how excited you were to finally have it happening live, happening in Iceland after kind of skipping a year. You finally had everything sorted out and set up. And to your point, you have to throw everything out the window because things change so regularly in the world we live in today. So much is going on. Like you said, that script goes out the window literally the week of because things change again. You mentioned the testing. I'm like, that didn't even clue into me. People get there, all of a sudden one of the players tests positive. Then what do you do? So you definitely had a lot on your shoulders, but I did get a chance to tune in for a good part of it. Obviously, it went very smooth. It looked fantastic. So just huge props to you, Ollie. You put together a great show. It didn't show that you were clenching the whole time. I can definitely imagine, just based on the level of excitement, that your blood pressure probably got up there a little bit.
Yeah.
But absolutely, it was an amazing event. So props to you and the whole team.
It was thank you so much. It was so much fun and everybody was so nice. And that's kind of like I don't know, that's the most fun part about it. Is once you get everybody in Iceland, you get everybody kind of briefed. At that point, it's a collaborative project, right? Like we won't be able to make that tournament without the players showing up and doing their best, right? So we have to rely on them as much as they have to rely on us. So as soon as you got the team together, so to speak, and we got everybody situated, it was just like a bunch of old friends. It was awesome. In fact, I think we have an awesome little highlight video that we can roll to show people just how awesome it was. So I present to you a short recap of the 2021 World Championship.
Welcome to the KARDS 2021 World Championship Grand Finals, coming at you live from Reykjavik, Iceland.
These are the highest stakes matches that could possibly be taking place in terms of cards.
Sure, and Viabator,
our first player to advance.
Darkness wins 3-2 in the semifinals, and he's on to the winner bracket finals.
We have one series yet to go, and this one is for someone's tournament life.
Oh yeah.
And this looking like it may be game.
it is game.
And we're here. It's finally happening, the final day of the tournament. 3 series to decide the champion.
Game number 1, Viabator versus Darkness, the upper bracket.
Wow! Unbelievable
Darkness
fashion.
qualifies himself into the grand finals.
We see Jake King put out the HMS Illustrious, go for the triple, and take the series in a 3-1.
We said to ourselves, we want to meet each other in the finals. And 128 players, we have had to play each other twice already through the various formats. And now, here we are today in the finals.
It's the World Championship Finals!
Yes! In game number 1 of the finals of the World Championship, Jake King with an early lead. And there we go.
Oh, that's
going to
lethal,
be
excuse me.
lethal. Darkness takes game number 2 of the grand finals of the World Championship.
That is 6
It's
damage.
game over. Darkness will take game number 3 here in the finals against Jay King, and he stands up in celebration. And that's it. Jay King ties us up 2-2. We're going to game number 5 in the grand finals of the World Championship. And here we go. It all comes down to this. This is it. We have a world champion. Done, and the surrender comes in. Darkness knows, and Jay King is our world champion for KARDS 2021. Congratulations to Jay King.
I won't lie. I'm even more upset I wasn't there now. Thanks for sharing that, Ollie. A little tear.
No, I mean it was absolutely awesome. It was absolutely awesome, and just I don't know. I love everything about the process. We had a lot of ideas on how we wanted to do the analyst set, for instance,
Mhm.
right? Like, what do we want to do? There was this idea that we wanted to have this bombed out house in London and kind of green screen all of the areas where the wall had been bombed out and broken, and then have kind of a live battlefield behind us. But sometimes your brain gets a little bit big for your budget, and so we kind of pivoted last moment into that jungle set and just kind of figuring that out all out. And I don't know. It's just fun. It's just a fun little project, and of course, getting the players here
Yeah.
and getting to meet them. It was kind of a family dinner. We also like the way we like to do the trip. Um, Now this can be very different between games, right? Sometimes if you're a professional competing in a world championship, you're just at a hotel and then you go to the event and you play, and that's just it, right? But we really wanted this to feel more like just a family visit, right?
Mhm.
So we ate dinner together all nights, the entire group, and we went to the office and we would meet up regularly, and I don't know, it was just all in all a fantastic time.
I think that's part of it, right? That trip to Iceland is a big portion of being able to qualify for the World Championships. It's an experience that you get. It's not just the fact that you're going to compete, it's the fact that you're going to, enjoy the experience. You're going to meet everybody. You're going to get a lot more out of it that way as well. There can only be one World Championship or one World Champion, but four players went and had an amazing time. And I think that's a big part of it as well when you're looking at, people who want to take part in these events. You want to grow the game. You want people to say, "Hey, I want to go to Iceland." It's not just about, "Hey, I want to be the world champ." I want to go to Iceland. I want to experience that. I want to have, a great time with Ollie and the crew. And I think that's a really big part of it.
I agree, and that's something we haven't been able to do either. Pretty much for the past 2 years because of
Mhm.
COVID, right? I mean, like a lot of people don't understand just how much of an energy booster it is for
Yes.
a person working at a game development studio to meet the players, to feel their passion, to understand, that you're truly delivering something that, gives excitement, entertainment into somebody's life, and seeing the amount of passion that these players had for cards, and what they were willing to do to get over here to Iceland to participate. I mean, that's just a reaffirmation for the entire team. So this was also an energy booster for us, and we really hope that in the coming years we can get out of this COVID situation. We can start doing more events in
Mhm.
local areas and markets, and we can start talking to people face to face,
Yep.
and meeting the players, and having a drink and talking about the tough stuff. Because I don't know, I think that's just a thing that everyone in the gaming industry likes as a part of the industry. So let's hope 2022 gives us kind of more reasons and opportunities to do that.
And being able to have that, being able to get that live feedback, being able to have players and a community that wants to do that as well. You're talking about it before that you've got these players who are coming in and they could have a different experience. They could just sit in their hotel and could be reading deck lists and just preparing themselves the whole time. But that's not what you want. You want players who want to be part of that community, who want to go out with you, who want to have a good time, have a drink, chat your ear off about the game, show their passion. I mean, I watched that highlight video. I talk to Darkness probably like twice a month for the War Room. I have never seen him that excited, that passionate, that fired up about winning a game, right? So just seeing that passion come out, like that must be so satisfying as a developer, as the organization, seeing these players get so excited and be so passionate for your game that you built and put out into the world.
Yeah, now I'm just looking forward to 2022, right? Because 2022 we have a whole lot of stuff coming, and we've already we've already basically planned out the first at least 6 months of 2022 in terms of competitive, right? So I can happily announce that in 2022 the OCC will return every single month. Now we will be making slight format updates, which will be announced shortly. There's going to be the same number of players participating, but this is just around how we seed into the brackets. So now we're going to be looking to seed basically the person that comes in number 7 versus the person that comes in number 38, right? So we're mixing the brackets. It's not split just by where you
Mhm.
place on the ladder. With this, we hope that we can kind of hit on a few of the notes that we've been receiving from as feedback from the community. And then, of course, the return of Cards Open. We're going to be doing Cards Open next year as well. It's going to be happening every other month throughout the year. And I can't wait to do that either. We've also confirmed that we're going to be doing at least a monthly war room where we're going to be talking about all the different topics that are happening in the game. We're going to be doing bi-monthly meta reports. So those are going to become a regular occurrence as well. So a whole lot of entertainment and excitement coming in next year. And then if we look at the second half of the year, we're of course hoping that, at that point or somewhere in that period, mobile will peek its head into the world. And that, of course, is a huge milestone for Cards that we're all really working hard towards and we're really excited about. And I think is going to make such a huge difference to how we are able to approach things, even like competitive, right? And with that, I would love to kind of bring competitive more out into the world and open it up to more people to participate. So 2022 should be an extremely exciting year.
And that's honestly, that's amazing to hear because, you've built so much momentum throughout this year. Even through COVID, all of that, nothing has put a damper on the Cards kind of competitive scene. And knowing that you've got, at least the next 6 months, if not more, planned out is really exciting stuff. I want to highlight two things on what you just said. First off, I want to highlight to the community because I've been a part of many games in my old age, but having an organization like 1939 that listens to the feedback, like you were talking about how the qualifiers work, all that kind of stuff. I know even throughout this year that things have changed semi-regularly based on community feedback, and I think that's huge. There are some other organizations out there that decide this is the way we're doing things and this is how it is. So I think, take advantage of that. Make sure you're giving that feedback and you're sharing, because I know that Ollie and the team are really excited to make this the best game it can be, and to get people as involved as they possibly can be. But I want to touch on something else as well, because we're talking about community. How much of a game changer do you think it will be for you to have mobile be released?
Huge. I mean, the majority of the card game market today lives on mobile, right? So, we're already making ourselves an additional niche when we're just available on PC. So, I mean, I think there are still a lot of opportunities for Cards as a game on that platform. And I think, just personally myself, I am extremely excited to be able to kind of bring Cards out and about with me and kind of jump into a game of Cards if I'm, bored on the bus or whatever.
Yeah.
I think it's just a huge change in what you can kind of categorize as being the use case of the game that I think it's going to be a huge game changer. So super excited for that. I mean, I'm the guy that since I think 3 days after I joined the company, I've been playing the game regularly on my mobile through a remote desktop software, right? But I mean, like, that just shows how much I want the game to be on mobile. So yeah, should be an absolutely new world. It's also just the fact of the matter that, like, a lot of the gameplay systems that are created in video games just work better when you have more people, right? So like everything in terms of the ladder system, the ranking system, and everything in between, even just how like rewarding the reward system feels changes when you can increase the players and you're able to have more players that are in exactly the same spot in the journey as you are, so you're not losing disproportionately too many games or winning disproportionately too many games early on, which can all skew your entire experience of the game moving forward, right? So I'm extremely excited.
Yeah, I think just the extra visibility that gives you, I think. And we're actually funny. We were talking about this a little bit before we went live. Just how how companies, how games look to attract players, and there's all the classical methods. But when you're on mobile, you've got so many people who use their phones or tablets, whatever, as kind of their main gaming device, and they just don't have access to Cards on PC because they don't have a PC or they don't really use one. You're seeing the popularity of tablets and Chromebooks and all that kind of stuff. Well, if I've got my phone in front of me, I can play Cards. I'm all about it. So I absolutely think that's going to be huge, and just a way of adding additional members to the community. So I know we are getting kind of down to the wire here with the War Room, but Ollie, it's going to be the last one of the year. I just want to know kind of what your highlights have been from 2021.
2021, my highlights have been absolutely amazing plays, a lot of development on the competitive side. We went through the weekday skirmishes, we went through monthly opens, we moved it over into bi-monthly, we changed the OCC, we made it available for more players. There's just so much stuff that happened this year that kind of got the competitive side of cards to where it is today. We've also just been seeing fairly regular growth throughout the entire year in interest and viewership, and I truly hope that continues, and that players and people that are watching are truly appreciating the shows that we're putting on. And if they want to see something more or different, please be in touch, let us know. We can't guarantee that we'll act on every single piece of feedback, but we will listen to all of it for sure. So for me, that's kind of the highlight. But of course, the biggest event is just the moment where I get to meet the players and I get to hang out with them in person. That was a world championship. So we just had that. We just saw the highlight video. So, I mean, that's kind of going to be the moment that sticks out for me. And I hope that we can have more of those moments in 2022. Before we swap on over, however, into the OCC, I do want to draw out the winners for the giveaways. Now, note that when this airs, for everybody that is watching, you will have missed your opportunity to enter the pool, because we're on a 15-minute delay. So from all the people that have said ho, ho, ho in chat right now, I'm just going to draw out all of the winners. We have 5 winners. Let me refresh your memories. First giveaway is going to be 3 packs. Then it's going to be 3 packs plus 3 draft tickets. Then it's going to be 4 officer packs. Then it's going to be a cup of tea. And then it's going to be a cup of coffee. So a little holiday giveaway here before we jump on into the action. I'm just going to start by drawing the 3 packs. And it is Vladimirosas. I have no idea if that is the proper way to pronounce that, but
That's pretty good.
I need to write this down. Mirosas, because I need to make the codes and send them. All right, next person that's going to win, that's 3 packs and 3 draft tickets, is Ramistrov. Congratulations. Then we have 4 officer packs, and this one is a big one, right? Like 4 officer packs.
Pretty good.
That's what 28 cards, at least 4 specials, probably an elite, like very likely an elite, plus it's ticks into your wild card, at least 6 cards, so I think it's at least 1 wild card. So bam, a lot to muffin, not cupcake. Some pointed commentary right there. I do not want to piss that guy off by saying that the wrong thing is a cupcake.
I mean, I don't know that there's that much of a difference. I feel like a cupcake is just a muffin with icing on top, but hey, that might be a controversial statement.
You just didn't, Christo. Oh my God. That guy just threw his monitor out the window.
I'm just waiting for an angry DM from him. I'm just waiting for it. I deserve it.
Right.
I deserve it.
Cup of tea, Cal Sevs. Congratulations, Cal Sevs, on your cup of tea. You can keep warm during the holiday season with a cup of extremely milky tea. And then Flyfinator getting the cup of coffee. Flyfinator, regular viewer, regular chatter, always happy when they win. So congratulations to all our winners. That's going to be it. Ho, ho, ho. Merry Christmas. I will send these codes during today's broadcast when I have a moment to spare.
So generous, spreading the holiday cheer, Ollie. I know all the viewers appreciate that. So, thank you, Ollie, for a phenomenal year in cards, in the cards competitive scene. It has been an absolute blast taking part in this with you and the whole community for these war rooms. They have been so much fun. I've had an amazing time. So thank you for that. This whole year has been a highlight to me. Being able to have this platform and have the show, it's been an absolute great time.
My pleasure.
All right, then. I guess that is done. I guess that is the end of the last war room of the year. So we're gonna have Ollie take it over with Admirable, Spooz, and Bubbles in just a few moments to call all of the action for the December OCC. You were talking about that cup of coffee that Flyfinator's getting. I'm starting to get a hankering for one myself. So I think I'm gonna go get my cup of coffee ready. I'm gonna sit back and get to watch all of the action because my job is done here. But Ollie, take it away because you're the one who's going to be kind of jumping us over to the OCC.
Yep. See you in just a sec.
Welcome to the KARDS 2021 World Championship Grand Finals, coming at you live from Reykjavik, Iceland.
These are the highest stakes matches that could possibly be taking place in terms of cards.
Sure, and we about Tor.
Our first player to advance.
Darkness wins 3-2 in the semifinals, and he's on to the winner bracket finals.
We have one series yet to go, and this one is for someone's tournament life.
Oh yeah.
And this looking like it may be game.
It is game.
And we're here. It's finally happening. The final day of the tournament. 3 series to decide the champion.
Game number 1, Viabator versus Darkness, the upper bracket.
Wow! Unbelievable
Darkness
fashion.
qualifies himself into the grand finals.
We see Jake King put out the HMS Illustrious, go for the triple, and take the series in a 3-1.
We said to ourselves, we want to meet each other in the finals. And 128 players, we have had to play each other twice already through the various formats. And now, here we are today in the finals.
It's the World Championship Finals!
Yes! In game number 1 of the finals of the World Championship, Jake King with an early lead. And there we go.
Oh, that's lethal.
Going to be
Excuse me.
lethal. Darkness takes game number 2 of the grand finals of the World Championship.
That is 6
It's
damage.
game over. Darkness will take game number 3 here in the finals against Jake King, and he stands up in celebration. And that's it. Jake King ties us up 2-2. We're going to game number 5 in the grand finals of the World Championship. And here we go. It all comes down to this. This is it. We have a world champion. Done, and the surrender comes in. Darkness knows, and Jake King is our world champion for KARDS 2021. Congratulations to Jake King.
Christmas time was drawing near. I had everything in order. Around we shoveled for the deer with lights around the border. Cookies laid out and stockings hung.
Hello, everyone, and welcome to the Officer Club Championship, and not just any Officer Club Championship, but the final Officer Club Championship of 2021. My name is Olikrummi, and I am joined here by the ever-amazing Spooz and Bubbles. I see you guys are in the festive spirit. Starting with you, Spooz, how are you doing?
Yeah, really, really well, and glad to be here again. Good to see you guys again, not in person, but yeah. Still looking back to how nice the time in Iceland was, and also looking forward to OCC today.
I can't with those glasses. Are those prescribed by your doctor? Do they have?
Yeah. I need to wear them for medical reasons here. To get in Christmas mood.
How are you feeling?
I'm feeling festive, I'm feeling very festive. It's getting a little bit chilly. Feels a bit like we're on the Eastern Front instead of the Pacific Front now. But I'm doing well other than that.
Talking about the Eastern Front and, having been together in person, just as a kind of slight context for those sitting at home, there was a period during the World Championship where we had really kind of given serious thought to the idea of sending Thomas somewhere out into like the snowy wasteland of Iceland and representing that as a field report from like the Soviet front and kind of the winter warfare. So yeah, it was pretty interesting. It was a fun thing all along. But we are here now to talk about the OCC, and this is the last OCC of the year. Everybody wants to go into the Christmas season as a champion. So let's bring up the bracket and see what awaits us here today real quick. So as you can see there, Cappuccino, they have already progressed over from Knight. Knight was not able to make it due to Christmas and family obligations. So as always, we'll also be showing two of the quarterfinal matches before we then show both of the semifinal matches, the third place match and the finals. The matches we'll be showing today from the quarterfinals are going to be J King 7 versus Kolbasnik and Blue Blast versus Darkness. So we're going to be starting off with J King 7 versus the Kolbasnik, and then going over into Blue Blast versus Darkness. Noin 5 and Killswitch will play off stream. Killswitch making his first appearance here in the OCC. Spooz, Bubbles, do you have any additional background here on Killswitch?
Yeah, I actually know not a lot about him, but I'd say a decent amount. He actually streams on Twitch fairly regularly. He streams his ladder sessions a lot. And I think because a lot of people that don't watch Twitch the people that watch Twitch, they don't always keep up on the ladder, so they might not know him as the ladder player. But I think most people that are high in ladder will know who he is and recognize him. He has certainly been around for a while, and he's not an easy opponent. There's some people you match up against who I feel pretty comfortable against this guy, I'm sure I can beat him. I don't think Killswitch is one of those. I think when you see Killswitch there, he's good, and he's very, very capable of beating you. And he's been around for a while now. He's sort of been lurking onto the edges of it. He's had some success in the Opens. He's gotten very close to the OCC multiple times. He's been in multiple OCC qualifiers. And now he's made it to the main stage. And we see when people sort of creep up like this over time, they can suddenly be very, very explosive. So I think he's got a serious shot at winning this. And I think he's a player to look out for that might show us some fancy footwork we've not seen yet.
Yeah, you know what? I'm always excited when we see a new name kind of show up in the OCC, because we've seen the new names really do well kind of throughout the history of the OCC, often making it into the semifinals or even the finals. Yes, Bubbles?
Be sure to go and check out his Twitch stream after this as well to get some nice highlights from his good play.
Yeah, and I believe this is the first time also that we have a player from Turkey representing in any kind of broadcast finals here in KARDS. So we're, slowly claiming more countries that have competitors and high-level competitors in them, and that makes me extremely happy. Tells me that KARDS is a truly, truly global esports. And speaking of the players, let's just bring up the player profiles and introduce these players one by one, starting with Killswitch. Now, you did give us a little bit of context, but take us through the player profile here, Bubbles.
Yeah, as you can see, it's a solid win rate. 60% plus is really solid. I've heard from people who are more experienced in other card games that 60% plus, it can be virtually impossible in other games. It's much more of an overtime thing. Highest finish, 7th. That is a very solid finish. That is one spot off getting automatically into the top 8 for the OCC. Very unfortunate to not quite get 6th, but I imagine when we see Kill Switch in future OCCs, that highest season. Oh, that's not highest season finish actually.
No, that's just his season. This
Sorry,
year,
my apologies. Well, there you go. 7th for this season. I hope when we see him return in future OCCs, that sort of 6th and 5th, because it's very unfortunate to not quite make it there.
Absolutely. And then the next player up there is going to be a very, very familiar face for anyone that has followed the competitive scene. It is Darkness, our runner-up for the World Championship. Spooz, talk to us a little bit about Darkness.
Yeah, Darkness, my landsman from Germany. Met him first time when I was in Iceland. He finished 2nd in the World Championship, very close in Game 5, loss against J King. And look at his win rate, 70%. I mean, that's just above, I don't know, everything you can imagine in 16,000 games. And yeah, he's very well known in the competitive scene. Everybody respects him and know what he's able to do. And yeah, I think he's also having good chances to win today's event.
All right, and then next up is going to be his teammate and the actual reigning world champion, J King 7. I mean, we only have cannons here representing in the OCC, that's for sure. And what a crazy stat line, both there for Darkness and for J King. 16,793 total matches for Darkness and 15,207 matches for J King. That's a whole lot of matches, Bubbles.
It certainly is, and I mean, season finish first. I don't think this should come to shock as anyone. You know, he is very, very competitive with his season wins. And I heard him saying at the World Championship, well, maybe now I've won, I can let someone else win some seasons. But I sort of feel like in the back of my heart, he knows that he's going to try anyway. There's part of him which wants to try anyway. And I mean, this man is very, very good at cards. And this is on top of him. You see his favorite card is Night Witches. J King is very, very fixed on having the old Night Witches come back. I think he spends more time on that than he does on actual playing cards. Just imagine what this man could do if he let go of the Night Witches. Just imagine the potential waiting once the Night Witches get changed back.
Yeah, no, I mean, absolute beast, that's for sure. And, you know, what a journey through the World Championship as well, falling down into the lower bracket in the first day, and then basically having to be tasked with the task of knocking every single person out of the top 4, right? Like, let's not forget that. He was responsible for booting every single other person out of that top 4 on his road to becoming the world champion. So next up, it's going to be Blue Blast, a returning veteran that is now qualified 2 months in a row to the OCC. He was a very prominent figure here when the OCC first started. And again, you can see a huge veteran of the game, 16,754 total matches and a 68% win ratio. It's absolutely insane. Spooz, talk to us a little bit about Blue Blast here.
Yeah, Blue Blast, one of the years ago, he was also a very, very famous streamer. He streamed a lot. Then he took a break from the game, like, I don't know, 1 year, half a year. And since the last months, he came back to the game and was from this point on where he came back just successful again, always in the top ranks of the Officers Club. And he's a very good player. He knows the game well. And yeah, another good competitor here today. And I think he's also one of the guys you have to look at today.
I do have a question, actually, about Blue Blast, which you guys might better enlighten me on. Which one is blue? Is it the person or the cat?
I think the cat is white.
It's obviously the cat. The cat's going to be playing. No, I was just about to highlight that picture. You know, Blue Blast clearly coming in, and you know, looks like he is in the right frame of mind to make a run at this, being the best player in cards. When he's got the companion of a cute cat like that, how can you not be happy? You know, how can you not be motivated? So he's going to be looking to not let his kitten down with his performance today as we move on over to the next player. And that is now what we see as a fairly staple part of the kind of top level competitive scene called Bosnick. He was kind of making it in sometimes and not other times, but now we're seeing him over and over again in the top. Tell us a little bit about your teammate there, Kolbasnik, Bubbles.
Yeah, I mean, he's a great friend and a great teammate. You see him rocking the Eastern Front team t-shirt there. A little bit of controversy about our name. Apparently it is actually grammatically incorrect, but we've stuck with it. We've decided to stay for the acronym EFT. He's a really strong player, and this guy dedicates himself to ladder. He plays and he plays and he plays. And be it win or lose, he refuses to give up. And I think that's a mindset thing a lot of players could do with, where they don't give up on defeats, and they keep at it and keep trying. There's no point where I've seen this man say, it's been a rough day of ladder. I'm calling it here. It's been a rough day of ladder. Let's hope it's a good night of ladder. I'm bringing this back. So he's a very sort of, dedicated player. And he has quite a few ideas, which a lot of players don't have too much. And we'll see a little bit of that later in his deck list.
Yeah, I did see one of his decks that looked very, very interesting, and we'll talk about that a little bit later. But then we go on to our next competitor here, and that's Noen5, hailing all the way from China. And Noen5, another staple of the competitive scene now, right? We're seeing him again and again making into the OCC. I think this is his third or fourth OCC appearance of the year in the top 8. And he is an extremely, extremely potent player. And of course, we know, the Chinese players are extremely, extremely scary. So Spooz, tell us a few things about Noen5 here.
Yeah, you mentioned already a lot of this. He's a very, very good player, and when you look at his season finish second, there's something you have to say here to him. We know him good for being rank 1 early in the season. I don't know, 300 points gap to everyone else, and finish already having that many points that nobody had at the end of a season. And this guy is just not playing for rank 1, he's just playing to play the game and to have fun with it, and he's not caring too much about winning. He's just enjoying the game and playing, losing points, risking to lose points. And yeah, I think he could have won 2, 3, 4 seasons. But yeah, he just don't care. He plays the game. Okay, second, still OCC. So I'm giving my best in the OCC, and that's really remarkable. And the win rate 71%. I think it says all, right?
That's an insane win rate. Is that the only player here who has ever had a higher win rate than Darkness is 70%?
I believe so. I mean, he is at the very, very tippy top of the win rate race. And when you put that context in, the fact that he is playing risky decks and that he is spamming games, that makes it even more impressive that he is maintaining that win rate. And, it tells us that this is a player to be feared. And then we move on to I believe it's our final competitor. I am not quite sure. I lost count. Final competitor, and that's Cappuccino. They are, again, a returning veteran now of the competitive scene. I think this is the third OCC back-to-back that we see Cappuccino represented here. Another player hailing from China, and you see the Liberation there as their favorite card. Let's hope that we don't get too many Japan Resistance mirror matchups here today, because then we will be here until Christmas is done and over with. So, Bubbles, tell us a little bit about Cappuccino.
Yeah, they're a very accomplished player at this point, and someone to be feared. China has hailed so people from, gosh, it's a tongue twister today. People from China, I think, are very threatening in the card scene. I think China has a real strong community and some really strong players in there. Just the other day, there's a KARDS Chinese Discord server. I went and watched it. It was the sort of newbie round of newbie players, and they were all field marshal. And they were all doing these high-level plays and high-level decks. And Cappuccino, they're not part of the newbie stack. They're part of the high-level stack. So any high-level player from China is something to be feared. And Cappuccino has showed time and time again they're capable of just destroying you. And I mean, favorite card, Liberation, most played Britain. If that alone doesn't give you a reason to fear Cappuccino, then I don't know what will. That is terrifying.
Yeah, that's very, 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 very true. And with that, we have announced all the players that we will see competing here today. As another reminder for those that might have just joined us, Cappuccino will be getting a bye in round number 1 as Knight was unable to make it for the tournament. But the first match that we have up here today is going to be JKing7 versus Kolbasnik. And both players are going to be bringing decks to that match. So let's take a look at the decks, starting with JKing's decks here. There we go. And we see the nice little Christmas lights lighting up the brief file there as we are serenaded by sweet, sweet Christmas music as well. Starting the deck review off here with our favorite deck in the world, Japan Resistance from JKing. Now, Spooz, we're going to see this deck list a couple of times. Start by just breaking it down a little bit and tell us, when these decks are being played, you're not really playing the board, you're not really playing the cards, you're playing the fatigue game, right?
Yeah, and we saw it well in the finals of the World Championship. Game 5, Resistance mirror match, and it was just all about not drawing too much cards. So it was managing your hand size. You don't have too much cards, so you don't draw too much cards when your opponent plays an Phony War, and just get rid of some cards so you don't overdraw your last rights. One of the key cards in that deck, because it gives you 8 additional kamikazes to your deck, so you have 8 more draws, while your opponent is probably just not having that many cards to draw. And it's very annoying to play against Resistance, because they have this stuff that gives you cards into your hand, fill your hand, so you overdraw your important stuff, but also win the fatigue race. So you kind of want to go fast against them, but then they also have a lot of removal tool, a lot of AoE in their deck, a lot of orders that hit all units on board. And as you can see, the highlighted card here, To the Last Man, it just removes all units from the board. And Resistance is not caring about this, because they play barely any units, so it is very, very frustrating. And I hope every Resistance play deck we see today is getting banned, and we have a nice final OCC of the year here.
Yeah, I mean, even though it might not be the most engaging gameplay, it is a very, very high skill level matchup. And I think that's also one of the reasons why these players that really want to win through skill do enjoy this deck so much. But let's move on to the next deck here from J King. And that is another deck we've seen cement itself in the current meta, which is the US-Germany frontline deck. Really mid-ranged, but truly an aggro deck. Bubbles, break this one down for us.
I mean, this deck has become very, very meta. It sort of crept its way up and it became steadily more and more meta, and now it's cemented itself as, I think, the best deck in cards at the moment. Everyone is seeing this deck, everyone is playing this deck, and there's a couple reasons why that is. It sort of has this very consistent early game with units like the 32nd Infantry, these chocolate boys, and Red Devils as well. You've got this really consistent early game, and then you have what I dare say might be the strongest mid game in the entire game. You have these M4 Shermans to properly draw, and I mean, Spooz, the way he explained this card to me and why it's good, is you can do 3 credits for Convoy, or you can do 4 credits for Convoy Draw and a 4/4 tank. This is crazy value. This is a really, really good card. You also have these We Can Do It, which if you're up against AoE, they get all you guys out of AoE. If you're up against aggro, they heal you and make your guys get these value trades. They're super, super high value cards. And then you do have cards like Strap Bomb and Stars and Stripes to punish decks that like to sit back in the support line. You've got ways of dealing with bounce. You've got nice amount of burst damage. And we also see J King running these tactical strikes, or one of the tactical strikes, I should say. One of the big reasons this is for the mirrors against these, what are they called? These Skytrains. Skytrain used to be just a meme card, not played at all, but very recently it got changed to it. Now it gives you a random US 1-drop infantry at the end of each turn. So that if left unchecked, this will fuel an entire army on its own, just bringing guys over and over again. But it has 4 health, so Tactical Strike is perfect for taking this out. I also think a big thing we're going to have to look out for today is the dynamic of how this deck interacts with Resistance, but we may see that later in the games today.
Yep, absolutely. And then the final deck here from J King, he's bringing a very familiar deck from Darkness's lineup during the World Championship, which is going to be Britain USA Ramp, really focusing heavily on that control. And this deck has pretty much existed as long as the game Cards has existed. Spooz, what are the kind of key parts of this deck here?
Yeah, the key parts is, as you already mentioned, Britain has a lot of control tools in their cards. And what we figured out here with Bubbles before we started the stream, when we looked at the deck list, that J King is playing 4 times Observer Core, and his decks were named Nerf, and the second deck was Nerf, called Observer, and the third one Core. So I think he has the opinion that Observer Core is really, really strong at the moment, and I think I can agree with this. There are a lot of strong 4 drops in the game, like for Britain, the Seaford Highlanders. And with Observer Core, you have the chance to drop these on turn 2 if you have both in your starting hand. And that is really, really strong. And also gives you the chance to play turn 2 in Hour of Need. So a lot of stuff that you want to bring in early with this deck type. And I think Observer Core is really helping him to get faster into these big amounts of credits to drop your big units and out-control your opponent. And he's playing with double land lease and double mobilization, because the problem with Observer Core, it costs you 1 card to get 1 card cheaper. So your hand size might get little very fast. So he's having a lot of big draw cards in his deck to equal this disadvantage.
Yeah, I'm really loving the dynamic element of Observer Core. It's it can sometimes get a little bit out of hand. I did see during the Brawl event yesterday that there was a turn 2 Spitfire that got dropped with the Fury and everything, but then it just got immediately burning skied for 1 credit right back. So that was a nice little tip for tat there. But let's swap on over to Kolbasnik and see what he is bringing to the table. And we're starting off with a very, very familiar deck, and we won't spend too much time on it as we've already broken this one down, and that is Japan Resistance. Spooz, do you see any major differences here to what J-King is bringing that would affect the mirror matchup?
Honestly, I did not take a that close look at the deck list. What I just remember that J-King played 4 times Imperial Decree on the World Championship. I'm not sure if he changed it for the OCC. But other than that, yeah, it might be just some minor changes that I did not see at the moment that make the difference here between winning or losing the mirror matchup.
I did see one fairly major difference, which is I don't know if J-King is worried about this, but I think Kolbasnik is going to ban Resistance. I think the main difference we'll see is we may see this one played, whereas I doubt we'll get to see J-King play his in this best of.
Yeah. All right, that makes sense. And then we go on to the next deck, and that is another deck that we, as a plane flies dangerously close above here. I hope you guys can't hear it, but that is Germany, USA, Fast Heinz deck.
Yeah.
What? I saw the nations, Germany and USA, and I was like, oh, USA frontline. No, wait, that's a Germany main nation. What's happening here, Bubbles?
It's a solid deck. It never really died. It just got put to the side for newer and more exciting toys, I would say. I don't think it's ever really died. I think it's always been viable, and I think Kolbasnik is now seeing maybe a hole in the meta where he can say, well, actually, this deck is not only viable, but people aren't playing around this deck anymore. People aren't prepared for this deck. It does have the ability to beat down Resistance with their great amounts of health, with these big buffs you can do, especially with the US version. It does have the ability to take advantage of the US aggro's big board with cards like Nashab and Flampanzer to sort of generate a lot of tempo. And those are the main 2 decks to look out for. So I think that's a big part of why this deck is more viable, or maybe more viable than it was before. But I don't think this deck ever died out. I think it just sort of got pushed to the sidelines, and then people who were playing in the competitive scene for Germany, they preferred control, so they'd go Germany control, and obviously that would lock out Fast Heinz out of their option.
That makes a lot of sense. Well, let's take a look at the final deck here, and that's another combination you don't see fairly often, a USA-Italy deck. Now, this being your teammate, Bubbles, I'm going to throw this one back to you. Do you have any insights into this deck here for us?
This deck is awesome. This deck is a USA-Italy mid-range deck. This deck packs removal. This deck packs buffs with cards like Island Hopping, and we can do it. It has healing. It has draw. This deck's got it all. This deck is one of my favorite decks. I've been playing this deck a lot on ladder. It's a very interesting deck. Not many decks play like this. You people will go, this looks like a US-Italy ramp deck without the ramp, and sort of. We don't have cards like B17 and all this, but we do have this mass deployment. And I see a lot of people look at this deck and they go, Jasko doesn't make sense, mass deployment doesn't make sense. I can make this deck better already. But actually, the amount of times I've seen Jasko destroy resistance decks, you just go, yeah, you gave me resistance cards, I eat the damage for free, it doesn't do anything to me. And then this mass deployment, don't think of it as this potentially 24 credits for 10 credits. Don't think about this insane potential you could get out of it, because that's not the point of it in this deck or in a competitive deck. The point of it is it's a lot like the Soviet tractor factories, but for the US. And it is a little bit more random, so it's not quite as reliable. But when you're up against Resistance, when you're up against Germany, Italy Control, and you just need a little bit more bang for your buck, you get 10 to 12 credits worth of units spread over 3 separate units for 10 credits in one card. That's value. I was very doubtful of this deck when he posted it in the deck list section. And then I tried it out and I loved it. And I think it's one of the most enjoyable decks you could play. It does have DFA as well, which I just love to see. And an OCC deck with DFA, I don't think it's something we've seen for a long time, if ever.
Absolutely not. Well, let's take a look at the bands and let's get ready to jump on into the matches there. Now that we have reviewed these decks, I am extremely excited to see these. And looking at the bands, looks like J King had his Brit ramp deck banned instead of the Resistance deck. So Kolbosnik feeling fairly confident, probably feeling confident because of both the power of the USA and German deck to fight against Resistance, leaving it in there. However, J King taking out the Resistance deck from Kolbosnik immediately, not wanting to deal with that or wanting to go into the mirror. And I think like what we saw during the World Championship, speaking of the Resistance side of things, right? We saw a few Resistance games getting lost because, you know, the Comet ended up being kind of coming out and accelerating that fatigue damage. And I feel like the mass deployment can kind of work in the same way, right? You can keep that card really late on into the game. You can get it out after you get into that fatigue state, and all of a sudden you flood the board with some units that your opponent has not been able to deal with, right?
Absolutely. It certainly gives you that late game sudden, oh, I've dealt with all the threats, there's nothing. Oh, here's a brand new threat I have to deal with, and I don't really have the resources to out-heal it or deal with it. It can certainly give you that late game sort of push you need to just get that last bit of health. I mean, how many times have you almost beaten a Resistance deck but not quite got in there? This really helps with.
Yeah.
I'd also like to point out, my prediction was Kolbasnik's Resistant deck gets through and J King's doesn't. I was completely wrong.
Completely wrong, yeah.
I could have not been less right. And I feel like the players have done this on purpose. I feel like they conspired against me.
I mean, it is a hard decision for Kolbasnik, right? We saw the strengths of that Brit US deck in the World Championship from Darkness. It is really, really strong. And with the Observer Core in it, I think it is a little bit more stronger now. And I think you have to decide, right? You don't want to deal with Japan Resistance, but you also don't want to deal with this strong Brit ramp. So you have to fell a decision there.
All right, guys, it is time for the first match here of the final Officer Club Championship of the year. J King 7 there, rocking the webcam from quarantine, participating, rocking the quarantine beard there as well. Well, I'll leave it up to you guys. Take it away.
Oh, good start here for Kolbasnik. Finding the Greif in the starting hand. That's always what you want to have. And yeah, J King having some AoE here in hand.
Yeah, the Toro with the Imperial Decree, and then he does also have this Desperate Measure, so it's going to be very difficult for Kolbasnik to put down a wave of units that won't get AoE'd. But one of the nice things about this deck is you can have multiple waves very quickly. So he may put down a lot of units, and we'll see J King destroy all of them, but then we'll see Kolbasnik continue to put down units and keep refilling. And it's essentially who runs out of gas first. And I mean, sure, Kolbasnik has a lot of tanks, and tanks, they use a lot of gas, but he does have some nice draw engines in this deck as well. So he could very easily keep up with the amount of cards in J King's hand, and I think one card in Kolbasnik's hand is worth more than one single card in J King's hand.
Yeah, absolutely. And also Kolbasnik's deck is having some answers for this key 83. Usually your past Heinz did not have that many answers when it was played with Japan ally. It did not have too many answers against big airplanes. But now with US ally, you have stuff like 99s and potential half-tracks in your deck that can just bounce these big planes and help you develop your board even more and more.
You know, it's difficult to see right now, but I believe that is the giant war bond sitting behind J King on his wall. Oh, there it is. You see it?
Yeah. You might see the 99s. But I also realized that Kolbasnik is playing with one pursuit in his deck.
Yes, he is. It just gives you a little bit of extra bounce, and it acts a little bit like for the Emperor from Japan. Yep. When this reduced the operation on all your tanks, this does a similar job, but just for without having to have Japan ally.
Deciding to go for the Flam Panzer here to the front line instead of dealing 1 damage with the Panzer 2. Is it just to prepare for next turn to get the Flam Panzer into the key 83? With fast Heinz, maybe?
I think he just doesn't want to extend too many resources too quickly, because that can be very quickly how you lose Japan resistance. I've had many times when I have lots of units in hand, but I'm satisfied with what's on the board, so I just keep what's in my hand, and I don't risk losing more resources than I need to. We may see J-King go for an AoE here. There is some value to going for the decree into big AoE, going for the draw first, just seeing all his options. He can go for the double decree Torah and keep his credit slots and keep this very high value Desperate Measures, super high value card. I do think he needs to start thinking about AoE because turn 5 is coming along, and turn 5 you get the risk of being hit by a We Can Do It or an Alliance.
Yeah, that's kind of the problem when you play against fast Heinz. Oh, look, and there, speaking about the We Can Do It. There
And
it
he's
is.
got both in hand, yeah.
Uh,
It is worth noting though, J-King does run Banzai, and we've seen a lot of Japan resistance decks running Banzai, and it gives you just essentially a cheaper to the last man against decks with lots of ground units. And you can keep like your KI alive or something, so it can almost be like destroy enemy units but keep your own, a little bit like a Uran project.
Yeah, I think that just coming back to that point, if you play your AoE here or not, I think that's very difficult to find out when you play against fast Heinz, when you want to play your AoE against it. Because if you play it too early, your opponent is just dropping another wave of units, buff them, and then you don't have any answer. If you do it too late, you might just lose too much HP health, and then he's just killing you with his remaining blitz units. So that's very difficult to find out when do I play my AoE and when do I play units that kind of deal with the board first. But J-King deciding to go for the key 83 here, and he played fast Heinz, right? And killed it with a Flam Panzer. Yeah.
That is correct. I think it's a fairly important card to shut down, otherwise you'll very quickly find your hand and deck being overdrawn and your opponent having just an onslaught of AoE and solutions and lots of healing. I think it's a very important card to kill, and on top of that powerful ability, it does also have 6 attack, which is super scary. I imagine we're going to see J-King AoE this turn, because there's 4 health on a lot of these, and he can go double decree into Desperate Measures, and it's 4 damage to roll. We may also just see him go for the defend in depth.
I really like the FW here, because it denies a good Banzai from J-King, because the FW would survive the Banzai, since it's only killing ground units. So I really like the play there. There's not anything in J-King's deck that is getting bounced by this FW, so it's a good play to bring it in here and make it maybe survive its Banzai.
Now we see J-King's hand getting dangerously small, but his health pool very high, which means he has lots of time to find new cards to draw. He can get things like a Phony War, he can get some, I believe, what are those 1-drop resistance cards called? Viva la Resistance.
Viva la Resistance.
Yeah, so he can get some Vivas to shuffle through his deck a little bit. He can try and find a Phony War. And with Kobasnik's big hand, the moment he finds a Phony War just like that, he can just play it pretty much instantly and not worry too much about Kobasnik's hand size. That is almost, I think that may be the perfect top deck for J-King. Is there a single card you're more interested in? Maybe a Banzai, but this lets you find a Banzai.
Yeah, that was absolutely important for J-King to find some draw here. Because what you really don't want to do with resistance, you don't want to run out of cards. Just left there with 1 Torah and 1 defend in depth. That's not really what you want to have. But that Phony War keeps J-King in the game here. And on the same time, Kolbasnik's hand is not looking that great. He's only having 1 more unit. Sure, he's having the Alliance, which can also be good against Banzai.
Oh, but there's the to the last man in J-King's hand. And I don't think Kolbasnik is going to be able to kill J-King before he reaches the 10 credit mark.
No,
so he just has to get as most bang for his buck as he can. I imagine we'll see him put down the 35T, and then we'll see him play the Alliance, and this just gives him the maximum amount of damage. And we've already seen the Desperate Measures come out, so I think a bigger AoE threat for now is Banzai, and this does get 2 of these units out of that 4 attack range, which I believe is the amount for Banzai.
J-King having 2 long-range recons left in his hand.
and 2 defending depths. He can double long range recon, heal as much as he needs, and then it sets him up to get this to the last man. He can also defend in depth, maybe, this Panzer III. This would get rid of the blitz from all of Kobasnik's tanks that he can continue to, drop out. He can put down this Flampanzer and blitz it. He can also go for this Greif, this Adler command vehicle, because this is reducing the amount of credits Kobasnik's having to spend attacking, which gives Kobasnik more room to buff his units and try and maximize his damage. So I think if he's going to defend in depth, those are his main 2 targets. He may also just go for the heal bombs.
Yeah, I think he goes for heal and remove one of these units. But on the other hand, in 2 turns he's playing 2 last men, so maybe can also be an option here to keep the defend in depth. Difficult. Decides to go for 1 kill here. At least that, as you mentioned, that tank that is giving blitz to all other.
Ooh. You see, it's a slight misplay.
Yeah, he missed 1 healing, right?
And look, he's very annoyed about it. Yeah.
He realized, yeah. Just imagine 1 health mattering in the end.
I mean, it may seem pretty inconsequential, but in these matchups where you get very low and then you heal very quickly and then you get very low, you're often dangling just above death. So actually this 1 health can be a huge amount.
Yeah, and Kobasnik finding another 3F.
However, we do know to the last man is coming, and Kobasnik, I imagine, will just essentially say, if J-King has to the last man, my board dies, and go all in and just do as much as he can, and pray to God that J-King doesn't have this to the last man sitting in hand. But as we know, J-King does, and he's playing around it very nicely. We may see him go for the heal. We may also see him go for this raiding to prevent any more blitz damage, but he really needs to do something about this front line. And these tanks, these have got 7 health, and J-King and Kobasnik only has 6 cards in hand. So very unfortunate here for J-King, not able to defend in depth to take any of these out.
Yeah, I think that's a fault that I think not only I am doing, because usually you're used to, when I play defend on death on unit, it just dies. It just deals 6-7 damage. And if you're just getting used to it, you don't see that if your opponent's only having 2-3 cards in hand, oh, my defend and death is probably not killing a unit. And yeah, you always have to do the math with defend and death. And as you stated out correctly here, he's not able to kill any units with it at the moment because they're all above the hand size of Kobasnik.
Now, the Panzer F is a very difficult choice to make here. If you play it, you can blitz it out and you can get a good amount of bonus damage. It will do 4 damage on attack and then 3 with the buff, so this is 7 extra damage. However, having blitz on all your extra tanks is a lot of damage possibility for post to the last man. Goes for playing it first. I don't hate it.
Also sets J-King to 10 health here, which is not too much against a fast Heinz deck. But yeah, he lost his main aggression tool now, right? With his Panzer 3F.
Correct.
He's only having 2 in the deck. If this one dies, he's not having any...
On the Banzai top deck, he can go to the last man. Kobasnik can refill his board, hoping the AoE is clear, but then he can just go for the Banzai and completely wipe 2 buffed boards from Kobasnik.
Oh my god, yeah, that was a really important find.
I imagine we'll see him go for the verbal win, because this shuts down like a Shiden or a Kika.
Wirbelwind, and then the Befehlswagen is getting deployed.
Yeah, I think for now, though, you put down the Flam and you don't put down the Whirlpool. I like putting down the 99th because there's not too many units you can bounce. But I imagine we'll see J-King hold on to the Banzai for now. He may go for this raiding to take out this 99th now that we've seen cards like Adler Command Vehicle with a Grief go. We can also see him just go for the Naval Up, but he may wait until Kobasnik has a full support line and essentially pass one of Kobasnik's turns by forcing him to do nothing but play orders. And as we know, not too many orders in Kobasnik's deck.
Yeah, but J-King in a really comfortable position here now, right? He's having the naval operation, he's having the raiding. He has the potential, another board clear with Banzai. I think he's really in the spot he wants to be in with playing resistance against a very aggressive fast Heinz deck. Because Kobasnik also played the Alliance already. Oh, going for the Banzai here, that's interesting.
do see him coming under a little bit of threat again. And no healing in hand.
I think that was a really early Banzai. Why would you do this? Even if Kolbasnik finds a alliance here, only the Flammpanzer would have survived, and he would have had to defend and death potentially against this.
He does have double naval operation though, so Kolbasnik's tank's not going anywhere soon. And Kolbasnik, he's going to need to find some more buffs, and we've seen him play a lot of them. I believe we've seen we've seen 2 We Can Do It's. Have we seen 1 Alliance and 2 Panzer Fs? We've seen the Fast Hinds come out. He is running out of buffs in his deck. I believe he has 1 more We Can Do It and 1 more Alliance. Oh no, he only runs 2 We Can Do It. He's got 1 Alliance left. That's his last buff. He has 1 buff left in the deck.
So it's not looking that great. How is he dealing that 7 missing damage here?
I'm not completely sure. He may be able to do some fancy Leopold. He is not running the Comet, so he can't use the Comet to do.
Oh, that's not what you want to draw a Nachschub on that late in the game. Okay, that 20-second can help. Do you play the take initiative here?
Maybe, but it's a very difficult thing because actually J King could take advantage of the take initiative. It could actually swing in J King's favor.
Yeah.
But now we see J King able to completely wipe most of the board. The B-Frag will be the only unit which survives the AoE if he wants to go for the Tora. I think knowing the little amount of AoE left in Kolbasnik's deck, you go for this Decree Tora because the only real way you lose this game if Kolbasnik is able to buff this board and you're not able to deal with it. So keep the board as small as you can, and that way the buffs from Kolbasnik are as small as they can be. The only reason to keep this board alive is to hope it doesn't get buffed so that you can heal more from, say, a long-range recon, because you are sitting on 7 health. Thinking about going for the bombing raid, I imagine we'll see him take out the front line.
Yeah, I expect so too. Also kills the Wirbelwind, giving him the chance to drop in some fighters here. He's playing kicker, I expect, right, J King?
I believe so, correct.
Yeah. Shiden and kicker. So it is very important for him that the Wirbelwind dies in the front line. Panther 3018, not too bad, gives him an additional draw. Oh, he's finding all his early game stuff now. I think he has to go for take initiative here.
I think you have to, I agree.
Ooh,
Heinkel.
Schmeinkel.
Now, do you just go for the free damage with the Panzer 35T and the Panzer 2A and get J King as low as you can?
Yeah, I think you have to. You have to increase the pressure. J King. Okay, he's having 1 Tora, and 1 Imperial Decree. But other than that, I think he needs to play Phony War to find more removal.
Is Phony War better than the Take Initiative? It gives Kolbasnik similar amount of draw, but Kolbasnik doesn't have to spend the credits to do so if you play Phony War.
Yeah.
I think there's logic to going for Take Initiative instead. Force Kolbasnik to use the credits. Does cost 1 less as well.
Yeah.
But the Tora.
But still not enough.
No, that can wipe the board.
Oh, it wipes the board actually. Yeah,
Yes,
with the Imperial Decree. You're correct.
And I wonder if we see him go for the card draw or not. We may see him worry about giving Kolbasnik burst.
No, he's not going for the card draw, I guess. Not at this stage. Kolbasnik sitting on 1 card here.
But Kolbasnik, he can Heinkel, and he can draw from the Heinkel, get a Spoils of War, and then he gets choice of what he finds. Finds the Leopold. If he takes Leopold now and drops it, forces J King to find a solution to the Leopold. He may also go for the Panzer 2A. Oh, true. He may go for the Panzer 2A, rush it to the front line, hit base for 1. J King down to 2. Yeah. J King running low on AoE. He can heal though, and 1 heal from J King. Ooh, the Shida. Is he going to sit on 1 health?
Yeah, you can clear both units. The Heinkel cannot go face as long as the Shiden is on board.
So what is left in Kolbasnik's deck to blitz out?
That is a close one already. 2 health. Oh, that's not good enough. He needed this last turn.
Yes. Gets a draw and...
I mean, if he finds a blitz tank, he wins here. He has his Panzer 2!
Panzer 2A runs to the front line! played the Alliance and
that?
finishes off Jaking on 2 health.
Oh, Heinkel, the MVP here. Heinkel won him the game.
It certainly did. Those spores of war to find him just the little bit he needs. And we spoke before in the deck analyst screens about when you're up against resistance and you just need this last push to finish them off. And Kolbasnik finds it, taking game 1 for him against J-King, the reigning world championship. The reigning world champion, and he takes it with, I think, his less comfortable deck with Fast Heinz. I think he now has a more comfortable matchup against both of J-King's decks than he did with his Fast Heinz. We see the USA mirror. This is frontline control from J-King, US Italy mid-range from Kolbasnik.
Okay, I'm pretty excited to see this deck in action now.
Based on the decks, I think J-King does have the advantage. But I think even if J-King wins this game, I think he struggles in the resistance matchup against.
Oh,
not a great mulligan for Kolbasnik.
Not really. 2 Mar Nostrum without any early game units here, and J-King with a very good start.
Finding his Red Devil. He does have an opportunity to heal for 10 later with this Hellcat plus Man Nostrum. Obviously, Hellcat dealing double damage to tanks, meaning Man Nostrum healing based on the damage you can give him a lot of bonus health. So I don't think it's over yet, but it is certainly looking like it's in J-King's favour. He does also have 99th Infantry in J-King's hand, so if Kolbasnik is able to find like a Bologna regiment or something to sort of defend himself and keep himself alive, it's not going to be enough because J-King can just bounce it back to his hand.
Yeah, that's a problem when you play against this US deck. All this bounce, so all these guards are not doing that much. And your opponent at the same time is just increasing his board presence and just overwhelms you at some point.
I'd like to see J-King put down some chocolate infantry, because this not only reduces the chance of him top decking more of them, but this also means the FA has a smaller chance of hitting these Red Devils. And I think Red Devils and Engineer are both good hits for DFA for Kolbasnik here. So I'd like to see him drop some of these.
But also something you don't want to do usually, right? Don't want to spend 4 credit hard removal on a 1-drop.
However, it is Red Devil.
Yeah, sure. You have to deal with them at some point, but they are only dealing 2 damage, and you have a lot of Mar Nostrum and a lot of healing in your deck. Oh, he finds the Bologna.
J-King reads the situation well, though, plays around the DFA, and he knows Kolbasnik can't Stars and Stripes to strap on in that, because it's too early into the game. We may see him rush up to the front line. He can deal with this Bologna regiment later. Doesn't need to 99th it right now, and J-King's starting to get some real threats. I imagine we may see Kolbasnik go for Man Nostrum onto his Bologna and use those remaining 3 credits to trade into the Red Devils, as that will take up all 3 credits to do so.
That's what he did.
Heals himself for 4. J-King going to respond with the bounce, has the choice between Half Track and 99. We'll remove this Man Nostrum buff. Can hit face for 9.
Yeah, so all this healing just got neutralized and
he's gone.
He's gone.
J-King's gone.
He keeps the Warborns playing now.
He keeps the Warborn. Kolbasnik goes to the strat bomb, take out the support in the back line. Doesn't really have any solution to the front.
No, and this is a very
J-King to just
front line.
Completely batter him with this front line.
Oh my god.
Hellcat and Strat Bomb left over in J-King's hand. Lots of ways of blitzing out to finish off Kolbasnik. Kolbasnik not even able to guard because of this half track sitting in J-King's hand. Jasko, too little too late.
That was a good line. Keeps him
However,
alive with the
that is game. No, you can half-track the Jasko. Half-track the Jasko.
In his way.
Hit for 9, finish him. Beautiful plays from Jake. Seeing the lethal, very easy lethal to miss, forgetting that half-track can actually bounce this Jasko. And buys himself the second game, pulls himself back into it. 1-1. We know the matchup now. Resistance against US-Italy mid-range. I think the US-Italy mid-range deck is favoured in this matchup. However, Resistance can do some crazy things, easy amount, so it's definitely possible that this goes either way.
Yeah, and Kolbasnik definitely needs a better starting hand in the third game here now than he had this match, just with 2 Mar Nostrum and That is not what you want to have against a very aggressive deck there from J King, but
I think the cards to look out for from Kobasnik's side, for the early game and mid game, look for these Californias like this one here, Man Nostrum to heal himself so he can eat damage from these resistance cards, and then also this Privateer, this PBY Privateer. Not only is it more difficult for Jaken to target with orders, but you buff this with a weakened Dolittle, it survives AoE, and it also survives the Banzai since it's a flying unit. So it could potentially be a very important card in this matchup.
yeah, good point. And Kobasnik with a way better starting hand this time with 32nd in hand and the PIR. I think there was one match in the World Championship where the PIR just, I think it also was one of J King's matches where it just won him the game alone. And that if this card is on the board and your opponent is not having answers to it, it can be very, very fast get out of control.
Jaken goes for the turn 2 Viva, just the cycle, not too concerned about putting cards in Kobasnik's hand yet, I believe. Kobasnik considering eating it instead of putting down the 32nd. The issue of putting down the 32nd is you draw another 32nd, so your hand size doesn't actually get any smaller, so he opts to eat one of the resistance cards early on. We see this Privateer and this California in Kobasnik's hand. We may see this PIR wait a long time before it gets played to play around AoE and buff up the California. Very interested to see how... Oh, never mind.
But it was good that it just did the buff on itself, because now it cannot be killed by the honorable death.
That is very true.
That is also very important for him. So I think Kobasnik just leaves this PRR on board now, right? Okay, Jaking not killing the 32nd.
Yeah, I imagine we'll see Kobasnik move up, and I imagine we'll see him eat this resistance. And then if this PIR survives, we may see him go for the... Oh, it buffs itself again. Oh, but the defending depth top deck for J King, able to take it out before he takes any large amounts of damage from it. I believe there was a Man Nostrum coming in next. Kobasnik most likely to respond with the PB4Y Privateer. Now, this is an issue card for J King. This is going to beat away at him. And you put a Man Nostrum on this, it's 5 defense. That's a lot of defense to AoE. And these big fighters, the Kika takes 12 credits to attack this. To play it from hand, I mean, blitz it out.
Yeah. So, still a long time to go.
A long, long time to go.
And this healing is so important against resistance.
Oh, super, super important. It essentially means even when resistance reaches the late game, it runs the risk of not being able to burn you and finish you out. If you can deal with the Kika and the Shiden, there's not much left in Resistance's toolbox to finish you off. I have seen people put in cards like the Hien just to give them a little bit of extra.
Here he goes. 28 health. So it's the battle of the heal decks now here. Who can heal?
I imagine we'll probably see him go for the nukes to deal with these fighters. You can go for the buff card with the penicillin, but the issue is you're never going to have a hand small enough to play it without overdrawing a lot of your cards. There is some logic to actually going for the Super Fortress, because it has 12 HP. It can be very difficult for resistance to deal with. J King appears to have entered another dimension.
Yeah. I mean, he's playing like he's out of another dimension, so why would he not enter it also physically?
Sure, I mean, by entering the Spirit Realm, it does give you info on what's in your opponent's hand, so there's some real strategic value to it.
And seeing J King's hand, it just shows me that he's still playing with 4 Imperial Decrees in his deck, which is very interesting.
And I imagine Kobasnik going to continue to heal this PIR, and he can move up these Californias now. Two of the main issue cards for Jake. And he has to figure out, how am I going to deal with these? He can pin the PIRs to slow them down, but once Iron Topping comes out, they're just going to grow and grow. And to the last man, maybe a really important card. But with the second Privateer overdrawn...
But there comes the California, another big threat here in the front line that cannot be taken out that easily for J King.
And these decrees, what does bonus damage on a naval operation do against a ranged unit, or sorry, a flying unit and a unit which doesn't take damage?
Yeah, it needs a Tora. But even then, the PRR is not dying. Oh, it is dying.
Imagine
With 4 Imperial Decrees, it is dying.
with 4 Imperial Decrees, yes. But then all your Imperial Decrees are gone. I imagine we may see the second California come out here for Kobasnik.
So he's thinking. So what could be an argument against it?
I think the main argument against it is just minimizing resource loss from J King's potential to the last man. However, I think he's applying the same logic that Darkness applied with the Tigers, and there's the decree. He can go quadruple decree. Oh, there's the Taurus, sorry. Quadruple decree into Taurus.
That kills.
Oh,
everything
look at
up,
that.
But not the 2 Californias.
No, but
Look at
4
this.
decrees and a Taurus to take out the privateer and 5 damage to face. And this Kobasnik needs to empty hand quickly because this allows Jaking to go for this phony war. And he's going to honorable death one of these Californias. Lower his hand as much as he can. I think you go for the honorable first.
I think he don't want to draw that much. That's maybe his thought process.
That
Because
is true.
He's having a 7 cards disadvantage now against Kobasnik.
Not drawing is actually sometimes better than drawing when you play
Yeah,
resistance.
absolutely.
It's very strange.
Just it's kind of counterintuitive.
Yeah,
Like,
counterintuitive.
usually you want to draw, but in some matchups, as we saw in the World Championship Finals, you don't want to draw.
Mass deployment comes up for Kobasnik.
Oh.
I imagine we may even see the strap bomb come out this turn because it actually delays to the last man by 1 extra turn, as well as hitting face a little bit. So it just gives Kobasnik a little bit more wiggle room.
Yeah, going for it.
He does also have these nukes to proc the island hopping, so he doesn't need to save it for island hopping. I mean, you don't need bombing for it when you have a nuclear bomb.
Jaking finding the second phony warrior. And the Kawanishi. So what can you do? Is he just playing Banzai on that?
Potentially.
Or is he not afraid of it? But I think he has to. Especially with stuff like island hopping and Kobasnik stuff.
Yeah. There's certainly the threat that these units will get out of that full attack range. And I'm curious if now we see the Banzai come out, we may just see this mass deployment from Kobasnik, but he may also be saving it until desperately needs it. Try to get Jaking to use as many resources as he can.
Ooh, going for the draw here.
There is some
And
real
there's the
logic
eye
in
layer
this.
up. Ooh.
If your hand is going to be full up anyway, you may as well fill it with your own cards from your deck instead of Jaking's resistance cards from his hand. And there's the
2
turn last man.
Oh man, Jaking's draw is really on point here today. I mean, not that he needs it now, but
It's good to know you got it.
yeah, it's good to have it in hand.
Jaking, considering going for the double AoE into the honorable death, can also go double AoE into the defendant death, but I think the honorable death is a better card to pop.
Yeah, it also makes Kobasnik overdraw, right?
Exactly.
He's already at 9, so he's not getting any draw from it. Also reducing the deck size from Kobasnik. Yeah, that's a good spot where you want to play honorable. Ooh, okay. So usually this looks like a big overdraw, but Ladeshima is not really doing a lot against Jaking.
Here comes the phony war.
And there's
the
two.
last rites. Yet to find much healing for Jaking. Hellcat gonna run up, buff itself. We may see the first Marines move up as well. Considering going for the DFA just to empty his own hand.
Just imagine DFA also killing the enemy HQ.
Oh, or your own Hellcat. You hit your own guy.
Hellcat, yeah. Kill a random unit. Boom. That's a dead Hellcat. Oh, it's so frustrating.
I imagine we'll
940.
see the mass deployment come out now, because you're running out of options on Kobasnik. And if there's a strong mass deployment, we may see Jaking just to the last man to count.
I want to say, just wait what units are coming out there.
He's got places to be, he's got to play quick.
Oh, and the liberation. That's so much more healing now.
We appear to have resistance been shoved in our face, not just by the players, but by the game itself now. To the last man coming out.
I trained, good option. So J-King out of any good removal now, right? He's not having any Imperial Decree, no Banzai, no to the last
He's
man.
going for the super. He's going for the super force.
Yeah, why would you not? That's his best shot here, I guess.
I'm not saying he shouldn't. I'm saying it's exciting.
Yeah, I mean, when it... Huh? Can he ever deploy it? Ah, he needs to go to the front line, right?
Yeah, he has to take the front line. The raiding brigade top deck on J-King to counter the Skytrain. Goes for the liberation. Heals first. And this is going to stop Kobasnik playing the Super 4 on this turn.
Yeah, he needs to spend a death from above on a raiding now. Wait, is there one resistance card stuck on the board?
Yes, there's one stuck on our face. That's why it's being shoved in our face.
Ah, that's what you mentioned. Yeah. I thought he was just hovering over a card, but yeah, there's no resistance card actually.
It's resisting. It's become sentient. Now, under the resistance is a first Marine. Gives Jake, gives Kobasnik a way of stopping Blitz fighters for now coming out to his face. We may see the Super Fork come out next go.
Yeah.
Now, how does J-King deal with this? Do you just drop Shiden and Kika? Because if you drop one or the other, then it's a slight issue because Kobasnik is then just going to play this line for a day he has, and he's just going to use that to deal with it. If you bear with us, we are removing of it. There we go. Resistance card gone. Shout out to the producer.
Kika.
He may go for the Tora. Yeah, if he goes for the Tora, it can block the Super.
Yeah, and I think he has to.
And J-King's deck looking really thin compared to Kobasnik.
Oh, he's not. So he's not too much afraid about the Super Flying Fortress.
I suppose part of his logic is I'm going to have a fighter on board that can attack the Super Force. See, Kobasnik go for the Little Man Ostrom, just to buff this guy a little bit. J-King's deck increased by a little bit. We do see these sort of deck size increases for J-King come out. He just has to find a way of dealing with the Super Force. Kawanishi plus damage orders is actually a really powerful way of dealing with it, because part of the issue with this Super 4 is its heavy armor. It's got very thick armor, and it makes it very difficult to deal with it for attacking it with fighters, especially in a deck full of removal like Kobasnik. So he may try and save this to use it to take out that, and then combo with these last rites and things just to finish off burning Kobasnik's HQ.
So what is Super Flying Fortress? It's a 9/9, right? With heavy armor too?
Correct.
Yeah. Man, he cannot deploy it. He can deploy it.
He can deploy it, but it's under threat, I would say.
Yeah.
Although I imagine we may see him just drop it this turn.
I think he's going for the high altitude.
I would like to see him save a unit so that he can play it later. It'd be a shame to see nothing left in the deck and he's not able to deploy the Super Fortress to help him win the game.
Just imagine Super Flying Fortress winning a game in OCC.
I'd kind of like to see this AA gun come out and then we can do it, buffing both these units. This does mean as well, if J-King wants to take out this infantry in the front line, due to its destruction effect, it will then buff this artillery in the back line. And the island hopping, hitting the artillery, getting it out of the range of this KI from J-King.
I think it also was a smart move to leave that KI on board, because I think J-King is having the disadvantage in deck size here at the moment. He drew more cards to the game than Kobasnik.
And Kobasnik
still, he has the last rights, but also...
But Kobasnik here, he's finding some nice fuel to sort of bring himself back into this game. And he does also have this Jasko. And this Jasko, when fatigue and resistance... Oh, there you go. There goes the AA gun. Defending death. 9 damage for 3 credits. This defending depth is so powerful. It's such a strong card. And J King able to take the value trade into that, since there's no units which will get buffed by the destruction effect from these infantry. See Kobasnik instantly reply with a Decima. We may see him put down the Jaguar, eat these resistance cards. This 1 damage taken by these is reduced to 0. We did see his other AA gun overdrawn, which is fairly sad on Kobasnik's part, and I think J King will be happy to see that. But we're getting to the point where all the cards he's drawing are these kamikazes.
Yeah, he needs to play them with Kawanishi, right? Otherwise, they're just dealing 0 damage now with the Jesko on board.
He has 1 of these left in his deck, by the way. We may see the Shiden come out, take out the guard, and hit face for free.
Yeah, I think that's his best line here. You can also do Kawanishi, maybe? But I think you want to keep Kawanishi until you have a handful of kamikazes and...
I agree, and this high out just sitting in Kobasnik's hand, waiting for the Kawanishi.
That's the biggest threat here, that you don't want to play a Kawanishi into.
Now both Decima's gone. I believe both Lions for a day have gone as well.
One got overdrawn, yeah, and he played one.
Yeah. So what removal does Kobasnik have left to deal with Jake and, threats is the question, because he can obviously deal with this one.
I
think you just pass. I think you pass and draw an extra card. Both decks down to 4.
He also has take initiative. I mean, he can look for some removal.
I imagine, move up the Jesko, gives him the opportunity to play the Super 4. Jake
he's not having any answers.
Finds a bombing raid. He can go Kawanishi bombing raid, cancel out the B29 potential play, but he can also save the Kawanishi's bombing raid combo to deal with the B29. I imagine he may put down the Kawanishi this turn, feeling confident that Kobasnik doesn't have much removal left.
Oh man, this is very, very close. Would be cool to see the hand sizes, the deck sizes.
They were both 4 last turn, so they should both be. They're equal right now.
Okay. King has 3 left and Kobasnik has 4.
Yes.
Okay, thanks for letting us know. So yeah, the big advantage for J King is that last rights in his hand.
I'm not sure what's left in Kobasnik's deck. I think there might be 1, maybe 2 mobilizations. I believe there's 1. He's played 1. I believe there's 1 mobilization left, and I believe there may be 1 or 2 Bolognas. I don't remember how many we've seen. There's a Bologna.
You're calling all the cards today. It's the 3rd time.
Yeah.
You learned
magical
it from the
powers,
championship, huh? Yeah.
I was practicing pronouncing the Polish cards before this, and I may have accidentally cast some sorcery and spells, so I now have magical abilities. If this Super Fort survives, you can Man Nostrum this, hit for 10 and heal for 10. This is potentially
How is he killing it? He cannot kill it. He can play Kawanishi. Bombing rate is 5 damage, but
then your Kawanishi's dead.
Yeah, I mean, that's really a big threat here for J King. He should have removed the Jesko.
This is Super Fort in a non-ramp OCC competitive game. This is magical. This is the true Christmas spirit.
Yeah, this is the biggest Christmas surprise ever seen here.
Kobasnik giving J King the gift of big-ass bombers for Christmas.
That's what I want.
Oh, he's drawing with the kamikazes, doing absolutely nothing to
looking for removal. Finds another Tora, but...
Yeah, he can clear it next turn with Kawanishi, double Tora.
But there's a We Can Do It in Kobasnik's hand.
Oh, you're correct.
He can play We Can Do It and Man Nostrum. Hit face for 10. I think this might be... And there's a second high out. Of course, he got the first high out to choose from
J King cannot kill the Super Flying Fortress.
He can't kill it. He can drop the Kawanishi and try and burst Kobasnik, but Kobasnik is going to be healing quicker than J King can do damage, and he has another Hellcat. Oh my god, I think Kobasnik is taking it with the Super Fortress.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure he is. There's no way J King is stopping the Super Flying Fortress as a 10-10. He can deal 6 damage with double Tora and the Cavendicio on board, but that's it. Naval Operation is not dealing damage to the Super Flying
And he
Fortress.
surrenders the Super Fortress for Kobasnik, knocking out the current world champion. Kobasnik takes the first OCC series and progresses to the semi-finals.
It was really a good line for Kobasnik to go for the Super Flying Fortress. I think only, I don't know, 5% of the players would have done that play there. I think I would have not done it. I would have gone for the nukes maybe. But that Super Flying Fortress, holy moly.
That was incredible. That was beautiful. You know, I'm going to go back and watch that game after this. There is no doubt about it that game is getting a rewatch from me. I think that game, one of the best games we've had in a long time.
Yeah, absolutely crazy one. And Kobasnik really finding the answer to the resistance strategy here, basically beating it out twice to take this win, only losing to the aggro frontline deck. And I think this just shows an extremely good awareness of the tournament meta, right? Understanding that there probably is going to be resistance in this tournament and that he can just not ban it and beat it. And that's absolutely crazy. Man, what a great match.
Yeah.
This deck is so fun to watch, this USA Italy deck. It's a lot of fun to watch. There's so much removal, there's so many things to sort of, you know, there's a lot of active stuff going on, and the random from the DFAs, the high outs, it's all very, you know, very enjoyable to watch.
Yeah, absolutely crazy. Let's take a look at the bracket and how that stands after this. Yeah, there we go. There we can see it. Kobasnik taking J-King out 2-1, taking it to the third game of the series. That means Kobasnik is going to face up against Cappuccino in the semifinals as we say goodbye to J-King from the final Officer Club Championship of the year. Of course, Knight was unable to make it, so that series was not played. And then on the match below that, Killswitch taking out Noen 5, 2-1. The newcomer taking out the fairly consistent qualifier here over the past few months in Noen 5. Absolutely mental seeing Killswitch really finding his stride here in this tournament, making it all the way into the semifinals. Only one win away now from making it into you know, the finals and guaranteeing himself pretty much a money spot. It's absolutely crazy.
I told you, this player is someone to look out for. He knows what he's doing. He knows how to play the game. He plays a lot of ladder games. He streams a lot of his ladder games as well. He plays a lot. I think he's a real threat. And we're getting to a difficult point in these tournaments where I don't know who to root for anymore. I want all of these players to win. I'm like, this guy's great, but that guy's great, and he's lovely. But this guy's so cool. And it sort of reached this point where I want everyone to win, you know.
Well, I mean, we're going to be finding out in this next series who Killswitch's opponent is going to be in the semifinals. Will it be Darkness or will it be Blue Blast? Well, I mean, it's only one way to find out, and that is to have those players play. I believe we can... I believe we're going to jump to a quick break before we break down that series for you guys as we bring on in Admirable, who's going to be joining us to cast that series. So don't go anywhere. We'll be right back right after this.
Christmas time was drawn. chimney tonight. Tonight, he's shimmy down the chimney tonight. And now Santa has a coal black. Don't know how he fit his big ass in that flue. Santa has a coal black suit. At first he wasn't happy, till I told him he looked snappy. Santa's got a coal black suit. When he laughed, he shook like a bowl full of jelly. But you know, a slightly smaller bowl because of the slimming effect. He flew into the night and he said with a shout, Merry Christmas to all and to all. Check me out.
Welcome back to the Officer Club Championship. My name is Ólafur Steinarsson, and with me this time around is Admirable. Admirable, how are you doing? In this holiday spirit, holiday themed background here. Are you getting into the spirit?
Yeah, I wish I had more holiday attire. I was notified that this was the case, but it is freezing cold and it's raining here in California of all places.
Really?
I've never heard of that. Yeah, it's feeling very Iceland, especially right now. It's very very atmospheric into the World Championship feeling that I had when I was there, regardless of what time of day it was or what I was casting. It was dark outside and very cold. But the OCC here, this is the final one of the year. The holiday spirit is definitely in place. We actually had to celebrate our Christmas at home a little bit early because Megan, my wife, and I will be traveling to Arizona soon for some more family stuff that's taking place. So I'm glad
awesome.
I get to be here on this final day that I am going to be at home for December, where I'm casting some cards to end things off here. This is just fantastic. And so far we had a strong first match as well that took place, and now we have another good one coming up here, Ollie. And I have to say, this is just such a fantastic way to be ending the year.
Yeah, I agree. I gotta say, this is like this is a nice way to cap things off, right? We're doing a bunch of giveaways, we're having fun. We all got to meet each other in person, right? I gotta say, it's a little bit weird not being able to like tap you on the shoulder and do this when something happens, right? It's like, this is the stuff you guys don't see, right? And now I have to rely on Admirable noticing, my webcam when I'm like. And he knows, Ollie really wants to yell something into the microphone, right? But,
yeah.
We're back to online. That's still the reality of the situation. There's still a pandemic ongoing, so we can't be together all the time. But we get to cast more, and for that, I am thankful as we head on into the holiday season. What a great way to cap off the work here. But we have in front of us a banger of a series, a throwback to the early days of competitive cards, two players that were pretty much omnipresent in any single tournament finals or kind of top 4, top 8 back in the start of Cards Esports, and that is Darkness and Blue Blast. So let's take a look at their decks here and just get into the action, or like edge ourselves closer to the action, because I just can't wait. Starting with Darkness's deck here, and this is something that is very familiar to what we saw during the World Championship. This is a Soviet Italy control deck, and I've been playing this quite a bit, or playing against this, facing this quite a bit on ladder recently. And man, this deck is just an absolute killer.
This deck absolutely, I think, solidified itself at the World Championship. And to me, it really demonstrated the importance not only of being able to continue to manipulate momentum in a pretty strenuous way. This deck isn't doing anything fantastic in order to really control the board. It's just very consistent in its counter pressure. And I think that at the World Championships, it really showed, it demonstrated its power in the open deckless style formats. When you know exactly how you need to partition all your resources in these matchups, this deck really demonstrates its true strength and its ability to continue to manipulate the momentum consistently throughout the game. So I do think that if you are very knowledgeable about your matchups, this is definitely a deck you could pilot on ladder pretty successfully. However, I will say its true strength is in formats like this one, where it's an open deckless tournament. You get to see what your opponent's cards are in their deck, and you know exactly how to piece out your resources turn by turn exactly. You can map it out the entirety of the way.
Yeah, I think the big thing for me with this deck is, when that Mare Nostrum all of a sudden makes an appearance, and you've been kind of fighting off that pressure, that kind of consistent pressure that you talk about, and you've been fighting it off all game, trying to keep it back, and then the Mare Nostrum hit just swings the game, and you have no chance after that. Darkness bring in another deck with an ally from Italy, and this time it is going to be Germany-Italy, really favoring the control style of the matchup and really favoring, Italy as an ally in that control.
Yeah, I think Italy has shown it just has strong support for particular style of strategies. And again, kind of a nod to the World Championship aspect here, where we saw Darkness piloting these L640s. And this is card you typically see in a more aggressive style of matchup. However, he's really backed up the idea of the retreat strength that the L640 can demonstrate in redeploying those effects that have a deployment on them. And the one that particularly comes to mind for me is going to be the idea of Leopold. The notion that a Leopold can survive for a turn, your opponent can reapply a ton of pressure, and you can put this Leopold back in your hand with an L640 and launch it again. Or, as we saw from Darkness's side of it, just being able to play a couple L640s, buff them up with Nostrums, and actually just murder your opponent in the first couple of turns of the game. A 0 operation cost is a very true strength for a unit.
Yeah, I mean, I was just about to say, right? Like, you're absolutely correct. They can be used in that way, but you know, we saw it during the World Championship. They could also just win a game if you draw 2 of them and 2 Mare Nostrums in the first 4 turns. Your opponent is in trub, to quote my good friend Admirable here. Well, final deck here from Darkness, not veering too far away from what he did bring to the World Championship. That is going to be Japan Resistance. Now, we've already broken this one down a little bit, but are the 61st still in there? No, it looks like he's removed those.
Yeah, and I think rightfully so. I think the 61st were like a pretty meta call from Darkness's perspective, but if you expect your opponents to be also bringing the strategy, unless you really want to ban it away from your opponent, the 61st was strictly a liability in this matchup. And so the Viva la Resistance, it's down to 3 copies. We saw Imperial Decree, we saw J King running 4 of those in the first match. I think that Imperial Decree is a very unusual style of card. It's a pretty much a linchpin style of strategy for a deck like this. You need the extra damage to come from somewhere. However, drawing too many copies of this can be a big liability. So this is a deck that's pretty much just breaking the rules of the game. You're trying to defeat your opponent based purely on attrition and leverage, and you have no intent of finishing your opponent by attacking them or using your own cards, really. It's just strictly by running them out of cards and then watching them bleed dry.
Yeah, I mean, it's exactly the way to say it, right? And that's probably also why, you know, on a viewership scale, this doesn't really get people excited that much, right? Because it does play a very, very different style of game. It doesn't play the board at all. It isn't visual, right? It is mental. It is the long game.
You could speak for yourself on the visual aspect of that one, Ollie. As far as I'm concerned, the real strategy games are the ones where you don't take a turn.
All right, let's swap on over to the decks here from Blue Blast. Blue Blast bringing a familiar sight here with the US Germany mid-range deck, really wanting to get into the front line, get into your face, and take you out fairly quickly. Now, even though this is a fairly mid-range deck, it does get going really, really fast, and as such can be very classified as an aggressive deck.
Yeah, and the thing I really want to highlight about this is because there's not really too many differentials when it comes to this deck and in this strategy, but I want to head over to the Germany side in that 3 credit slot where there is a copy of Blitzkrieg. And in a closed deck list thing, you don't necessarily need to be running a card like this, and you probably can actually get away with running more than 1 copy of it. In an open deck list format, 1 copy of Blitzkrieg can be very concerning to your opponent, where it's just at any point you have 2 units in the front line, suddenly this is a very strong card and it can present a lot of danger. If you have 1 unit in the front line and 1 tank in the back line, your opponent has to be consistently calculating what does an additional 6 damage look like. And so in a closed decklist format, I think 1 copy of a card like this is a very big deal because A, it's giving you access to something like Blitzkrieg. B, you're only running 1 copy, so it's not too big of a liability, just sit in your hand. And then C, your opponent has to be calculating this all the time. And I love this addition from Blue Blast here. I think this is a very important card. This was something that over 8 years of open decklist formats that I've been casting, that something like this can really change the game. Even if it's just from your opponent having to play differently, it can change the game and absolutely win you games. And occasionally you'll just get Blitzkrieged out of the game and, you know, suddenly this card will demonstrate why it can be very powerful. Sometimes just buffing your units with a lot of extra damage is just a great card.
Yeah, I mean, I think that's a great point that you make there. You know, any deviations from the optimal line that you can force your opponent to take in these tournaments can be make or break, right? So, you know, including 1 card to force your opponent to constantly think about it throughout the entire game absolutely could be worth it. Let's take a look at the last deck here from Blue Blast, and that is going to be Britain with a Polish ally, and it's rocking the Commonwealth as well. So it looks like it's going to be healing a whole lot of control here for Blue Blast in this Brit-Poland deck.
Yeah, I mean, Commonwealth obviously stands out here. This was additionally one of my favorite cards as well, if not the favorite card in the game. Just, you know, being able to blast your opponent for 20 sounds fantastic. It's a little bit tougher to get to this spot, but the key strategy really to this deck is truly the plan West. Like, getting legions in play and then buffing them is a very, very scary thing for your opponent if they can't handle these right away. So looking at the way that you're going to operate your intel resources and making sure that you get a couple of legions online very early and making sure that they're still just demonstrating a threat to your opponent is a really linchpin point of this deck. It's making sure that you are not getting overwhelmed and at the same time timing your overwhelming on your opponent. This deck doesn't do a good job of consistently overwhelming your opponent. It does a great job if you can time it properly. And so that's really a big key strategy for this deck, is making sure that you have everything lined up to keep your opponent on the back foot once you start launching that assault.
Yeah, and then if your opponent has been able to keep you down for the duration of the game, those uprising cards are able to bail you out of some sticky situations.
Oh, yeah.
So let's take a look at the final deck. Sorry, I misspoke earlier. That this was the second deck here from Blue Blast, but this here is the final deck. And again, we see Britain represented this time with the Germany main nation. And you just look at the curve there, and you can already see that this is looking to kind of play for some value over time and really play with your opponent and control the pace of the game.
Yeah, this is a particular combination we haven't seen too much of, I would say, in the tournament situation. And one of the key cards I want to look at is going to be the 4-credit slot for Germany. It's going to be the Gestor. I've tried to pronounce this.
Sormstorer?
BF-110. There
Yes.
we go. The BF-110, it's a 4-credit, 0 operation cost 4/4 fighter that says increases operation cost by 1 after each time this unit attacks. This is such an important card to this deck because you're getting 8 damage worth of fighter attacks for a 1 total operation cost. Like, that's a huge deal. You get to play this on 4, you get to attack with it on 5, you get to use 5 credits, and then on 6 you get to use another 5-credit card and attack again for 4. Like, my gosh, what a powerful card that can be. And it sounds like it's not that much. Like, a 4-credit 4/4, how good could that really be? And really the answer is the operation cost. That's something that has truly demonstrated its very vocal tone for cards, is that the operation cost is a different resource line that you have to take account for, and you have to take a very specific account for it. It's extremely important. So when you have a card like this in your deck, it can completely change the way that you're playing offense and playing defense when you're talking about this 5-credit slot that's coming up. And so when I look at this deck, this is a card that I feel like I would be keeping in my hand very often, and I feel like it just completely changes the way that you could play these mid-range strategies from Germany.
Yeah, I agree, and I'm going to be really, really interesting to see this deck. Let's take a look at the bans as they are ready. The players are on standby to jump on into the match. As far as I know, Blue Blast there having his Brit-Poland deck taken away from him, and Darkness not having access to that resistance list. And you got a question. We did talk about this during the World Championship. Some players they might think there are scarier decks in the lineup than that resistance deck, but they'll just get rid of it because of the mental fatigue that it takes sometimes to play against that.
Yeah, also just the lack of knowledge that you could have playing against it as well. Perhaps they've included a key tech card that really changes the way that the lineup is going to work. Something along that nature. But the big key part of it is that so much of that resistance deck is just based on matchup knowledge. If you don't have enough practice against it, it's just really not a deck that you're going to be too happy to face for the first time.
Absolutely. Well, let's get spectator mode all queued up here, and let's see if these players aren't about to jump on into the game. I believe so. Yep, there we go. We are loading into the game right now. Blue Blast taking on Darkness in our second quarterfinal match of today. Who will move on to take on Kill Switch in the semifinals? Well, it's time to find out. So we see both players representing with face cams now. It's almost like we're on LAN.
Yeah. Discount for the global atmospheric presence that we have right now from 3 continents. It feels like it's not quite that far just yet in this matchup, but this is one of the wonderful things I think just about strategy games that are taking place online is that it stretches quite literally across the globe, and it's being demonstrated here in the 12th OCC now that we have this year. KARDS has been running OCCs. This is number what now? I always feel like the number, just see the number of OCCs, and I'm like, oh, it's just so large. It's just a ton of OCCs have taken place.
I think we did like 7 in 2019 and then 12 now. So this should be the 19th OCC.
My goodness, it feels like this is the 19th 32nd infantry I've seen today as well. It's just the way all this works.
It probably is.
Darkness, though, very strong opening against this particular strategy. The US mid-range deck does a great job of pressuring your opponent if they lack any drops early on. But this 2/3 from Darkness's side, it's going to farm a little bit more health total as well. On top of that, it's just a very cheap unit for operating in terms of picking off your opponent's board little piece by piece. And then a first rifles as well to back this up. 83rd Naval Brigade on time on 6. The hammer already in hand, and a Ladechima to get to that end stage. I feel like Darkness has got probably the edge in this one right now.
Yeah, I mean, looking at it early, as you say, just being able to stuff that 845th into the front line there, blocking any type of progress, even if just forcing that Chocolate Boys to trade for 4 damage into it, it's already healing you up more than you would like to give. I'm just wondering, what Darkness wants to do here. I don't think he wants to drop anything like the hammer or well, opting to go for the hammer, just shutting me right up.
Well, I think you're pretty happy to hammer that guy, right? I mean, a 2-3 that's buffing every single infantry unit that's going to stay in play. It just seems like a card I don't want to handle right now. Darkness does have the option to, I'd say, move to the front line and Bloody Sickle this 4-1, but that means your opponent's going to play another unit, and they're going to either end with a 4-3 or another 4-1. Like either way, it's just not really a situation you're wanting to deal with. Blue Blast wants to have this 4-1 as a threat. That means that Darkness now has a 1 credit card that can answer this, and then also cantrips.
Yeah, a little bit interesting. Blue Blast opting to not go for the Panzer 35T there, blitzing it to the front line and dealing damage to face because he knows that it's just a free trade back for the 845th that's going to heal up all the damage as well. So smart move there, just playing 2 seconds and moving it up the 4-1. That does put quite a pressure, forcing the Bloody Sickle to come out. And the Bloody Sickle coming out means that there's no first rifles played this turn.
Yeah, that's true. Darkness, though, I think is pretty happy to take this line, and that is a big draw for Darkness as well. Getting this online, the 329th Engineer Battalion this early, it means that you're going to have a lot of extra health or defense on your headquarters at this point. And this is not something Blue Blast is looking forward to. Like, very quickly, it's shown that Blue Blast cannot overwhelm Darkness in this particular game and is going to have to find a spot where he can consistently hit with some pretty heavy threats at the end of the day.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting what you do here if you are Blue Blast. I mean, you have a few different lines. Nothing feels like great, right? I think the greatest line possibly might just be deploying that Catalina and having it sit on field and kind of leaving the onus of action a little bit on Darkness here. Darkness should not have a way to deal with that in the back line there with just a single infantry unit with 2 attack on the board. So, but also another line going for the Whirlwind and then sacrificing 1 32nd infantry into the 845th there and healing Darkness up for 4 plus 2, so for 6 total.
Yeah, I kind of liked your idea of the Catalina, just the onus of action onto Darkness at that point. It's a card your opponent was really not going to be too happy to have to deal with, and looking at Darkness's hand, it wouldn't have been too good. Of course, Blue Blast can't see that. I did want to highlight the fact that Blue Blast does not have island hopping in this U.S. frontline deck. And that could have been a very important card as this game really continues to pan out here. And so for Blue Blast, I do feel like, despite the fact that this is very early on, that just the amount of disruption that Darkness has had to this game plan is really going to play a big factor in this one. I think that Blue Blast is going to have a very difficult time finding themselves in an advantageous position this game.
Yeah, but at the same time, I mean, I'm looking at the 2 hands here, and Blue Blast, he's got 2 half tracks in hand. And Darkness basically only has infantry guard units that are pretty expensive to deploy, right? So bouncing back the first rifles there, that's 4 credits gone, negated. If Darkness decides to do something like drop the Naval Brigade next turn and take out the Whirlwind, that's going to be that negated as well if that gets sent back. So now having established a few tanks on the field as well, that's fairly damage, looking fairly damage heavy here for Blue Blast early. And remember the Blitzkrieg, right? There's 6 credits next turn. He could move both those tanks up, Blitzkrieg, and deal, an extra 9 damage to face? So
yeah. I mean, Darkness has to account for all those things. 845th is really going to help this baseline strategy if Darkness wants to go to like a double deploy style effect, where first rifles, again, try to guard the board, 845th to threaten this front line, as well as restore defense for Darkness as well. But as this game moves on, really just what I'm seeing here is just all sorts of different opportunities. And again, it's going to be this Engineer Battalion really demonstrating why it's such an important card in a matchup like this, where Blue Blast, anytime he has to attack through a guard unit, that's going to give Darkness 2 extra health. In addition to the fact that you're having to pour units into the guard, you're also getting the benefit of the 329th Engineer Battalion on Darkness's side. So just every single step of the way, it's just a little bit more attrition. And it's where something like island hopping really makes that difference. This is a matchup where it seems kind of crazy, but the difference between a Blitzkrieg and an island hopping is just 2 completely different strategies that are taking place in a matchup like this one. It's pretty crazy to think about.
Absolutely. And I mean, how Blue Blast would wish that he had a "we can do it" in hand right now, because I think what you're tempted to do in this situation is to just continue to kind of go a little bit wide on the board here, and developing. But we're looking at that winter offensive in Darkness's hand coming online in 2 turns time, and that would, as the board stands, absolutely wipe the board here out from Blue Blast, right? It would take out the 845th, right? But it would heal him up for 4 at the same time, right? So not a huge loss there for Darkness.
It's also a possibility with the way this is going. Oh, red banner as well to get drawn. That from Darkness's side, that you might actually get more health out of the 845th than that. You know, being able to attack a 2/2 or a 2/1, and then also dealing this 2/1/4 damage. I think that Darkness has a lot of plans in mind right now, and with a lot of Dechima in hand, with the Winter Offensive, with these 2 heavy utility cards on the Soviet side, I just am really having a tough time seeing where Blue Blast, again, finds a position where they can actually win the game. I'm just having a really tough time. Like Red Devils plus Sherman, I think that's like probably an important factor after a wind offensive, but that's about the only time I'm seeing something where I'm like, yes, Blue Blast has a sick play.
I think there's a world where, he drops Blue Blast drops the Sherman next turn, because with Darkness, of course, we see both hands again, but like Heroes of the Soviet Union, picking up something from that, possibly even grabbing the Cuban Cossacks. Yeah, great pickup there from him, allowing him to get an absolutely free trade, clearing out the entire front line there. Yeah. Fantastic turn from Darkness, and he doesn't even have to drop another guard like the Naval Brigade or anything like that. So, there's the way
Catalina gets a draw here, so this is a big deal now. I mean, I do now see a strong play for Blue Blast. However, this has been one of the strongest plays of the game for Darkness so far. So you have to have something big to answer back here. But the problem is you're answering back. You're not initiating that reactive position from Darkness's side. Like Darkness now next turn gets to use the Cubic Cossacks plus the La Decima. Every single play from Blue Blast has a counter play from Darkness's side. Ollie, how is Blue Blast going to get the advantage? I want to know.
Well, I think he needs to play perfectly around this winter offensive. I think this winter offensive is the make or break right now. I'm looking at jamming the first Marines into the front line, and trying to set up a C-47 Skytrain plus a "we can do it" next turn. That's what I think is like, if you manage to establish that Skytrain, get it out of winter offensive range, then I think Blue Blast has a chance, because he's going to be spawning a lot of those units. He's going to be able to apply that pressure, and he's not going to run out of steam in his deck. So opting to take the line that I think was, if he deploys the Skytrain there, he just runs into a winter offensive. The Catalina is gone. The Skytrain is gone. If Darkness holds the winter offensive here, which he's very likely to do, because that's going to take out both his combat engineers and his second rifles and his 845th, that means that Blue Blast should get a great "we can do it" Skytrain combo off here.
Ollie, I hate to be one of these enthusiastic killers on this one, but this Darkness won. I do not see it from Blue Blast's side. I'm happy to make heavy wagers regarding this topic. Darkness landed a La Decima on a Catalina. He's at 29. He's going to be going way higher than that. He doesn't have to use any of his emergency cards. He's got giant top end involved in the deck.
Plenty of the deck remains, I think.
I think Blue Blast is putting up a fight here, but my gosh, like, unless you can just chain together "we can do it" after "we can do it" on a big board.
This is the danger. I mean, this is the danger here for Blue Blast. You can't play a naked Skytrain into a potential winter offensive, right? I believe the only way Blue Blast wins here is through the Skytrain continuously spawning out units and him continuously pouring out pressure. But this board's just going to get wiped right now.
I very much could. I'm not going to say that I'd be surprised to see Darkness use the winter offensive, but I don't think he has to here. And what we do know about watching Darkness play is that if he doesn't have to do something, he basically is not gonna. He's going to make the plays that he thinks are strong and are going to buy him value. And right now, there's a lot of stuff in play that's going to buy him value.
It is, but if you're staring down a board and the enemy is playing the USA as main nation, he has more than 5 credits and he has 5 units on the board. That is so much health applied to the board via "we can do it" that I would argue that it's really hard to put yourself in a situation where you don't clear at least as many of these threats as you can.
The hammer is certainly providing more options However, it does say ground unit on the hammer. So the Sherman can get taken out, which does protect
Yes. And that's the line that
back
he goes for, right? He takes out as many units as he can. He's only going to be leaving 2 on the board, I believe.
Yeah,
And
that's a big deal.
I would argue, like, this is the same line. It's just another way of thinking about it, right? It's like, he just wants to get as many units off the field as possible because he knows that there is probably a we can do it looming somewhere at this point.
Yeah, it's just very likely. Also you're occupying the front line now, so your opponent can't just chain together a bunch of Shermans and perhaps overwhelm you that way. Darkness, though, it just very patient in the play and very observant of the disrupting lines, and again, demonstrating why the 329th Engineer Battalion can completely change the game. Without that, Darkness would be looking at like 10 less health right now.
Well, we can find out.
4, 5, 6, maybe 6 left.
He's received 8 defense from the 329th Engineering Battalion.
That's just so much for a 1 credit card that also peeled a card away from your opponent. Blue Blast was just used a sudden on this, and so I just, my gosh, so much has been going on here.
Yeah,
I wonder to the front maybe.
No, he already attacked with his Red Devils, so he can't push it to the front line. He could blitz out the Panzer 35T, or he could drop the 22nd Infantry Regiment, but neither feel like an optimal play at this point, right?
Ah, this is pretty clever.
Ooh,
Catalina to the front line is actually really annoying from Darkness's point of view. Like, you see this play take place, and you're like, huh. Well, I don't really have a way to handle this one right away. Pretty unusual.
Yeah, I think it's a pretty kind of good presence of mind there from Blue Blast, understanding that there likely aren't a ton of 1 damage options here from Darkness, and he pulls the trigger, the Winter Offensive, clearing the board.
I think that is one of those spots where you're like, yeah, maybe I do have to do this one. Again, that Catalina to the front line, I think, was a fantastic play from Blue Blast. It's something that's just very nuanced.
Yeah.
Where you're like, wait a second, this deck only has a couple ways to handle 1 additional damage here, and it's quite literally Bloody Sickle. And I think that Darkness had plenty of opportunities to use Bloody Sickle this game, and so this is just a good hand read by Blue Blast.
So now Blue Blast has a very, very interesting potential turn here, right? He can first Marines into the front line, he can Hellcat, and he can Panzer 35T and deliver 2 hits to face. And none of this is going to be sitting in the back line, so the La Decima is not going to be able to take anything out of it. Darkness basically needs to throw out a Naval Brigade or a T-60 to just block the damage from coming in. Choosing to keep back the Hellcat and going for the draw instead, I mean, I think that's also a good play. We've seen how important these Hellcats can be when it comes to delivering damage out of hand.
Indeed. I think Blue Blast's line here is pretty indicative of the game plan right now, which is continue to apply an attack and then find one that sticks to the board with the we can do it. And so from Darkness's side, how do you fight that best? One says, you know what? I'm had it with this card draw. Let's get rid of that.
Yep.
This 2-4 ambush unit, not exactly exciting from Blue Blast's point of view. But can Darkness do more?
Darkness drops the mobile defense, but that's just going to get cleared by the strat bombing that is sitting in Blue Blast's hand right now.
And a Sherman gets drawn.
Yeah, more draw.
Ollie, if there's one more turn like this one, I think that Blue Blast could have the edge.
See? There was a lot of deck left. I mean, but at the same time, Darkness, he hasn't been finding his draws or the cards that he really needs to keep the pressure up.
It's getting close though. I mean, we are coming up to some of the prime turns for Darkness, which is either being able to use the 83rd or being able to T60 Red Banner. A lot of stuff still happening on both sides. It's pretty crazy how much has been happening. And 101st gets drawn.
Oh, that's
so there's
massive.
There's the strategic bombing. Big deal.
Does he attack? Yep, he attacks with the first rifles into the La Decima, clearing the entire backlane. And now, Darkness, he only has 3 cards in hand. Oh, by the sword, finally finding some card draw. Not a moment too late there for Darkness. Naval Brigade finds value, taking out the first Marines there.
God, that card is powerful.
It is.
You read this card, it's like 6 credit, 4/4 guard. How powerful could this be? Well, when it blows up a unit and it has ambush versus a frontline deck, it turns out this card is extremely powerful.
Yeah, and I mean, good news here for Darkness to have 2 of these guards up. Otherwise, that 99th Infantry would have been able to expose his HQ to some damage, but multiple options of play here for Blue Blast. He could 1-0 first and then follow that up with a Panzer 35T to take out that T60. And even, I think, he still has credits to opting to instead go wide and develop with We Can Do It. I like that as well. Not going too wide, leaving himself 5 credits, so he has enough credits to move and attack with that Sherman, should he choose to this turn.
It's not only necessarily that, but also when you end up looking at this, a lot of times against these guard decks, one of the best ways to actually apply pressure is to build a giant line. Instead of trying to mow down that guard unit right away, instead you try to build a big line of attack because your opponent's back line is being completely consumed. So as your opponent fills up their back line and tries to simply fend things off, you end up getting to develop a full front line and a full back line, and then launch 2 forms of assault in back-to-back turns that are very efficient. In this case, we're just seeing Blue Blast have a very big unit. And so Darkness having by the sword here is a major deal.
272nd
gets drawn. Ollie, I can't believe these are just like power turns where both players just throwing out haymaker units turn after turn.
And look at that as well. There's an ISU now in hand for Darkness, right? And he's not in immediate danger. So he is able to manipulate the board if he wants to, getting everything damaged and then drop the ISU for a massive clear.
Yeah, a big benefit of being able to just have the tons of these guard units in play as well, is you can just do these little things turn after turn.
Yeah, like there, I think hitting that, it's purely to set up the ISU, right? If Blue Blast wanted to, he could have basically kept a lot of these units unscathed. But at this point, I think this is a great play from Darkness, just getting in that 1 hit on the Panzer 35T. There's 2 damaged units on the board right now, so even if the trades come in, I'm still going to get a lot of deployment value from my ISU.
Again, though, is that going to be the way that you want to operate this from Blue Blast side, is attacking things? I will say that, KV-1 isn't a unit that I'm really happy to just leave and play for very long, especially not like when it's going to take me a while to actually finish the game. Like this now suddenly becomes a threat where it's like one big unit on Darkness' side can end the game.
So don't you just you could even 101st to take out that T60. And then you can blitz the Hellcat. But you can also do this, right? And the Hellcat is going to be able to take out the KV-1, and you deliver 5 damage. You're going to deliver, what is that, 8 damage to face? And you take it out. Perfect credit usage here.
Straight to the dome, send it back.
Oh, opted to go face instead for the damage.
Wow.
He just threw it back. That was actually huge. Oh my God, double bloody sickle into the ISU. He can clear the entire front line.
Yeah.
What?
Hey, y'all made this card.
That is so huge.
I will say, though, this does take Darkness down to 7, and there is another Hellcat in hand, plus there's a 101st. This is potentially lethal.
That is true. And because he's not killing the combat engineers, that is lethal.
Yeah, that's lethal damage right there. Wow, Blue Blast found it. It was the back-to-back turns of assault.
Wow.
And
man,
my goodness.
See, we talked about the importance of these Hellcats when it comes to damage from the hand. And again, we see it in action. This is why you don't just sacrifice your Hellcats. You keep them until you need them. Exceptional play there from Blue Blast.
Yeah, burn my biscuit. The 109th Combat Engineers played a critical role in finishing this game. It's crazy how important the 1 credit units were in this game, Ollie. The 329th Engineer Battalions giving Darkness just such a buffer. And then the 109th Combat Engineers just that little bit of extra damage turn after turn ends up ending the game. If it wasn't for literally that spot, Darkness gets to Mare Nostrum the ISU and just completely dominate the board.
Yep. Yeah, absolutely crazy. And I mean, if he doesn't have the second Hellcat in hand, there's just so many things that could deny this from Blue Blast. But I gotta say, I feel like Blue Blast played around what was in his hand at any given moment really, really well, right?
just strong play from both sides, honestly. You know, each player recognizing consistently what their plan needs to be. And at the end of the day, it was just Blue Blast having that slight extra turn, being able to use the tempo properly, and not really having a hiccup in their play, I think is the big deal in that one. The consistency of the game plans ended up being a very critical role.
So now we'll be seeing the Germany list coming out of Blue Blast here. And that was what, a Germany-Brit list? Yeah, Germany-Britain.
From Blue Blast side, it was Germany-Britain, which is, again, a bit unusual. And when you look at this list, it's about kind of what you would expect when you see a Germany and a Britain thing side by side. It's going to be a lot of top end that's taking place in this deck. You know, a couple copies of Honey in the early game, a lot of removal that's tacked onto this early game, and then it very quickly starts spiking into big, giant, powerful effects. Seaforth Highlanders, Jag Bomber, Blackwatch, Grenadier Guards, Lend-Lease, Carpet Bombing, Tiger IE, the ME262A Schwalbe, Leopold. Like, I feel like if this deck misses the early game, you just don't get to see this back half of the deck. I mean, you very quickly get to the 5 credit line, and it's just stacked after that.
Oh, but look at this in the hand here from Darkness. Could potentially become a huge factor in this game are these partisans, right? When you're talking about anybody that has these big threats, getting these partisans potentially flipping it over and dealing damage back could be a make or break moment. But already, you know, you're seeing the Blackwatch there. That could really break a hand against the Soviets. They do carry fairly expensive orders and don't, you know, carry a lot of leeway in credit use. You know, the Soviets really want to be effective with their credit use, so Blackwatch exceptionally punishing there.
Darkness choosing to hold on to the 329th, and I'm curious where this ends up playing a critical role. It is possible that this is a card that can kind of, you know, camp in hand for quite a while.
He wants to drop it in conjunction with the mobile defense, because when they die, he heals for 4.
The turn you're playing, the turn that the mobile is going to fade off.
Yes. So basically, you know, his option, he could have an option now. He could mobile defense and combat engineers. And then next turn, at the end of that turn, when those guys die, he would be healing up from that. So I think that does make a lot of sense. He can even keep it back here if he doesn't want to play it now. It looks like that's what he wants to do. And wow, it's good that he did, because there's a sudden strike. Arado, however, is going to find a card here for Blue Blast because of the amount of units on field here from Darkness, and that card is a Carpet Bomb. So Blue Blast sitting pretty with an AoE clear in his hand, ready for turn 7. Utilizing the Sudden Strike onto the 845th, denying the health gain from it taking any sort of damage. But now Darkness has to decide what he wants to do. And he looks like he just wants to operate, right? Yeah, just to trade with these. 4 health is not going to be that important in the long run. He gets to clear the board with these 2 units that he just conjured from thin air.
And from the Aether, 2 tanks appeared.
That's pretty much what happened.
From a mysterious mage, Darkness.
First rifle's coming out. Darkness is in no rush on establishing those combat engineers. He's not flooding the board with any type of unit, so you still laughing at that?
I'm just laughing at the idea. There's just like this mage who's summoning like all these real world things, like in the real world scenario, and I'm like, what is this guy doing? Use the magic spells.
What do you think that happened in the Ural Mountains? It was just a bunch of mages making the T-34s, just chanting. No, it was a lot of hardworking people. Well, let's not detract from them at all. But there we go. The Blackwatch coming out, breaking 3 orders there, taxing Darkness's hand by 6 credits.
Yeah, and I want to say that Blackwatch, it's a very powerful card, and obviously, you know, its deployment effect is what you're really trying to utilize with this card. But it is much less scary when your opponent does not have access to Royal Research. Like, this card just can't suddenly 20 you.
Yeah.
And I see this Blackwatch now, and I'm like, oh, okay, good card. But I no longer see Blackwatch and be like, oh, great. Now I'm going to get 20 by Royal Research.
I feel like it's very situationally dependent, right? I think the Blackwatch, when you are able to have it soak up 2 attacks and prick your enemy's hand, that's when you get a lot of value. If they're able
Yeah.
to really effectively trade it and not take any damage in return, and possibly only have 1 or 2 orders in hand, it can really be a miscard. But I really like it. I think especially in decks that are a little bit slower, you can just win up so much tempo by using that card.
Yeah. The JU-88 will not be lying with a copy of your opponent's unit. Instead, it will be just lying for a day. And Afrika Core here, we're going to see what this provides. We cannot see Blue Blast side of things. And again, this always makes me feel like I need to be secretive. Hornise gets found.
Oh,
that's a pretty big find.
That's a fairly huge find. I mean, we do see that there is a lion for a day. Does that even hit Hornise? Or it's only 3 attack, right?
Hornise is
It's
3/4,
3/4. Yeah. So
It's
no
3/4,
way
and
to deal with it.
It's a very confidant style card. It's going to draw a card every turn and then just deal your opponent damage equal to the credit line cost on that particular card. That's a huge effect that happens for a stationary threat.
Oh, but
copies Ledechima in this matchup?
Let's talk about not having answers.
Unfair. That's basically cheating.
Let's talk about. You remember how we said he didn't have answers? Well, he just found them.
Oh my gosh, that is disgusting.
I think if you're Blue Blast, you just drop the Hornise here.
Well, of course you do, but if you're Darkness, you're just going to drop Ledechimas.
Yep.
This is bad news for Blue Blast. Your deck
hoping.
is supposed to just strictly overwhelm your opponent. And Darkness just immediately, again, conjures up more answers from this mystical mage that's just ethereally summoning these real-world units.
It's giving him a bunch of tanks, a bunch of Italian snipers, you know? It's like, I wonder what that mage would look like.
Well, it would look like this, just very bored with our comedic aspects.
But all right, Blue Blast really taking his time thinking what he wants to do here. I'm really wondering what he is thinking so much about.
Well, I think it's about like your 2-turn play setups here, which are not very strong. It's like, can you carpet bombing to generate tempo? Do you want to use the Hornise now? Like, is it well protected? If Darkness has La Decima, how does that affect your tempo in this situation like this? And so Blue Blast's going to say, I'm going to try to use this Flam Panzer. I'm going to push this Seaforth Highlanders to the front line. And now this kind of delivers a stationary presence from Darkness's back line. And so Blue Blast going for the tempo side of things here. And this does, I think, let you use the credit. The carpet bombings a little bit more powerfully. However, this does open up the ISU. So the question there was La Decima threat or the ISU threat. And he elects to say ISU. There's less copies of that. Yes. And that is correct. Darkness just happens to have both of them in hand. So each option for Blue Blast had counterplay.
But then there is a carpet bomb and through the breach, so that ISU is going to get immediately taken care of. But Darkness now on 10 credits, unlocking that Red Banner Partisans combo.
Also, just the Workers Unite in hand as well. It's pretty rare that this is going to come up, but this could definitely extend the credit line to 13. Seems like not a big deal, but
I think he has 2 of these in his deck.
Yep.
I mean, don't you just drop the La Decima here and then push both units into the front line?
The issue with dropping a La Decima here is that you tell your opponent you have 2. And that could be something you're willing to hold off right now. And just the number of big threats from Blue Blast side is very real. We're looking at Leopold, Schwalbe, Tiger, a threat from Afrika, Grenadier Guards. Like, there are some huge, monstrous units that you can connect with on La Decima's side. Do you need the threat right away? I don't think you do. Like, La Decima's a pretty obnoxious threat. It's not really like a heavy one. And so from Darkness' side, I think it's just, take your chip damage. Don't worry about it. Partition your resources very carefully and make sure that you, again, bleed your opponent dry. That's the whole strategy of this Soviet deck.
Yeah, really, really interesting line here from Darkness, and I think you explained it extremely well. It makes a lot of sense given the cards that he has right now. He does not want to draw. There's not enough units on the board. He doesn't even need the draw. He just wants to get to 12 credits before he even uses those Workers Unite. He's able to deal with anything that is dropped on the board, either with a La Decima or one of his 2 La Decimas that he has in hand, or with a Partisans Red Banner combo. So Darkness having a lot of answers right now and no need to expend any of them when you don't need to.
Yeah. The other thing to think about too is the timing of La Decimas can be very important because of Comet from Blue Blast side. Comet is a pretty much a a stalemate breaker of strategy in this particular kind of matchup, where it will just continue to attack for 4 and attack for 4 and attack for 4. You're not going to win a fatigue battle against a Comet that's actively being able to attack every turn. It's almost impossible given the idea of the strategy. And so from Darkness' point of view, if you can time your opponent's threats to where Comet's really the last thing they have, La Decima stops that. And so it's on top of that, the timing of those threats as well. And so Darkness continuing to take that line, and I love this. Again, just don't do things if you don't have to. You know, everyone, so many times, years ago, I remember a friend of mine, they were playing games and they were going, what do I do? What do I do in this spot? I just didn't answer the question. And then they just hit like this level up moment. I don't have to do anything. And it was like this big swirling ethereal effect happened. And it was like this ascendant play in their strategic aspect. Just, I don't have to do anything. That's like a very difficult part of a matchup to understand. And Darkness has, I think, demonstrated the understanding of that quite beautifully.
Yeah, this is very interesting. Leopold coming out, he did kind of hover over the root out, which would have taken out both of those cards anyway. But the Leopold getting rid of one of these cards, filling up Darkness's hand, forcing him to overdraw here. But La Decima, immediate answer. He could even Partisans Red Banner that if he wanted to. So Leopold, threat, checked.
Can you Partisans Red Banner that? Is there a 12 credit?
No, you can't. That's true. You're absolutely correct. You can't do it. It is.
I learned this the World Championship.
Yes.
I think it was Ali actually that told me this. I think this exact circumstance actually happened inverse between you and I.
Yes, I think so as well. Well, let's just erase this from our minds. I never made a mistake. Everything I say is absolutely always completely correct. This never happened.
That needs to be answered. So JU-88 is very real threat from Darkness's point of view. And this is exactly what Blue Blast is looking for, the timing, again, of these resources and the partitioning of them. Now that Hornisse and the JU-88 are at the same time, there are two major attrition threats from Darkness's point of view. Can you handle both of them properly? It looks like this is going to be a use of Partisans to do something very unusual here, which is going to be to take something, use it, and then put it back into Blue Blast's hand. And I'm seeing a lot of different ways for this to happen right now.
So, is he able to steal the Hornisse?
He's able to generate a copy in his own hand if he wanted to.
Yeah. So, like, by taking the JU...
Oh, Darkness just says, you know what? You want to do that? Let's just overwhelm you instead.
Let's get double Joseph Stalin. You know, it's okay. It's okay.
Yeah. Handle 2 Joseph Stalins, why don't you? And I will say that's a 6 damage launch from the Hornisse that has now happened. And I think that Darkness needs to be a bit concerned. That's a lot of damage. However, Blue Blast really needs to be concerned. I'm looking at 2 Joseph Stalins. That's a lot of damage.
At the same time, the U-boat is able to take one of those out fairly easily, right? And he could...
I don't know if I'd call it easily, but, you know, it's a 9 credit line that you're using.
Yes, but it takes out at least one of the Joseph Stalins, and it discards 2 cards, which already is going to be, you know, a huge boon for you. And if you push up the JU-88, you block that from being taken out by the La Decima, and that's no longer an option. So opting to go instead for the La Decima steal, using it to take out the Joseph Stalin. I hadn't even thought about that. Now there's only 1 left, and he can take care of it next turn with the U-boat. And that T-60 does not have enough damage to take out that Flampanzer in the front line. So there is no access to the back line for Darkness unless he uses up his Joseph Stalin attack onto that Flampanzer. What a great line by Blue.
Well, I think that Darkness was anticipating this because now he's going to Partisans the JU-88. He's going to generate another copy of La Decima. He's going to use the Joseph Stalin to take out this.
And these mages, these shamans, they're creating so many copies of units this game.
Wait a minute. Okay, no, yeah, you do it this way. So now the Joseph Stalin's in the front line. So Darkness, I feel like it just planned this out the whole time where it's like, go ahead and take these copies of it. Go ahead and keep your Hornisse. It's going to hit me, but it's not going to kill me. And so now I have an extra copy of La Decima. Your hand is clogged. There's a Joseph Stalin in the front line. Like, Darkness had this planned out. He knew that this big play from Blue Blast side was going to happen and just said, yeah, go ahead, do this. But now the U-boat is going to take place and get rid of this. The Hornisse is still here at this point. Workers Unite and Lion for a Day get discarded.
Oh, you're okay with that. I mean, Lion for a Day, a little bit painful, but You're okay with that if you're Darkness.
It's just a very unusual spot that's happening here. Like, I'm not quite sure. It's at this point, it's almost impossible to say like what the strongest play was going to be like percentage wise. I mean, these last two turns are turns you could talk about for probably 4 weeks.
That's true. Now the Hornisi is going to get taken out by what will be La Decima number 5 or 4 this game, with only one person running Italy, right? So
both players looking for multiple copies of La Decima.
It's like I think this is probably a first that we will see 5 copies of La Decima this game, given how many have been produced. 1 being duplicated by the Parade, and then 2 being duplicated by the JU88 there.
God, the JU88. This card is so scary. It doesn't feel like it's that big a deal, but my gosh, it just is.
Oh, there's it. There it is. There's the 5th one.
Yeah, King La Decima the 8th.
I mean, think about that for a second, though. That's like 5 on deploy units dead this game so far after these 2 get deployed. That is a lot of on deployment dead units.
I am having a little bit of trouble seeing exactly how Darkness plays this particular spot out, though. Like, what's the best way to handle this in the moment? Because none of your plays are looking super exciting. I think you're just going to La Decima the JU88. I feel like that's the obvious threat here. Yeah. And that just means that Blue Blast gets to cash in the effect of this Grenadier Guards. It's just a big, stinking, honking unit, and it's going to be tough to take out in combat.
Yeah, now a tactical strike off the top there for Blue Blast, allowing him to deal with any of those backline threats. That does deal 4 damage. So he can take out at least 2 of the units on board without any issue whatsoever. Also sitting on a Lend-Lease, so not feeling too bad if he decides to dump his hand in some way or another.
Yeah. This honestly, this is just like, to me, like the classical game of card battle and strategy battle in general, where it's just you're playing a bunch of big stuff. And the big stuff does stuff both when it comes in and when it goes out, and it just keeps happening the entire game. It's just big plays. I love this kind of gameplay.
Yeah, I'm just really sad that the JU88 is gone now. I would have wanted to see more La Decimas.
Oh, interesting. So root out the enemy. So you're setting up your opponent to have to commit to a turn here. So this is a big tempo play from Blue Blast side. You're forcing your opponent to have to commit to a tempo turn where you get to then land a carpet bombing. You don't really have to do that much. And so I have noticed that just turn after turn after turn, Blue Blast has been really centerpiece focused on tempo plays and when can you make them and how can you make them. And every single game so far that I've seen from Blue Blast, this is including, past OCC stuff and past, open tournaments and things like that. Blue Blast just continues to hunt this style of play down. And it seems so important because if your opponent hiccups during turns like this, you get a massive advantage. Sometimes even if your opponent doesn't hiccup, you just have a strong setup for it in a situation like this. And I think that this is really kind of demonstrating to me where you should open your mind if you're trying to improve your play, is looking at plays like Blue Blast. Sometimes he's taking weaker turns so he can deliberately have stronger turns afterwards. And that is something important to be looking for.
I think this is a very interesting turn from Darkness. He has another line from the Naval Brigade. He could partisans the BF-110 and trade that into the Grand Guards, capping them off with the Bloody Sickle, but opting instead to use fewer cards and instead just taking out the Grand Guards. Also a good and viable decision.
Yeah, and after you see the 83rd Naval Brigade there, you're pretty much happy to play the Tiger.
Yeah.
Pretty rare that you're just happy to just jam a Tiger into play in a spot like this, but it's going to be La Decima the 93rd.
The 5th La Decima of the game comes out. And I mean, if you're keeping track of this at this point, you're just like, Jesus Christ, of course there's another La Decima here. Finally, I dropped my Tiger, and then it's just number 5.
Yeah, we see why La Decima costs 8.
You know what? We could do an NBA-style top 5 for the most effective La Decimas this game.
La Decima
number 5!
Like, even Darkness chuckled at that one.
I mean, that's absolutely insane.
He can't hear us. That's just happens to be a very coincidental setup. He did
No,
give us a 4 on Ladecimas, but that Darkness is not realizing that we're counting total Ladecimas
Yep,
this game,
yep.
not just yours, Darkness.
Oh,
But yeah,
there's a hipper.
Ladecimas.
Please, hipper the Ladecima for me, please. I want more of them being played.
Yeah,
this
that's
game.
not going to happen.
No,
I will
they
say that
won't.
Blackwatch here kind of disrupts Darkness's hand by not like a ton, but like quite a bit. You know, you were looking at being able to like Partisans plus KV1 in the same turn if you needed to.
Now I think, don't you just T34 plus Mare Nostrum and just get rid of that Blackwatch and start healing up?
T34 Marty Nostrum does seem very powerful right now, and again, your opponent hasn't done too much. I will say that Blue Blast has drawn quite a number of cards here, so if we can get a card count on the decks, that really provides some perspective to me, because this very much could be a fatigue situation that
Blue Blast has
Darkness
7
is
left.
trying to leverage.
Yeah, Blue Blast has 7 left and Darkness has 13.
Yeah, so that could be a situation that Darkness is looking at the moment, and one of the reasons why he's just being so patient about this and something he had planned out is just the fact that Lend-Lease is something that Blue Blast is very likely going to use at some point in this game. It's kind of tough to just hold Lend-Leases in your hand. He has enough resources in his deck to actively answer every threat that Blue Blast has. It just needs to be showing up on time. And so the idea here is that Darkness, you know, he's getting attrition quite a bit in a spot like this. But if he can last through a situation like this, fatigue is on his side.
Yeah, and that might very well be
either.
I mean, that might very well be in the back of his mind for sure. And I mean, I agree with the play of playing the Jag Bomber there, just delivering that T34 back into hand, negating that credit spent, saying, let's get this off the field. Let's get the Mare Nostrum buff off it. But that is the first Mare Nostrum Darkness plays this game. Am I not correct? I believe so. So
I think that was the second one, actually. I think he played it on a T60 earlier as well.
Okay, yeah. It might have been.
It might have just been the previous game, honestly, at this point. But I felt like he had a 3-5 T60 in the front line at some point. Yeah, he did. It was against the Grenadier Guards.
Yes. Finds another blaze stick. Cool.
Darkness here also choosing to, you know, favor the resource use as well. Gets 2 points out of the KV1. And Blue Blast, I will say, it just feels like Blue Blast is going to have a tough time finding, like, an opening of attack. I think that Darkness may have found the edge in the matchup at this point, which is just quite literally answer every single threat. Like, he knows the deck. He knows what's happening. The only real variable in terms of complete unpredictability is going to be a Freaka Core.
Yeah. I'm wondering if Blue Blast sees value in throwing something back in hand here or establishing the BF 110. That's going to be the question. He knows he doesn't have a whole lot of turns. He only has 5 turns of that KV1 living, you know, left. And then on top of that, you've got fatigue.
KV1's scary.
There we go. Just opting for the trade.
KV1's one of the only units in the game where I happily trade into it. Because, Ollie, you've heard me talk about the game. I hate trading into units.
You do.
I can't stand it. I feel like a complete idiot when I have to attack my opponent's units and they get to attack me. Oh, that's a terrible feeling. But that KV1, no. Drawing cards is my favorite thing to do. I don't care if I can defeat my opponent. I will tend to draw cards instead. And that card punishes me for doing that. Not allowed.
Bloody Sickle taking out the Jag Bomber. Oh, finding another one. So if he wants to, he's able to clear that.
Yeah.
Clear that in the front line as well.
Mobile defense plus the T34, though. This is tempo from Darkness' side.
Yep.
Always love the tempo plays. I will never, ever, ever decline these.
I like this.
Comet. That's a big find. That can be something that can now actually apply pressure. But how on earth does Blue Blast actually find the angle for that?
I mean, he still needs to contend with these 2 mobile defense tanks, but they're going to be gone by the end of next turn. I think what Darkness is looking for here is he's setting up lethal because that's 11 damage. If Blue Blast takes a line here that relies on the Seaforth Highlanders in the front line surviving, Darkness wins the game and delivers lethal in the following turn. So Blue Blast has to find some way of dealing with whatever's on the board, and he has to basically assume that there is some way for Darkness to deal with the Seaforth into the front line. So even you could even see something like the root out come out here. And I would not hate that at all.
Sudden strike works.
Yep. No longer lethal on the board.
And Hipper gonna put this T-34 back in hand. So Blue Blast sees tempo and says, nope, denied. Darkness,
now,
however, I think is
Partisans
just kind of okay with this stuff.
You can Partisans.
Oh,
and that
yeah, you get the
means-
Partisans just swing, and it goes back to your opponent's hand. Oh, that's big.
You just trade it directly. You can trade it directly into the C4th if you want to, and that gets rid of the guard in the front line. And now he has 10 damage from hand over the next turns if he needs to. But the Gren guards, that's going to put a little bit of a dampener on things when they come out. But surely
also-
Darkness has more options in his deck to deal with that.
Yeah, it's opened up the comment line as well here for Blue Blast, and I'm glad he recognized this because his deck count is getting quite low. And so Darkness, when he sees this comment hit, honestly kind of thankful, I guess, that this has happened so late. That, you know, Darkness, I think, has played the defense line pretty well so far. But there is now one more final task, which is get through this 5-9, and then he knows that there's still a Schwalbe left in the deck. Now, Schwalbe is just a 7-5 fighter at this point. There's not really any air units that, you know, Darkness is looking at.
I like this. He's going to Bloody Sickle this. I doubt that he's going to hammer this, but I would expect us to see a mobile defense and that T60 come out this turn. That means that next turn, whatever Blue Blast does, he's able to bring up one of those mobile defense tanks, hit the Grand Guards, kill it with the hammer, and then hopefully finish up the game, or at least open up the opportunity to finish off the game.
I
Blue
notice Darkness here
say-
floated 4 credits, and this is a very important line here. You talked about root out the enemy. Darkness is accounted for that here, and I just want to point out that very fantastic deck tracking here from Darkness's side. If you play the T60 here as well, root out the enemy now shuts down all of your guard units, and I think it's very important to partition these resources in the exact order that Darkness did. Stop the comet for this turn. If your opponent uses root out here, it doesn't matter. These are going to die anyway, and then you T60 afterwards. Great play.
Absolutely. It's going to be really interesting to see what Blue Blast chooses to do here. He is not able to use that Lend-Lease. There are only 3 cards left in his deck.
I think it's Schwalbe time.
Develop threats. That might make sense.
At this point, it's play big stuff and move this 5-8 forward, I think.
Going for the root out. That gets rid of both of those tanks. But do you see what it does? It has put his Gren guards into hammer range. So Darkness is able to just single hammer that and deliver 4 damage to face if he so chooses.
He could also hammer and just take out the Schwalbe as well with the other T-34. Which I think is the play. Well, the Schwalbe is 7-5. I don't want that thing to hit.
Yeah, you're also winning on the fatigue war. You have the card advantage, so that might be a safer play. You are absolutely correct on that.
7-5, 7 damage? Darkness is going to go for the aggression line here, though. And this does require Blue Blast to answer back immediately. So here's the difference in answering the Schwalbe versus the attack to face. If you've tracked your opponent's deck perfectly, you know exactly what's left and go, wait a minute, this 7-5 needs to attack my 5-5 instead. And remember I said I hate attacking my opponent's units? Darkness does too, apparently. And I love that.
I think that was, like you said, it's a good recognition of what has yet to be played in this match. And now, Blue Blast, in order to avoid lethal, has to trade with the Schwalbe into the backline. But now there are no tanks left on the board here for Darkness. He does, however, have a draw, a little bit of ramp, and a guard unit.
So Comet gets to strike for 4 more. Darkness down to 13, but has a T16 hand already prepared for this.
Oh, track facts.
Oh my gosh. That's game.
Yep.
Yeah. That's just a huge draw. Darkness. I just have to say, honestly, this is pretty well played from both angles. I think Blue Blast had like a couple of small technical mistakes here that you could really, hash out and dig into a little bit here. But ultimately speaking, I think the Darkness kind of just demonstrating that Soviet has the advantage in this matchup, especially if you're playing it this well. Darkness just absolutely a fantastic style of play in this one, understanding of the matchup, and not really a fantastic draw on either side. It's just pretty strong stuff happening. And Darkness really demonstrating, where tempo plays its aspect in these control matchups, that you do still have to be battling to control the momentum rather than just control your opponent's threats.
Yeah, exceptional play on both sides, and another series we get to take to the third match. And I feel like we're seeing more and more of that. We're seeing more and more of these just absolutely nail biters of a game. And this was a back and forth, much like the first game. But in the end, Darkness just managed to remain cool, calm, and collected and take the win. So I'm going to be really interested to see how Darkness's Germany-Italy control deck then faces off against the same deck. If we're going to be seeing something similar in terms of the lines he chooses to take versus this deck, or if he wants to be a little bit more decisive with the Germans, which I feel like, in the deck type, the Germans have a little bit more proactivity. The deck forces you to take a few more actions with your units than the Soviet ones. The Soviet ones are really reactionary. They really like to sit back, just guard up, force your opponent to trade. So super excited to see this Germany versus Germany deck here, but very different ideas and strategies coming into this game.
Yeah, so now we're into game 3 of this match. It feels like we've been here for about 17 games so far, given the styles of play that we have been seeing. But here we are, the final match, or the final game in this match here, and Darkness is going to be on the Germany-Italy deck now. And again, very rare that this deck is going to have an aggressive aspect to it. We did see that unlocked at the World Championships. It was an extremely specific draw that took place. But for this matchup right now, I'm trying to just pretty quickly piece together like removal aspect of this one, and I don't think that either player has like an inevitability kind of edge to it. I do think that from Blue Blast's perspective that there is a bit of an edge just because he has heavier threats. However, the La Decimas have demonstrated the importance in this matchup.
I'm also just looking at the Black Watches in hand. If you are able to deploy those back to back and your opponent is holding any amount of orders, and you know that Darkness at least has one order in his hand right now, you absolutely brick that into the late game. So I'm looking at that as kind of an early potential lead here from Blue Blast. Running into the envelope, however, not what he was looking for.
Yep, as the Errado stare down begins. Does Darkness want to get a 2-4 online? Indeed. Says, I can figure out how to use this Enigma at any other point in the game. And 3 of the biggest threats in the deck getting found right away from Darkness's point of view. So Comet gets found, an inevitability threat. Tiger gets found, a very demanding threat. And Leopold gets found, a very tempo threat. So which of these is Darkness going to favor? Because each of these is going to require a very specific game plan. He's going to favor Leopold. I think Leopold just generically has the stronger one. It's just get to 10 credits, play this, and watch it happen. And so from Blue Blast's point of view, how quickly do you start battling for disruption versus attrition? He's going to favor the disruption at this point. Frankly, I agree. And now Darkness has the first real opportunity of the game, I'd say, to make a big choice. Do you simply develop a tempo-heavy threat, or do you try to disrupt your opponent's frontline presence? Favoring the 5-5. Play your biggest unit, and then strike your opponents into the most valuable striking spot. Blue Blast now gonna continue to favor the disruption, and if it worked last turn, it means it works this turn. And my gosh, that hand from Darkness now costs 100 million credits. And frankly, I don't think that there's any company who's giving you that big of a credit line at the moment. And so Marty Nostrum here providing a tempo threat. Very unusual. Mostly it's momentum. And now Blue Blast, I think, is going to have a bit of a difficult time answering this properly. Everything is just a tick off of being able to be done effectively in a situation like this. So let's go hunting for a new threat. And again, when I can't see them, I feel like I have to be very secretive.
Yes, we're whispering
here.
Whisper, whisper.
So Hipper, I feel like, is probably the answer here. Although, is it? This has been some pretty big plays here, Ollie. The back-to-back Blackwatch here has really made this hand from Darkness just look a lot more ridiculous than it actually is.
Yeah, I mean, just look at those credit totals. It does not feel good to spend 7 credits on the first stage of research. It just doesn't. And that's just a fact.
I will say, if your opponent's not threatening you, though, it doesn't feel that bad. The problem is just that his hand is full. Like, none of this looks appealing.
I'm wondering if you...
Like, I'm curious if Arado's getting played here just as like I got to get stuff out of my hands sort of situation.
It might be. It might very well get played in that way. I'm also just looking at, like, what if you just early Mare Nostrum? Yeah, and hit for 3.
This is the second early Mare Nostrum, mind you.
Okay. Yeah.
Yeah, because it was used on the FW190 for just strictly an answer. Like, it was just a hit on a Blackwatch. Ollie flexed really big at Worlds, knowing the full extent of the name of the FW190.
Yeah, fucking wolf.
I did not know that.
I didn't know that either until we did like a fun little event where everybody brought German decks, and at that point I learned. So I have to thank the German cards community for always keeping me on my toes in regards to pronunciations and constantly learning more. But we're in an extremely interesting situation there, and just look at those 2 8-credit Lion for a Day. Man, that feels bad. I wonder if we're just going to see an 8-credit Lion for a Day come out here, if he's going to develop the research and opt to hit with the Panzer.
You got to keep your hand tracked, right? So, I mean, right now, the hand size for Darkness is really the issue here. So I think you have to just expend.
I also
call
like
it a day at that point. And I do think that you attack. But I'm sorry, you do think you want to attack, but it's just not necessarily like an important thing. Like, neither player is really threatening in terms of, damage at this point. It's going to be like the momentum line and where do those things take place. Both players have Leopold in hand. The Leopold standoff is something that players we've noticed tend to always avoid. But now Blue Blast, JU88 plus Seaforth Highlanders plus the momentum advantage plus the credit advantage given Darkness's hand from 2 Blackwatches here. This is a problem.
You just Lion for a Day again. Oh no!
I mean, it destroys the air units. I mean,
yeah. I didn't even see the Swalbe in hand there.
Swalbe?
Swalbe?
You're hitting the A at the end of this one. I think I needed Spooz to confirm the pronunciation on this for me.
Schwalbe.
No, it's Schwalbe.
Schwalbe.
You really pronounce the E at the end, yeah. Schwalbe.
Yeah.
Thank you, Spooz. We appreciate it.
Our very own German tutor, just waiting on the sidelines, nodding his head and laughing at us every time we either do good or do bad.
So next up is Zerstörer, the BF 110. So I had some fun with bubbles.
Back to the bench, Spooz. All right,
I really had some fun with bubbles. Trying to teach him this word. He cannot. Even after 20 tries, he cannot pronounce it correctly. It's really funny for a German guy.
All right, the Schwalbe there taking out 2 units. I wonder if we're going to see a counter Schwalbe. Wouldn't that be a sight for sore eyes? Hovering the Leopold though, just going for it.
Yeah, that kind of takes out the Schwalbe.
He calculated it correct because it sends the front line back into hand first. So he both negates the Mare Nostrum and just kills the Schwalbe and puts the entire onus on Darkness to deal with that Leopold.
All right,
and I mean,
so
of course, he's got a line for the day, but
2 things here. Number 1, if Darkness uses his own Leopold, he does take out the opposing Leopold, I believe, because it goes in order of board entry is what goes back to your hand. It could be random. I'm not entirely sure. I believe its order of entry is the way it gets sent back to hand. However, that does give your opponent the 3rd Blackwatch this game. So
that is true.
That may be something you don't want to have happen right now. I mean, your cards already cost like 163 million. 163 million and 2 is probably unusable at this point.
Nashib, Lion for a Day, and then getting 2 credits back, not using it this turn, right? Could have done some L640 shenanigans, but saving that probably for the Leopold drop. Now Blue Blast dropping his own Nashib, using that to pick up 2 extra credits through that Flampanzer. Now the question is, what is he going to develop with more? It's going to be the Grand Guards.
Oh my.
And pushing the Blackwatch.
Did Darkness calculate this properly? So if this goes back to hand in order of entry, that Grenadier Guardians gets taken out from a Leopold
perspective. And that would be massive. Like if you get to eliminate a 5-9, like actually remove it from the game presence, in addition to get the tempo that you can get from this Leopold, that is a huge deal. And so the question on my side is, if Darkness didn't use Leopold last turn, and he doesn't use the Leopold this turn, when on earth is he going to use the Leopold?
I mean, I think in a lot of games, you might get tempted to bait your opponent into developing more before you drop the Leopold. I'm not sure Blue Blast is going to fall into that trap. He might deploy, the C4 Highlanders, or if he draws a nice card next turn, but I think he's going to spend most of his turn just focused on operating. That Bologna Regiment does, however, change things potentially a little bit. And if you're Darkness, you do not proc the From the Deep there. Yeah, you do not want to kill a unit when it gets deployed. You want Blue Blast to deploy units, and you want them to stick to the board because you want to send more units back to hand whenever you drop that Leopold.
It's like almost like an inverse bluff as well, where it's like your opponent knows From the Deep is there.
Yeah.
So obviously they're going to take the frontline development here. Tactical strike takes place.
I also just ask, has Darkness now hid the fact that he has Leopold in hand effectively? Right? If you're Blue Blast and you haven't seen it come out for either of these turns, what do you think?
Strikes for 2. Down to 27 is Darkness, under major threat potential right now. Darkness has pretty much answered to everything, and honestly, I don't really think is worried about too much. Again, like these big units, they're not nearly as scary when your opponent doesn't have a way to actually buff them. They're just value threats. Like everything in this matchup is just a value threat, it feels like.
Yeah, I mean, he can take multiple turns here. He can survive for 3 turns with all of these units in the front line hitting him. No more, because that C4 is only going to deal 1 damage. So that's only 7 damage per turn as the board stands right now. So not a ton of threat in terms of damage to HQ here.
So it was the Black Watch. That's what Darkness is trying to avoid. He didn't want the Black Watch to go back to hand. Okay. So that I think it demonstrated the entire purpose of what Darkness was thinking about. Is I really cannot afford to have these credit lines like bolstered even more, or otherwise I'll just literally never get to use these cards.
Yeah, now the tactical strike coming out. That's going to be a good answer for the Leopold. Was waiting in hand there from Blue Blast.
The poor Leopold.
No tennis this game. Blue Blast opting to drop a C4 and the Grand Guards. A whole lot of HP protecting that HQ right now.
So the small little technical thing here is that Blue Blast knows that From the Deep is in Darkness's deck. I think that since the Noshub is just really not providing an aspect right now, that holding that in order to check for From the Deep is always a real thing. Because you also open up the Flampanzer from Darkness's side. So that's really like the first play here I feel like I can find on Blue Blast side that I would deliver a technical strike against. Because so far this game, just not a lot of super interesting things have been happening. It's pretty much just straightforward standard things. The Leopold bounce back and forth was pretty interesting. The Schwalbe hit versus the Schwalbe hit potential was very interesting. Spooz coming in to give us a very educational pronunciation on these topics. That was very interesting. But so far, there really has not been a ton going on. It's just been a back and forth play style that's been happening here. So that's why I'm digging into that little technical play on Blue Blast side. Is just there just frankly has not been too much to discuss in this game so far. So now Darkness, I think, has opened up again to his first real line in quite a while. And both times now, it has just been the FW190 getting played in both times he's had a play worth considering. It's just been like a 5/5 draw card has just been the best thing.
Yeah.
And that means that the Schwalbe's open now.
They are open, and I expect we're going to see one of them come out. There are 2 in hand for Blue Blast, mind you, and that is a very, very scary prospect. Once you couple in the Grand Guards in the front line there, also threatening the HQ. However, U-boat potentially next turn here from Darkness could also develop all the way into the Urine Project, although that is likely to take too much time given the current board state.
Yeah, and honestly, the fact that's a big one. That is a huge draw.
Massive draw.
So the fact that Blue Blast did not play one of these Schwalbes earlier when Darkness had one, and it said the Leopold got played, that really concealed the idea that Schwalbe was even in hand from Blue Blast. And so the FW190 was just almost purely a liability at play at this point, but Darkness had very little aspect, I think, of predicting that, unless Blue Blast had drawn that in the last couple of turns. So I
Yeah.
agree with the line from Darkness on the previous turn, but you know, kind of looking at it from our top-down perspective, it does look like it was just kind of a not a good spot. But Darkness had no idea that was in hand. In fact, had reason to believe that it was not. So I think it's just good concealing of the hand from Blue Blast there.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm very interested to see what Darkness chooses to do this turn. There are some opting to develop all the way to the Urine Project, opting to just take 12 damage this turn. That's
well,
huge.
I think it's the taking 12 is correct here. The thing I'm concerned about is the From the Deep, in addition to when you have a Urine Project here. Why would you From the Deep if you have a Urine Project?
That's true. I mean, is there anything with Blitz
Comet?
that could potentially, Comet.
Oh, that's exactly what. Actually, Darkness this is a genius play. You have to dig deep to find this. So there's no reason for Blue Blast to play a unit unless it's Comet. So there is no reason for him to check for this From the Deep unless it's Comet. That is actually extremely 5-head. That's like one of the smartest plays I've ever seen in cards.
6-head. Yes.
That is such a deep line of play. Like the fact that I was able to discuss for hours upon hours strategy with Darkness of the World Championship, that I've seen him play tournament after tournament, that I went back and watched quite literally almost every single VOD that exists in cards so that I could be prepared for the World Championship. It's just such a smart play. Oh my gosh, I can't emphasize that enough.
That's an awesome play. Unfortunate to overdraw the Admirable Hipper there and not something more impactful. Or less impactful, rather, would have been a great card to have. But that Ledechima is still sitting in hand, and it's just waiting for that Tiger. And we saw the Ledechima take out the Tiger last game, and I wonder if Blue Blast is really, really conscious about playing around the Ledechimas this game to avoid exactly that.
So the one problem with the play that Darkness has here is that he just ends up taking a lot of damage. And so he does have to find another way to get this Comet taken care of, which is very difficult from his perspective. But From the Deep, that was really the turn to make it happen. And it didn't come up. So that means that Darkness has to find a much different way to handle this now, because every single threat is a real one. Every even life total is pretty much a breakpoint for Comet. And when you're at 9, that means it takes 3 strikes to take you down, versus if you're at 8, it takes 2. So every single point of damage is a big deal. How can Darkness take advantage of that?
And now finding the other Ledechima gives him enough confidence to play the first one. Now Blue Blast might rush out the Tiger, seeing the Ledechima already come out. But no, he finds another BF 110, so he's able to establish threats that are likely to draw out a Ledechima that are not the Tiger now. So probably opting to do that instead. From the Deep gets procced. Seaforth Highlanders are found with that. Good value from Darkness, but he would have wanted to see either the JU-88, something like the Tiger, something like a slightly higher value unit get taken out with that.
Yeah. From Blue Blast's perspective, I think the JU-88 is probably the biggest threat, just simply because it's actually threatening attrition from Darkness' side, and Darkness, I don't think, is equipped to handle attrition very well at the moment. And so Blue Blast developing the JU-88 Tactical Strike is not a huge play at the moment. How does Darkness take advantage of this? You know, the other side of things, I keep always emphasize the Leopold when I talk about the L640, but Ledechima is a pretty active use of the L640. Just
So
how do you get there from here?
I have a play in mind. I mean, he could use the L640 this turn to get it back. If he uses the Tactical Strike on the front line, trades into it with the Ledechima, then runs the L640 into the GU, but then he's giving Blue Blast an L640. I think, what if you root out and Tac Strike?
Well, I think that it's just difficult to do. Like, can Blue Blast answer the Ledechima here is really the question I'm having.
He's got a Tiger and another Swalba in hand.
Yeah, this could be an issue here.
They are
So
huge
now,
threats, and the
root out-
Ledechimas are done.
Root out is 100% on Blue Blast's mind.
Oh yeah, of course. It takes out both of those units.
And that pretty much strands the answers to Tiger at this point.
I mean, Darkness did have a line last turn where he could take care of that backline without dropping a Ledechima. And now he has no answer to that Tiger, and he has to figure out a way to basically block it turn after turn after turn. Good news
It's
is
possible. It's just very difficult.
exactly.
It's extremely difficult. Oh gosh, Darkness is in trub.
Because the thing is, the root out would have dropped the GU down to 4 HP and put it into range for it to get taken out by the tactical strike. It would have put the honey down to 1 HP, so the Ledechima would also have been able to trade with the honey. And you would have still had a Ledechima in hand to deal with a Tiger that you know is going to be coming. The Jag Bomber found, though, that is an option to delay this by at least 1 turn by throwing it back into hand. But is that going to be enough? Oh, he can do that multiple times with the L640.
Yes.
So that's the thing now is Darkness now has found a tempo line, which is very important.
Yeah, if
you get to turn after turn, you could strike with the Jag Bomber and then also put the Tiger back in hand. So if Blue Blast continues to commit to this Tiger line, things can go awry. However, you are looking at a Schwalbe in hand, a second Schwalbe.
Yes,
like
you
that,
are.
A 7-5 that blows up your opponent's 5-4 sounds like a great play to me. I don't really need to hear too much else about the board.
That's true. That is a great point. And with that taken out, if it gets taken out,
he says 2 plays are better than 1.
Oh my God. This is so cool.
How does Darkness actually handle this, though? Because in terms of the race itself, you're not necessarily favored from Darkness's perspective.
It's 4. Yep.
Tactical strike.
Tactical strike that. Then you L640 out.
You can attack with the Jag Bomber.
Yep. L640 out.
5 damage dealt. So now Darkness is
into
connected, and he's connected in an uncontested way.
And this is perfect. This is perfect. This throws it back into hand, and he has exactly enough credits to redeploy it and throw the Tiger back into Blue Blast's hand. He's playing tennis with himself using
Comet
Blue Blast
gets found.
cards.
Oh my. Comet getting found is a big deal. And Blue Blast says, I've had enough of this. We're going to take out this Jag Bomber. And Darkness favored the 2-4 in hand to look for cards more than he favored having the 2-4 in play. He finds a Tiger. However, the Tiger is not strong enough to protect him this turn unless he's dropping Tiger plus the 35th. And if that's the play, is there an answer from Blue Blast side to end this game?
He at least has an answer to deal 4 damage. Not an answer to end the game, it looks like, at the moment.
Oh boy, this is getting intense. This suddenly turned into a major board tension from both sides.
So if you are Darkness, if he takes the Schwalbe and trades it into the Bologna Regiment, that leaves it on 2 HP. That's enough to take it out using the root out. So we might see a Tiger v Tiger situation come up here. But with the HQ exposed, that opens it up for the Comet. Oof, this is a tough situation.
Well, that same thing occurs on Blue Blast side as well. So let's say Blue Blast decides to strike the Bologna with the Schwalbe. That leaves a 7/7 Tiger in play. Let's say that Darkness wants to answer back by using root out and moving forward and striking. So if the move forward and strike happens, what that means is that Blue Blast is now in a situation where he is having to clear up the board because suddenly Comet strikes favor Darkness's race.
Yeah.
So if you strike here with the Schwalbe, it actually can be a liability, and that's exactly why he moves it forward, and Comet does get drawn from Darkness. So Blue Blast's tempo play of moving forward the Schwalbe here is actually just straight up pure gas. Like this play,
wow.
the players are playing so strong in terms of the macro lines of play and the understanding of how the tempo strategies are going to work, that they're both making these incredibly strong plays that are difficult to read into, but when you read into them, they just make so much sense. And Darkness here is now hit with this very awkward circumstance where he knows that Comet is still a major threat on his side. He has to answer the Schwalbe, but it really is difficult to do with any aspect of his board right now.
Yeah, this is definitely a tough one. And root out looks to come out here. He did it in the wrong order.
Correct!
He did it in the wrong order!
Correct!
Darkness makes an almost unheard of mistake.
He's got a comment.
Out.
He needs to comment.
He has to trade in the Comet, but he's just not even developing. Just drops the Panzer III.
This is a disaster.
What did I just witness?
What you witnessed is a technical misplay that is very common for top-level players.
You can see it.
In his head, he had determined strike with this and use the root out. And just, you've been thinking so deep into everything that you just simply misclick your order. This is a very common play mistake that I have struggled with for decades. You make the play in your head, and then when you go to actually execute it, you just do it in the wrong order.
And now Blue Blast, he has a choice to make. How is he going to make the most use of this mistake? How is he going to use this to clutch the win, to secure himself a spot in the semifinals?
Carpet
He
bombing
drops
through
the
the breach.
carpet bomb through the breach. That takes the Bologna Regiment out.
You get 6 damage.
And now only 3 damage, and there's a Comet in hand. It doesn't matter pretty much how Darkness deals with this state on the board. The Comet will end it next turn. There is nothing Darkness can do or say about the fact that the Comet will take the victory. Blue Blast will defeat Darkness in the quarterfinals 2-1 after a very, very rare mistake from Darkness in an extremely close situation.
Yeah, I'm gonna be pedantic here. It's not even a mistake, it's just an error.
It is.
His play was not a mistake, honestly. His play was spot on. It's just an error. You just clicked it in the wrong order. He knew exactly what he was trying to do. Strike the unit, root out, get the Tiger in the front line. Strongest play he had. Literally, it's an error, not a mistake. His play was, again, it was spot. It's being super semantic and pedantic here on this one. It's just an error. Sucks to see. I mean, it's a grueling battle, and this is part of one of the reasons why we talk about the mental fatigue and it actually being a real thing. Is it's rare you see it occur, but when you see it occur, it's very, very real. And in this spot, it's just in a very high stakes position for Darkness' side, and just honestly, I mean, what can I say? You saw the result.
Yeah, I mean, and we can't discount pressure either, right? I mean, pressure, mental fatigue. Darkness was playing deep into the tournament yesterday, the invitational tournament that went all the way to midnight. So might be, low on sleep, might be a little bit fatigued on taking these tournaments back to back. And, you just need that split second lack of concentration to accidentally do it in the wrong order. So unfortunate.
It's just an excellent way to say it. But I do want to turn the attention now over to the winner of the match on Blue Blast side.
Yeah.
Who I think demonstrated again. I could hash into technical play a little bit from Blue Blast side, but I'm just not going to go into it that much because it's just a lot of it's negligible. The tempo plays and the understanding of the tempo from Blue Blast perspective, I think, is really demonstrating another aspect of KARDS which hasn't been fully tapped into. We saw at Worlds with Viabator demonstrating the importance of combo decks. We saw the technical play and matchup knowledge really demonstrated from J King and Darkness' side. We saw Bison just being able to demonstrate fundamental play being very important, and Blue Blast now really digging into the tempo side of things and demonstrating that as well. And to me, it's very unusual that you're seeing all of these aspects start to creep into the tournament scene almost simultaneously as I'm seeing this. And honestly, it's really weird. I'm getting goosebumps about this. You can tell how giant of a nerd I am. I'm getting goosebumps from thinking about this because it's so rare that you get to see all of these aspects competing simultaneously in such a short period of time. And we're actually seeing that. And especially in a tournament scene that's like this, it's just beginning to develop and really spurn as it continues to grow and to flourish. This is exciting. This is awesome. And this is exactly what I want to see from a tournament scene.
Yeah, I am extremely excited, and this has also just been a fantastic set of matches. Let's bring up the bracket here and take a look at what is in store for us the rest of today, because we still have some action yet to come, and that is going to be Kolbasnik taking on Cappuccino in the upper side of the bracket, Killswitch taking on Blue Blast there in the lower side of the bracket, and all of our quarterfinal series going to 3 matches, going down to the wire. It shows that these players are extremely well matched, and they are bringing decks that can really fight on the battlefield. So what will the semifinals keep in store for us? I'm just extremely excited. I mean, we have Killswitch there. We haven't seen him before at this level of tournament, but now we get to see him take on Blue Blast, which I think, Bubbles touched upon this a little bit earlier. I think is one of, the more entertaining players that we have in cards, just the way that he likes to find the lines to play, right? He creates good content, right? And you're seeing him against Killswitch, who is kind of an unknown quantity for us, the casters in the tournament scene, because we haven't been able to cast a lot of the stuff. He is, however, an extremely consistent high-level player. So what is that series going to hold? I have no clue. Then you got Kolbasnik, and I believe he also went extremely deep in the tournament yesterday. Kolbasnik taking on Cappuccino there from China, which should be an absolute banger as well. I'm just... I feel privileged that we get to see all these awesome matches here.
Yeah, I feel privileged that I get to have this very hyper luxury weird line of career choice with casting card games, but I'm glad that I took 20 years to pursue this, where I was broke for about 15 of those years and really relying on winning tournaments locally to try to fund my ability to eat food and pay rent. But here I am now, sitting at home, casting cards with Ollie wearing a Christmas hat and Spooz and Bubbles ready to come onto the desk.
Yeah, all right. Well, with that, let's bring on Spooz and Bubbles, and let's get this show on the road for the semifinals here. Yeah. All right, welcome back, Spooz and Bubbles. Good to have you back. It was an amazing series that we just witnessed, but we are going to turn our attention to the semi-finals. And there, I believe we're going to be starting at the upper side of the bracket with Kolbasnik versus Cappuccino. So talking about this matchup, what are you excited for, starting with you, Bubbles? Unmute.
There we go. Sorry about that. You sit there for a long time watching the game on mute, and then you're like, I'm ready to go. Let's do this. Then you're like, what have I missed? I've missed something. I'm really excited to see this USA-Italy mid-range deck again from Kolbasnik. I think this deck is really entertaining, and I'm super excited to see that. And I'm super excited to see how Cappuccino tries to deal with this new deck now that they've had some time to go over it, because they would have seen this on stream and they would have had some time to react. Obviously, they would have seen the deck lists before, but now they got to see it in action. So I'm very excited to see what Cappuccino does to try and handle this. And I think it's going to be a really interesting series. What about you, Spooz?
I'm looking forward to see that fast Heinz deck in action again from Kolbasnik, honestly. It was very popular months ago, and it's really cool to see this deck again and to see the power of this deck, how it suddenly can just overwhelm your opponent. And then, I want to see Cappuccino in action. They're also bringing some really, really interesting decks, like a German Italy discard deck with double Wolfpack and Annihilation, but we might take a look at this in a few minutes. And then the Brit-Poland Legions deck. And I want to see these decks and want to see how good they are against Kolbasnik's decks. And pretty excited for the next series here. We just had a very exciting series with Blue versus Darkness, 3 games, very intense and very long matches. And I hope we can just continue with this.
Yeah, I think let's just jump on into the decks here, starting with Kolbasnik, and let's just go through these fairly quickly. It's not too long ago that we went through Kolbasnik's decks, starting off with this USA-Italy deck, and you talked a little bit about this one, Bubbles, earlier. Give us a really quick recap of this one.
I mean, it's mid-range. People that have played a lot of card games will know what mid-range is. We've not had too much of it in cards. It's got some nice ways of dealing with aggressive decks with healing and guards, and then versus these slower decks, it's got cards like California, We Can Do It, and Decima and Mass Deployment to close out the game against slower decks. So it's sort of it's a jack of all trades, a bit of a Swiss Army knife of decks. I think it's pretty cool.
All right, and the next deck up here for Kolbasnik is going to be his Germany US deck. That is a fast Heinz deck, and we did see that played to good effect here in the first matchup of the day against J King. So the fast Heinz deck, for those that are unfamiliar, Spooz, tell us a little bit about what does this deck try to do?
Yeah, I mean, one of the key cards in the deck is the card that is deck is also named after, the Fast Heinz, which is giving all German tanks in the front line +2/+1. But then there are other key cards like the 109th Infantry that is giving all units that move to the front line +1 attack. The 99th Infantry, good answer against enemies' guards or other units that are a big threat for your board. You can just bounce them back. And yeah, the game plan is just to develop your cheap tanks on the board, buff them by the Panzers 3F or by the Alliance, and then We Can Do It, and then just overwhelm your opponent. A really strong deck, and you don't want to let your opponent have units on board because they can get out of control so quickly that you really have to remove them as soon as they appear.
Yeah, absolutely. And the final deck here for Kolbasnik is a deck that we've become intimately familiar with. That is Japan Resistance. I think at this point, everybody knows what this deck is. We don't need to mince words about it. Let's just jump on over to Cappuccino's decks, who we haven't looked at here today as of yet. And that is the first deck they are bringing to this is going to be the USA Germany mid-range frontline deck. Anything that stands out in terms of being different here, Bubbles?
It does have this second California, which is a sort of fairly new addition to this. People have started experimenting with this a little bit after Viabator brought it to the World Championship Top 4. Only one Red Devils is a little bit weird. We do have this air defense, which is good against Briere and this Germany control deck. And not seeing any Blitzkrieg, which some people have been experimenting with. But there's nothing too weird about this. It's pretty much what we've seen before, just with a little bit of this sort of new spice chucked in.
All right, the next deck up here for Cappuccino is going to be their Germany-Italy control deck. And again, this seems to be an archetype that we're seeing more and more of. A lot of good control options there on the Germany side. And I'm looking at it. Spooz, tell us a little bit about this one. It's a little bit too small. I can't see the...
Yeah, as I mentioned earlier, it has double Wolfpack and double Annihilation in it, which is not too common in a German-Italy control deck. But Cappuccino decided to put it into his one. And I'm excited to see if this works out for them. What do you think, Bubbles? Is it good? Is it the double discard package worth putting in over other options?
I'm not fully convinced about the double discard, but I do really like this Annihilation. As more and more people start to put California into their USA frontline deck, Cappuccino has noticed this and said, you know what, I'll take Annihilation. This destroys a unit which costs 5 or less. And since California got its cost bumped down to 5, which may seem like good news for if you want to play your California, it does now offer this option of Annihilation to just destroy one. It can be We Can Do It can be island hopping. So that's the main thing I noticed in here personally.
So yeah, I think they just cut some of the early removal stuff like Sudden Strikes and Flampanzers and just put these bigger late game control cards in, like the Wolfpack and the Annihilation. And yeah, pretty excited to see. We just see all these mid-range, heavy late game decks today. So I think the additions might be more worse than Sunstrikes and Flampanzers, and I think it's giving them a good chance here with the improved German Italy deck.
Yeah, I mean, it's definitely interesting. And then there's always that possibility of that Annihilation or Wolfpack, hitting a crucial card in your enemy's hand and absolutely tanking their strategy. And then the final deck that Cappuccino is bringing here to the table, that is the Britain-Poland deck. You see that it's extremely heavy on the 3 drops, but it also does extend the curve into the late game there. So it does look to control through spamming out masses of legions. Bubbles, is there anything else that makes this deck stand out?
I mean, Blue did. I believe Kobasnik brought this deck. Someone brought this
No,
deck.
no,
earlier,
it was
right?
Blue Blast. Yeah, I
Blue
checked
Blast,
earlier.
okay.
It was Blue Blast.
Yes,
and
yes.
he also played Brit Poland, but played a completely different style, like with Honeys and Commonwealth.
Yeah, he did. So sorry, I remembered someone had brought it, but it
Yeah.
passed my mind which person had. Yeah, it's a fairly interesting deck. It doesn't actually see too much play, so not everyone is fully prepared on how to deal with it. We do have a lot of AoE, to the point where you see Carpet Bomb actually being cut from a lot of deck lists because of these uprisings. We do have the double Carpet, we have a Monty, a Shalling, and 2 uprisings in this. So there's a huge amount of AoE. We do also have the 1 secret operatives and 1 evasive action, so there's some sneaky countermeasures in here. This deck can really pull some surprises out of the bag and some tricks out of nowhere. And you can really think, I've got the advantage now, and then suddenly everything you had disappears, and they get 3 or 4 of these legions down, they buff them up to all hell, and they can suddenly storm at you, and it's a very difficult deck to play against. It's sort of like fighting against, those sort of martial arts where they pretend to be drunk, and it makes it difficult to predict what they're going to do. This deck kind of reminds me of that. It's sort of like, I'm not really sure what's going on, so I'm just going to throw some stuff out and hope it works.
Well, that's going to be the decks for this series as we take a look at the bans here. Kolbasnik going to be taking on Cappuccino there, and Kolbasnik having his Germany-Italy deck banned out. No, that's a Germany-USA deck, right?
That's Fast Science.
Yes,
Yeah,
Fast Times deck. So Fast Times being banned out, Resistance being left in by Cappuccino, not being afraid of the Resistance side of things. So yeah, it's going to be an interesting matchup to see. The Brit Poland deck being banned away from Cappuccino, so Kolbasnik does not want to deal with that at all.
I'm disappointed by the amount of Brit Poland being banned. I mean, I think people ban it because they don't really know how to fight it and how to deal with it. They're not prepared. But I do want to see this deck get played as well. It's a very interesting and enjoyable deck to watch. And you get the pleasure of watching us try and pronounce Polish words.
We practice so much,
yeah.
right? Everything for nothing.
All right, guys, here we go. Kolbasnik versus Cappuccino, the semifinals of this Officer Club Championship, the last one of the year. Who will clinch a spot in the finals, and who will have to battle it out for 3rd place? Let's find out right now.
So Cappuccino decides to go with the German Italy control deck first. Kolbasnik with Resistance. Okay.
We may be here a while because both of these decks are fairly reactionary, and they both like the other person to do things and then shut those down. So we may see a slow one. We may be here for a while. We do see the Schwabble, and we also see the Blum and Voss. These are 2 fairly nice choices. I think the Schwabble may be slightly stronger because of its late game potential against all these sort of Japanese air units. But the Blum and Voss does also give you a little bit more early game pressure just to get Kolbasnik to use some of his more resources if you're Cappuccino.
Yeah, I think I prefer Schwalbe too here. As you said, it will be a slow game, a long game, and you want to have these removals that are at the same time a threat for your opponent, and the Schwalbe is perfect for this. Wow, decides to go for Nachschub here.
That is the option I least expected.
Yeah, what is that Nachschub for? So probably it was just a... So if you have the Schwalbe in hand, it's just keeping your hand full of cards. You cannot play it before turn 9. And
Exactly.
it's just... I think it's just to get stuff out of your hand, right?
If you have Nachschub, you can play it sooner, and that way you don't overdraw as much.
Yeah.
So I think that makes some sense, but that's the only real reason I could fathom to take the Nachschub.
But even then, I would have preferred the Bloom and Voss, because you can drop it on 3, and it can also get... Because I don't think they get any value out of the Nachschub.
And we see Cappuccino pressuring face, drops the Nachschub.
Double Wolfpack in hand, oh my god. But Kolbasnik also with a full hand here.
Puts up the From the Deep. Not much it could potentially hit, but there's not much reason to put it up, or to not put it up. Although it is risky, because it does risk hitting like a Raiding Brigade or something, and it's not the ideal hit. Sky Baron's over.
That's a good one, I guess. Not the
And you will
best
see
one.
Cappuccino eating the damage from these resistance cards. Now the reason is there's Man Nostrum in this deck, so you don't worry about your health too much. You have a good amount of health. You can throw some away. You get down one of these Panther Gs and Man Nostrum, and it's a real issue for resistance. So Kolbasnik's only way of dealing with these Panther Gs is with AoE, right?
Yeah, absolutely. But I wanted to ask you, what do you think is the reason that Resistance is suddenly popular again? Is it just because of the appearance of Banzai with the latest expansion, or what might be the reason?
I do think it has a fairly nice chance of beating this USA Germany frontline deck. With the addition of California to a lot of these, it's not quite as powerful as it was before. But I feel like it's one of the few anti-aggro decks that can be anti-aggro while also handing out, some damage against control decks with these hand attacks as well. I do think the Banzai makes it strong as well. And we see a lot of naval operations in Resistance these days, right? So your game plan is naval operation, slow down this USA mid-range deck, and then Banzai into the last man to wipe their board and then finish them off. So I think that's a big part of why it's sort of coming in strong right now, is because of the presence of this mid-range deck from US.
Makes absolutely sense, yeah. And as we see that Panther G here for Cappuccino, it can be really annoying for Kolbasnik, right? You cannot target it with the Blade of Samurai. If they find anything to give this more health. Oh, look at...
I would love to see a South Hipper. I think it's time.
Could also think about just Wolfpack.
You can do, but if you go for the South Hipper and put up from the deep.
Yeah, the Hipper is also denying a draw for your opponent, so I kind of see that play too, yeah.
The only real downside, right, is you're on 13 health. You are starting to feel a little bit vulnerable, but I think you save these wolf packs for the late game. I think if you save these wolf packs for the late game, you have a chance of hitting something like a Kawanishi, a Last Rites, or a Shiden, which could be potentially really quite game-changing. See Cappuccino putting out the Honcho instead, opting to fill up their hand a little bit. There's a lot of logic to filling up your own hand with cards instead of waiting for your opponent to fill your hand up for you with things like Resistance.
Yeah, usually you want to stick at 8 cards around that, right?
And sometimes you even stick on 9. You say, I know I'm going to overdraw, but at least I have 9 useful cards instead of 2 useful cards and 7 resistance cards.
Yeah, makes absolute sense. Oh, there's the
Man Nostrum and the Tiger Eye. This is a really difficult decision because you need both of these quite badly against resistance. They're both really important. But I'd like to see the Man Nostrum because we do have 13 health and we do have a Panther G to work with. So I think we should take this over the Tiger Eye. I think this is the safe play. And I think when you're in a setting like this, in this mirror matchup, in this control matchup, Man Nostrum is the value pick.
Yeah, the downside of these Boys of War is the card you pick, you get, but the other 2 go to the bottom of the deck. So the Tiger 1 is now on bottom, and you know you will draw them very, very late into the game.
However, if you count how many Spoils of War you played, you can predict when the Tiger is on top of your deck to make sure you don't overdraw it with resistance. As a nice little play for you.
Yeah, but you don't know exactly because you don't know if it's the last or the one before the last. You know?
Yeah, you do. It's right now. It's on the oh yes.
Yeah, it's not really on the bottom. It can be the last or no, Panther G overdrawn. Oh my god.
Oh no.
But also that Panther G on board might be a real big problem here for Kolbasnik. It is not dying
definitely.
from the Banzai. It's not having enough AoE range. None of his fighters is killing it.
I mean, I wasn't sure about these Panther Gs when I saw them in the deck list, but when you know how potent resistance is in the meta right now, it actually makes a lot of sense.
It makes a lot of sense. I love them.
We'll see Kolbasnik probably try and empty his hand as much as he can, so he can go for this Phony War to refill and then find some answers to this. He may chuck down the Torah, he may chuck down the Key.
Oh, going already for the Phony War.
Finds himself some healing.
Okay, that's not bad. Buys him some time, yeah. I would love to see at least one Wolfpack.
I don't know if I want to see a Wolfpack. I kind of like the idea of Cappuccino just buying time, you know. Agrees with you.
Oh my
It's the
god.
Sheeda.
That's one good option out of Kolbasnik's hand. I
we
really
may
also like the
see-
from the deep. The from the deep gets so much value. You always hit a good target, right? There's not any bad target you can hit with. You can hit Kicker, Shiden, as we saw.
Raiding is
Kawanishi.
the only.
Yeah,
Raiding
rating
is
is
the only.
probably the worst target you can get. Yeah, you're correct. But also that rating is not killing that much for Cappuccino there.
Takes it off though. We may see the Kika come out and trade here for Kolbas. I'd like to see us take this. I think we take the Manos. Even though one Panther G is gone and Tiger IE is on the bottom of our deck, there's still strong cards we can put this on to really pressure Kolbasnik. And I think health is such an important aspect to this matchup. You don't mind playing the resistance cards to eat away at your health, but it's nice to have a huge chunk of health in the late game. We've seen before resistance just not quite be able to burn out. Draking had a similar issue against Kolbasnik's deck. You see the Kika come out, takes the trade, and that from the unfortunately not up there for Cappuccino.
Oh.
Of course, opted for the card. But still, this Panther G has already done a lot of work for them.
I'd like to see another wolf pack hitting the Tora.
Remember, Cappuccino a few turns ago was on 13 health. They've gone all the way up to 40 health.
That's really amazing what one more Nostrum on a big tank can do.
Especially against a deck that can't really answer this big tank very well.
Yeah, can only kill it with all his AoE orders. Other than that, there's no other option.
I would like to see a Schwabble. That is a very nice play.
Yeah,
you
setting up
know the
lethal.
yeah, and you know the Kika and Shiden are, so you know there's not going to be too many air units for you to take out. Now, if Kolbasnik is going to play one of these heal cards, I'd like to see him play the heal card before the Tora. But instead, opting to go for the Blade of the Samurai. Very nice play. Overdraw Bologna. It's not too bad. The Blitz fighters are gone, so you don't have to worry about that. You have lots of health.
And
We
there
may
comes
just
the
see,
Leopold.
the raw Leopold come out and from the deep go up.
So, and how's Kolbasnik responding to this? Out of AoE now, he can heal
I think
for
he just heals, yeah.
another 10 or 9.
However, if this Leopold gets Man Nostrummed and then dies, Cappuccino has expended a lot of their potential resources. Wolfpack could be huge. Takes out the Tora, removes any AoE from Kolbasnik. So even
And
if
also
Kolbasnik
denies a
gets
draw
that,
next turn, and look at his
denies
hand.
a draw,
It's-
yeah. And if Kolbasnik finds a Kawanishi now, he can AoE down this Leopold still, because he no longer has his AoE to use. I imagine we'll see, yeah, Kolbasnik goes for the heal, worried that Cappuccino is going to empty their hand, and knowing that he has no way of filling up Cappuccino's hand, he just opts to draw to heal now.
Yeah, on the other hand, these Annihilations are really dead cards in that matchup. Other than the Raiding Brigade, I guess there's no real target on it. Deciding not to go for Man Nostrum on that.
I think they're very aware of the fact that if they Man Nostrum it and then it dies, then they're in real trouble. And if they don't Man Nostrum it and it doesn't die, Kolbasnik is still in a lot of trouble. Finds a Kamikaze, able to cycle some cards.
Another one?
Second Kamikaze
Are there not just 4 in the deck?
on the Kawanishi with no Tora. The Tora was taken away earlier, and now he finds the Kawanishi but can no longer, take advantage of.
How many Tauras are there in the deck? Let me check. I think there are 4.
And it looks like
Yeah.
we may see the U-boat come out next turn from Cappuccino, and they may target. Oh, but there's a Tora top deck.
But it's not. It's not
Yeah,
killing
it's
it.
enough.
Oh, it made the
It
Imperial
is.
Decree. It is. Oh
Yes.
my god.
But if
Only
the Man
2 left.
Nostrum, if the Man Nostrum had been played, then it wouldn't have. It wouldn't have died here. It would have lived.
Oh my
However-
god. 2 out of, I don't know, 20? Good top deck there. Keeping
Cappuccino.
Kolbasnik in the game.
Goes for the Deshima. Kolbasnik needing some draw. Finds another Kamikaze, able to cycle once, but really looking for some of his card draw. Finds a Defendant Depth, but is going to save it. I wonder if we see Cappuccino go for the U-boat.
And just U-boating his own unit.
Just U-boat your own unit, but they may be waiting for a smaller unit to use it on. More cycle for Kobasnik in his hand. We may see him defend in depth Cappuccino's.
That's Soul of All Japan, but from the deep up, this unit will not
Yeah.
go. Oh, another
Another
Kawanishi.
Kawanishi. Defend in depth comes out, takes out the Jag Bomber.
Ooh.
Deshima overdraw.
And now
Manostrum
play more
Deshima
Nostrum on
will
that
die. It would die to the Banzai.
Yeah, I think I would have preferred it early. Oh, okay, he's having another one now. Okay, I see. Oh, and to the last
To the
man.
last man for Kobas.
So how's Cappuccino ever dealing these missing 15 damage? He overdrew Panzer 3L, right?
They may
overdrew
have
it?
done.
Yeah.
I'm not sure. The U-boat gets made by Cappuccino.
So the Tiger 1 is on bottom. That's maybe his win condition here now. If they can manage to bait out the two last men before the Tiger's getting drawn. Flampanzer.
I'd kind of like to see Flampanzer U-boat. I kind of want to see this South U-boat come out. There's the last rights for Kobasnik.
Oh, there's still two JU-88 in the deck.
Yeah, so they do have those left.
Try to find them with the Panzer 3 maybe. Wait. Did it just pass? With a full hand?
Oh, from Cappuccino? No, it's still Kobasnik's turn.
Oh yeah, I see. They draw from
Yeah.
honorable death. I see. I was just a little bit confused. Checked the deck list and then came back and oh no!
No! Oh, that could be game changing for Cappuccino. That is
Absolutely. They really needed that card in their hand.
Perfect win condition. Versus resistance, you want elusive cards. You want things like the Tiger IE, the Panther G, and the Comet. And
Look
the
at
Comet
this.
is gone.
Two last man gone. Kawanishi gone. Empty hand. Kobasnik nicks a phony wall. Take initiative, also kind
That's some draw.
Useful.
Into another cycle.
He just found all kamikazes. What is going on with these top decks?
Kobasnik refills his hand. It's just kamikazes!
Yeah, you're never gonna win here, right? His deck is full of kamikazes. He cannot kill anything. Oh, there's a key, but it just dies to the annihilation.
Cappuccino finds the second JU88. Now, Cappuccino does need to win the game as well. Getting to a bit of a position where I'm not sure how either player wins. Finds that Tiger IE from earlier.
I don't see how Kobasnik wins, honestly. By fatigue, but he placed last rights already. And
I think Kobasnik realizing this.
Yeah, he's never ever dealing 28 damage here. I don't see how. So the Panther G was the MVP in that deck, in that matchup. Unfortunately, or fortunately, only one got overdrawn. The other one was in hand with Maunostrum on it. It just gave enough HP to out-control Kobasnik. Wow, really good deck pick. Good additions. Annihilation kind of useless, but 1-0 for Cappuccino here. Beating resistance. Always nice to see. It's a double win, you know? You win and you win against resistance.
Yeah, and there you go. Game 1.
So, Cappuccino forced to play US-German mid-range now. So, if knowing that there's US-German mid-range left, you stick with resistance here if you're Kobasnik, right?
Yeah, I think you do. Because you know the matchup and you can guarantee the matchup. And your USA mid-range deck for Kobasnik isn't as good against this traditional one.
Yeah, as you mentioned earlier, it's really resistance became more popular because of that US-German mid-range deck being popular, and it's a good counter against it, I guess. So, what do we see here? Take initiative. Cappuccino with a really good starting hand. Finding the 32nd. Red Devils in hand.
I'd like to issue a formal apology to everyone's ears. It turns out I've been using my webcam microphone instead of my lovely expensive microphone this whole time.
I was wondering, but can you switch it for
I know
next
I've
match?
switched. It's switched now. I should
Ah,
go on nice mic now.
it's a little bit more silent now, but it sounds better. Alrighty.
But all my shouting and my webcam microphone was like, I can't handle this bubble.
Yeah, it was really doing not that well in that. Oh, all these overdraws, man. And Kolbasnik with 2 Imperial Decrees and 1 Tora in hand. That means can wipe out basically just any board that Cappuccino's developing here. Where they're not playing We Can Do It on it. But no, We Can Do It in a hand.
I think you just drop the Sky Train if you're Cappuccino here, right?
I think so. Can also do Red Devils and 32nd to the front line just for the pressure.
That is true. But I don't know if that is much pressure.
It's not that much pressure, right? Going for 32nd. Just emptying your deck so you don't draw them. Drawing the important stuff. Also not too bad of a choice here. And another Vivla resistance means another overdraw for Cappuccino. Finding the shit in there. Interesting to see Soul of Old Japan. Do you think it's just for an additional Kawanishi or just for another Shiden?
Also, the other Kika as well. There's 3 good aeroplanes you can get from it, but there's also a lot of medium tier things you can get from it. You can get like the Sayun and this sort of things. I think the issue with Soul of Old Japan has always been the sort of Japanese decks that have been present, like Jaguar and things, just really didn't have much reason to use it. But actually, this resistance deck can sort of find some good tools from it, and it can give you something to do with all these credits when you're waiting for your opponent to do things, right? You spend a lot of time waiting, and it gives you something to do with some of those credits.
Finding the last rights here. Very good. Not really the pressure that Cappuccino wants to bring in early here when you play against resistance. Finding a 2-2. So which one is the best one? I think a Jesko can be really helpful, right? Against resistance.
A single Jasko is quite nice against resistance. You can get the Red Devils is really quite nice, but unfortunately, obviously, you can't blitz it up since it ends your turn when you do this. Yeah. The I forget their name, but they're a 1/3 with they do an extra random damage when they attack. This one is very nice. And then also you get the engineers from these. All the engineers you get to buff your other guys' attacks. There's a lot of really nice cards you can get from this. I
think that 2-2 is one of the worst, maybe, right?
Yeah, I think so. I think the 1/1 that buffs something as well is really nice. It has 0 operation cost, but I forget the names of all of these little 1-drops. We see the Shiden come out here from Kobas.
Yeah, interesting. I mean, he just wants to pass his turn, maybe, and knowing that there's a lot of bounce in Cappuccino's deck.
It also pressures this Skytrain, right? It gives you a way of reaching Cappuccino's Skytrain without having to commit anything insane to do so. You can drop the Shiden and you can hit that support line.
Yeah, and also it forces Cappuccino to spend another unit on the board, so your AoE is even more effective, as if they would not be forced to play it. And there comes the kicker. Ooh, air defense.
Currently in Kolbasnik's hand, no healing and no AoE pre-turn 10. So a lot of waiting here.
And that kicker is also going nowhere with that air defense up. That's a good addition against resistance. They barely play any units, but only the raiding brigade. But other than that, only airplanes, and air defense can do a lot of work against air units. PIR.
Kobasnik really needs any AoE, and that is not AoE.
Not really.
Single Tora, single naval operation, and that just completely destroys Cappuccino's game. But just not
or a banzai,
finding it.
anything.
And there goes the air defense, pops the Kika, and this actually adds more cards that Kobasnik doesn't want to be drawing. Obviously, he can cycle his deck with these, but he's going to be spending precious credits to be doing so.
Not even a long-range recon, nothing that can heal him. It's such a bad hand, honestly, at the moment. All these Kawanishis to the last man. Arming their resistance is fine, but it's not doing anything at the moment. So...
Strap bombing from Cappuccino. This is an excellent way of finishing the game. We've got 2 Hellcats, which I believe our lovely co-casters earlier spoke about these amazing ability to blitz out and end the game. And this may look like a very fast 2-0 for Cappuccino.
Is it lethal already? How much is it?
I don't believe it is, but we're getting close.
Really close. Also an M18 Hellcat in hand, which is another... They mentioned it.
Yeah, so this is the thing. Kobasnik needs more than just AoE now, because even if he clears Cappuccino's board, Cappuccino can blitz out lethal. Kobasnik has to find healing or he is dead. Whirlwind comes out, pins any air units that are played.
Going really right here with the PRR. Oh my god.
Cappuccino finds the...
Hey, Kobasnik, another insane top deck here. But still, as you mentioned, he needs healing.
Yeah, no healing and he dies.
Strat bombing Hellcat, right?
That is
over 2 turns.
7 damage from hand.
Do you just strat bomb here to deny to the last man?
I think you do. I think you strat bomb this turn, and then you potentially just pass. You can eat one of these resistance cards. You may as well. Strat bomb, eat a resistance, and then
so
pass
close
the
to
turn.
lethal with the 109s and the Hellcat and the attack from the Skytrain.
Goes for the 1 damage over the eating of a resistance card, which makes sense because eating a resistance card will only prevent Kobasnik from healing 1, so it sort of has the same effect. Kobasnik finds some heal.
But it's how much is it? Is it 8 plus?
It's a lot.
15.
15 health goes up to 17. Buys himself an extra turn.
These top decks from Kobasnik so far, really on point.
But still, double Hellcat on the sidelines from Cappuccino, just
looking
waiting
for lethal here. 4, 6, 7. Can move everything. Oh, it's so frustrating. They had him at 3 health, and suddenly he's at 17 again. No, at 2 health actually.
I did message the players earlier requesting that they ban resistance decks, but obviously I don't speak Mandarin, I can't speak Chinese, so Cappuccino, unfortunately they didn't get the message.
I mean, maybe they thought it would be good, and I think, yeah.
So the last man comes out from Kobasnik, and I believe that's lethal. Combat Engineers comes out, double M18 Hellcat, rushes them up, 10 damage from Cappuccino.
These Hellcats.
Takes out Kobasnik. These Hellcats coming in so hot, knocking Kobasnik down to the match for 3rd place and takes the 1st spot in the finals.
Not even close.
No.
Very impressive, yeah.
Hellcat plus 109th Combat Engineers, pretty much the golden ticket to win today.
Yeah. Dream team today, yeah, absolutely.
You know what these matches remind me of? Have you seen like snooker commentators? Where they're sort of they're very laid back, they have like a whiskey or something and they just comment or tennis commentators, or not tennis, golf commentators. It feels like that. You're sort of sitting there commentating this very slow-paced game and you're sort of like, there's nothing to talk about. He hit the ball.
And he takes the front line, and the crowd goes wild.
Yeah.
That's pretty much how it is. No, but excellent play there from Cappuccino. They are truly showing why they are now a consistent name that we see in the Officer Club Championship, taking out Kolbasnik 2-0. Absolutely, pedal to the metal. Resistance was no resistance for Cappuccino. So with that, Kolbasnik enters the third place match, still has a chance to make it to the podium, still has a chance to bank $200 here for the third place for the holiday season. So not quite done yet. But maybe we can bring up the bracket once we have that ready and take a look at what's in store and how things currently stand. There you see it. Kolbasnik taken out by Cappuccino. Cappuccino having secured themselves a spot in our grand finals. And then on the lower side of the bracket, we have Killswitch taking on Blue Blast, and that's what we're going to be turning our attention to next. So I am extremely, extremely excited about that one. Guys, let's talk just really quickly about this series. Kolbasnik, he just didn't seem to find any success with his resistance deck there. Do you think it was just an unlucky luck of the draw, or did Cappuccino play perfectly?
Yeah, I think it was not luck dependent, as we saw some really insane top decks there from Kolbasnik right in time when he needed them. And I think in the end, it was just the better deck choices of Cappuccino here that brought him the win.
Yeah, I think this is one of the things you sign up for when you play Resistance. I have healing, I have AoE, I have this, I have that, but I might not find it when I need it. There's a lot of things I have, and we did, like Spooz said, we did see him top decking these eventually, but definitely far too late into the match. Yeah. I'm trying to keep a straight face here and all this, and I look down and I just see Spooz in those glasses, and I just can't keep it together.
These glasses are my new favorite thing in the world. No, they're awesome. I'm jealous that I don't have glasses like this, especially as we are in happy holiday spirits. All right, guys, with that series is a wrap, and I'm going to be inviting Admirable to come and join me here for the next series up. That's going to be a series between Blue Blast and Killswitch. So we'll see you in a little bit. Enjoy your break.
See you later. Have fun.
Welcome back, Admirable. That was a quick 2-0 series, much quicker than the series we have seen so far today. What did you think of the series overall?
Pretty straightforward stuff. I think Bubbles pretty much nailed everything exactly as I would have said. Sometimes you just don't draw the stuff you need, and then trying to keep a straight face, and you look down and you see Spooz in those ridiculous glasses, and it's just, my gosh, the holiday season is fun, isn't it?
Well, it definitely is. Let's turn our attention to the series that we have coming up here. That's going to be between Blue Blast and Killswitch. Now, we did talk a little bit about Blue Blast after the first series there against Darkness. Killswitch we haven't talked about quite as much, but I want to kind of quickly talk a little bit about that tempo element. And as we are going into this matchup between Blue Blast and Killswitch, how much do you think tempo is going to matter in that matchup, given the decks that these guys are bringing?
Well, in some of the matchups, it could matter a ton, and in some of them, it might not matter at all. And the one that I'm looking at, it might not matter at all, is kind of the idea of playing against the Japan Resistance deck that is on desk for this one. It couldn't be taking place. That matchup is much more concerned with just answering threats than it is with tempo at all. But then I'm looking at a matchup where, for instance, Brit Air is on desk, and that's a matchup where tempo pretty much just usually means everything at a certain point. So a lot of different stuff and a lot of different aspects are coming into play in this matchup. They will be, again, pretty straightforward once they arrive, but you don't really know what's going to happen. And again, bans can take a big place here. And just for the most part, the way that the decks have been built from Blue Blast side, it feels like he understands the matchups he's going into. However, he does seem to approach the strategies a bit differently than some of the other players that we have seen so far. So while tempo will almost always be a concern to him in one of these matchups, quite literally pressure is the only thing that matters.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, I just took a peek over at the decks that are being brought to the table here from Killswitch, and I mean, that Brit Air deck. It always has kind of it always commands my respect, right? I feel like
Look, it's Brit Air, all right. Like, it's just
Brit Air,
enough
right?
said. If you're involved in the game, you know that Brit Air is a powerful deck. If you're not involved in the game, British Air plays a lot of 1-drops, and then they buff those 1-drops, and then they attack you from the back line. And it's very difficult to answer these threats. They require pretty specific answers, and again, sometimes they just kind of outpace you, and even though you're answering them all, they're just hitting you really hard. And we've also had a new addition of a threat with Spitfire MK2A, which is just a big freaking unit that if you don't take care of it right away, it pretty much just murders you.
Yeah, yesterday we actually saw a Brit ramp deck. No, not a Brit ramp deck. A Brit control deck, I believe. Observer core the Spitfire on turn 1, and then played on turn 2. So a 4/4 Fury Fighter established on the board on turn 2. You know what happened on the following turn? The opponent took it out with a simple Burning Sky. Oh, we lost Bubbles' camera, which means that all our cameras went all over the place.
Yeah, apologies for that one. We can go. Let's go to the deck review here, so we can take a look at stuff. Ollie's turned into a chair with a green screen at this point. Blue Blast, we've gone over their decks so far, so I'll be going over these pretty quickly as we go through them. This is the U.S. Frontline deck. It uses Germany as the support crew, and it basically does exactly what it says. The highlight of this deck that I had pointed out from the perspective of Blue Blast is that they have a copy of Blitzkrieg, and in an open decklist format, your opponent knows that your cards are here. So when your opponent sees a copy of Blitzkrieg in your deck, they now have to account for this as they're depending on their strategies, and this can disrupt their typical level of gameplay.
Yeah. Then we have the Britain-Polish deck up next here for Blue Blast, and this is a deck that we didn't see in his first matchup. This one got banned out. I might expect this to get banned out again. Because I actually think out of the deck lineup that he has, this is probably the deck that I would least want to play up against. But this is basically just a heavy control deck that allows him to heal up over time and really take the fight to his opponent. And then once you get into that late game, those uprisings can really make or break the entire game.
Yeah, I am very interested in this one in terms of where the matchups are concerned, because I do feel like it does depend on Killblast's side, Killswitch's side. Excuse me, I don't know why I said the name the way I did. I mean, I know exactly why I did, but I'm not going to go into it. If depending on what you think your opponent's going to ban, this might not be your ban, because you have, I think, we have a matchup against this I think it's very favored. You have a matchup against this I think is pretty straightforward, and you have a matchup against this that I think is kind of bad. I do see why this one gets banned, is because it just kind of avoids a bunch of nonsense taking place. But for me, the big issue of this card is the big issue of this deck is going to be the Commonwealth. It is not, I would say, a common card to include in this deck. However, it is becoming more common as the wealth continues to expand. This card can just strike you down out of nowhere. And it's one of my favorite cards of the game, because it's just quite literally expect the unexpected if this card is in your opponent's deck.
Yeah, I love the Commonwealth. I mean, it's also just, it's such a clear thing that you have to avoid, right? It's like, I can't let my opponent get 30. If you're playing against Britain and your opponent is trying to get 30 or really like pushing HP, you know what's coming, and that's the only thing you need to worry about.
Yeah, and then also just a beautiful work of art on this card.
Oh yeah, absolutely. And then the final deck here from Blue Blast is going to be his Germany and then Britain ally deck, and this one has been performing pretty well for him so far.
Yeah, we've got to see the importance of Blackwatch and just the disruptive effect it has. It's not quite as powerful in this deck as it is in a lot of the decks that include this card, because it does not have access to Royal Research. However, it does. This deck did demonstrate that it has a pretty strong matchup against attrition battles, and usually we've been seeing Italy dominate those styles of matchups because it has access to Mare Nostrum. This deck is kind of making up for that aspect by having the M3A3 Honey, by having C4 Highlanders, by having Root Out the Enemy. A lot of ways to answer the early aggression, but you don't need a ton of recovery if you're actually being able to pressure out your opponent. And so that's really the benefit I think this deck offers, is that when it has Grenadier Guards and it has Blackwatch to disrupt your opponent's order commands, you can just pressure your opponent out of the game. It's quite unusual, but this deck did perform extremely well. Blue Blast showed that this deck has a lot of strong tempo plays as well, and I'm curious if this one actually gets banned out, because this feels like a matchup that I think that Killswitch has difficulty handling from my point of view.
All right, let's swap on over and see what Killswitch is bringing to the table here, starting with his Brit Air deck. That is a Britain main nation, a Japan ally nation, and it packs a whole honking lot of air units and a whole honking lot of buffs. It also has the new addition of that Churchill MK3 Avra, which is a great response to a guard line or any type of kind of established aggression on the board. Brit Air, it feels like most people kind of know this deck by now. Do you see anything specific here that has changed in terms of this deck over the past kind of couple of weeks that we've been covering it quite a bit?
Yeah, I have seen some things change, and the biggest one I've seen change is just the trim down of the amount of cards that Japan is providing here. We see Calm Before the Storm on the 3-credit line on Japan's side, give your units +3/+1, and end your turn. Just a very powerful card that I think you want to include in this matchup, and 3 copies of Air Superiority, deal 1 damage to a unit. If you have an air unit on the battlefield, guess what Brit Air usually does? Deal 3 damage to a unit. So a 1-credit 3 damage to a unit provides you a strong amount of tempo in a deck like this. And so what's been happening is, since Churchill has been introduced, the Churchill MK3, since Wellington got changed and is now basically just a 3/4 blitz unit, that is a bomber that is often it's often played for 0 to 2 credits in terms of its cost. What's been happening is we have greatly trimmed down on the amount of cards from Japan, and we have pretty much just ticked up on powerful cards. And again, the Spitfire MK2A on the 4-credit line, the 4/4 Fury, where if your opponent controls an air unit, you get additional +1/+2 onto this 4/4. It's just very powerful cards, and honestly, this deck is kind of just turning into, I'd say, like the definition of a strong deck, where the strategy is there, it's always contextual. It's not very deep lines of play. It's just strong technical play is really what demonstrates the power of this deck. And I expect that to, often be the case until somehow this deck gets nerfed or a different aspect of this style of play comes along.
All right, and then we go on into the next deck here from Killswitch, and that is going to be, well, what we have seen is a fairly standard deck now. It is the US-Germany mid-range deck that really wants to fight for that front line and never get out of your face.
Yeah, this deck does have an interesting inclusion with 2 tactical strikes on the 3-credit line on Germany's side. This is a card that I have very rarely seen in this deck. However, it does demonstrate some important levels of power if you're playing from the aspect I think that Killswitch is, which is stuff like Brit Air is powerful. And so if those decks are going to exist, what that means is Tactical Strike is able to take down a Wellington, it's able to take down a Spitfire. It's just a very powerful card when your opponent's trying to play from the support line, and it does cost 3 credits, but it's just, again, it can be very powerful at the right time. And so a pretty rare card to see included in this. Through the Breach is a 1-credit card that deals 2 damage to a support line unit. So a very high cost you're paying for this effect, but if the effect is very powerful, it's very powerful. And so I can totally see it in here.
I do want to point out that, J King in his World Championship mid-range US deck, he did also bring Tactical Strikes. So this might be inspired by that. We did see that perform extremely well during the World Championship and come in clutch in a couple of moments. Then the final deck here from Killswitch. We are not free from resistance in this matchup. It's going to be the resistance deck, Japan and France. And of course, what this deck really aims to do is to clog up your enemy hands, really control the board, bait them into a massive last man, heal endless amounts, and then eventually win out on fatigue. Let's bring up the bans here. We don't have to talk too much about this, and here we see it. 1, 2, 3. Oh, look at that. Our first ever top 8 player from Turkey. New flags. I always like seeing new flags on the ban screen, but Killswitch has also has seen his resistance deck get banned away from him, and you were correct. Blue Blast having his Brit deck banned out. The Brit Polish deck. No, I was correct. Sorry, the Brit Polish deck being banned.
So I think these were the 2 like Nash Equilibrium bans, where it's just like, let's avoid the nonsense. Let's ban the decks that kind of can have very strong and very weak matchups across the board, and let's play the matchups that we, I guess, are expecting to play in this aspect. So now Brit Air is on the table, and this is a deck that I find very scary. I'm still very surprised that more players do not bring this. I totally understand why they do not, but I think that British Air is probably the most linchpin deck of a lineup that you can build. I think it's just incredibly strong and difficult to handle. You have to bring like specific strategy aspect, I think, to really defeat this deck. And we haven't really seen that happen because the specific strategies you bring to defeat this don't function very well against other matchups.
Yeah.
So why aren't more people bringing this to tournaments, I wonder?
Well, I mean, I do feel like with the kind of with the addition of a lot of the control elements, a lot of people did build answers to Brit Air into their decks. I think we did starting to see a lot of Germany getting played, Germany having those Flampanzers, being able to take out those airplanes. So I think that's why we're probably seeing slightly less favored, but it is definitely still a hyper strong strategy that is able to basically win any given game if you get the right cards in the right order.
Yeah.
And it can
still
win
has to
it.
draw the removal.
Yeah, I mean, it can win it in like 5 turns, right? If you get exactly the thing, right? And that can control deck can never get going. But I mean, at that point, you're like, okay, you know, you've beat me with one deck. Now I'm just gonna take my control decks. I'm gonna beat down your other 2 decks. I'm gonna win you 2-1.
All right, well, here we go. Kill Switch is going to be on Brit Air to start things off. A very poor opening hand, I will say. However, this deck does not necessarily need a strong tempo line in order to win, especially not in a slower matchup. In a slower matchup, I'm looking at that card Close Air Support to give a unit +X, where X is the number of air units that you control, and that can deliver a lot of unexpected damage. And so when I'm looking at this hand right now, I do think that Kill Switch has some aspects of power that are available here. However, this is mostly going to be a timing aspect. And for Kill Switch, I feel like a lot of their wins are going to be based around combo styles of turns.
All right, I have a crazy kind of thought that, you know, I've felt this a few times personally, where I feel like I don't necessarily mind all that much if the first few turns just get passed back and forth like this. If I'm playing a deck that relies a lot on cheap stuff, right? You know, if I'm playing Commandos, if I'm playing Brit Air or something, maybe I have a terrible hand, right? So I'm not playing on anything until turn 4. But my turn 4 is like 3 units plus a massive Close Air Support, and now all of a sudden, you know, you might respond with 1 unit. Is this something that like is an actual thing in card games where slowly taking, you know, these decks that do have high tempo, but starting them off slow is an actual benefit?
I mean, they need to have aspects of being able to take advantage of this, which I think this deck very much does. And Kill Switch here has found, I think, 2 really important plays in these coming turns right now. You know, Sexton was looking at the turn 5. That was going to be just a pretty obvious thing. But now we're seeing a 1/3 plus a Fury unit get dropped on the same turns. And for Blue Blast side, this is not something that they really handle immediately. And so this is already, I think, creating a fearful aspect from Blue Blast side where things can get really ugly, and kind of demonstrating the importance of sometimes being able to drop 2 plays at a time rather than just curve out.
Oh, so Tactical Strikes
demonstrates its power here. However, now Kill Switch has a unit stick to the board. And when you have a unit stick to the board here, what does that mean? It means you get to compound this interest. So Sexton can come down here and, again, provide a double threat line of play, and pretty much Kill Switch with another convoy drawn here and a Calm Before the Storm in hand can keep this line going for a number of turns at this point, and this could spell bad news for Blue Blast.
I'm wondering if we will see the Sexton come out this turn, the Sexton pinning the Arado, and then next turn something like just a Hurricane plus Calm Before the Storm, and then pass. Just it turns over. Yeah. But that board, wow, what a scary board. You're going to have a 6/4 Fury Fighter. You're going to have a, 6/5 artillery unit?
Exactly.
Like,
you hit the nail on the head there, Ollie. The importance of this Sexton here isn't that it's pinning down a unit. It's that it's a 3/4 artillery unit, and you have a Calm Before the Storm in hand. Your opponent now needs to figure out a way to handle 2 threats at once, or things are going to get out of hand.
Double from the breach, though, or through the breach, sorry, is able to take out that Sexton. And also the other Tactical Strike. Man, these Tactical Strikes, we talked about them before the match, and they're already coming in clutch in the first 5 turns for Blue Blast.
They're very good against Brit Air.
Massive threats.
You notice that most of the time that we have seen Tactical Strike be useful, it is quite literally against Brit Air. In almost every other situation, it's felt like an emergency button.
It's Brit Air and against Leopold's. I think those are the 2 kind of main things, right? Is like,
well, I don't know if Tactical Strike is effective versus Leopold. You still have your entire board put back into your hand at that point. It's helpful, but I don't know if effective is the word I want to use.
But at least you're not taking 6 free damage every turn if you got
exactly.
it. Right?
The thing that's been beneficial here is that Blue Blast has been offsetting each one of these setup turns from Kill Switch. And so now Kill Switch kind of has to, I guess, consider hitting the Kill Switch, which it looks like they're not going to do. So the big play here from Kill Switch was quite obviously the Hurricane and Calm Before the Storm. Just make 2 giant threats. However, the Honey, Kill Switch has seen this and gone, this could be a bit of a threat here. I don't really want my opponent to just gain a bunch of health and just kind of get out of hand over time. Instead, they're going to use the Calm Before the Storm on their lighter threats. and they're going to say a 4-3 artillery unit can be very threatening to my opponent now. The Hurricane is always going to be strong. Why not set up a 4-3 bomber and make my opponent have 2 different angles to attack?
Yeah, double through the breach there, or even following it up with the auto attack. Takes out the bomber, establishes the C4 Highlanders. Of course, only a fighter left on the field right now for kill switch.
That feels like it's not timed well, the shelling. The shelling is a very powerful draw, but how do you take the most advantage of this? And so Blue Blast's turns could be set up from kill switch's perspective. Does that mean you can just slam Hurricane and start threatening your opponent? Like, Blue Blast has used a lot of removal at this point.
Yes. I mean, I think
this
you
is right
do.
up on the carpet bombing turn, though. This is really why I liked the Hurricane on the previous turn. Is it's before your opponent gets a carpet bombing, and so you're trying to set up to where their carpet bombing just isn't a strong turn. A Churchill gets drawn with a Hurricane in hand. All right, I'm kind of dominating the commentating spot here. I apologize. It's just a lot of stuff is happening here, Ollie, and it's all very it's very tight play because you just don't have a lot of time to talk about it.
Yeah. I mean, what I'm looking at right now is that he could just drop the Hurricane, and then he could +2/+2 that. I also like this. Just taking out the...
Wrong order! Incorrect!
Very much incorrect.
Oh no, this keeps happening!
It's the second time we see that today. Kill switch!
Oh, no, it's correct. It was rather bad.
Deals 3 damage if you
Again,
have
it's
a
not
blade.
like... It's not a mistake. It's just an error. Like, players are just making this click error, and it's not really much to say about it. It's just like I understand. It just sucks. Now the game's not over yet. I mean, you still have a Churchill, and you have a Gladiator, and you have a Hurricane, and you have a Shelling. Like, you have a lot of stuff you can do here still. It's just that last play could have denied your opponent having access to another 7 health guard, and instead that has been denied.
Yeah, I mean, it feels so bad to play the Churchill here because you're bouncing the C4. Right?
Oh, I disagree. It does not feel bad. It never feels bad to put 2 giant units back in your hand and get a 5/7 heavy armor tank. That does not feel bad. This feels great. It's like, thank God I have a Churchill here. Last turn was a giant error.
Yeah, but it feels bad because now your opponent has another 7 HP guard.
Oh no, that feels bad.
It's already eaten 3 cards from you, and he just gets to redeploy it for 4? That feels bad.
All right, well, let's figure out how to actually take advantage of this now. So from Kill Switch's side, there are still some big draws. There's a Shelling in hand to set up a big turn here. And again, you have a 5/7 heavy armor in play. So this game is far from over. It's just Kill Switch is clearly disadvantaged. Monty gets drawn.
That's the
The
perfect
winner of the
draw.
1997 Pontiac Astro Wagon, C. Montgomery Burns. Yay!
I mean, that's pretty much, I couldn't think of a better card for him to pull off the top there because that's also going to give him a draw given the 3 units that Blue Blast has established on the board.
Yeah. I'm not even kidding. Like, just when I think about a card in the game of cards, not even just in the Brit Air deck, I think Monty is still probably one of the best ones you got. Wellington gets found as well. Okay. Some things are happening now. So now you get to develop a Fury unit. You get to push the Churchill forward. And you have a Shelling plus Empire Strikes plus close air support to combo with the Welling on the next turn. So you don't even have to expose the Wellington on this turn. So much strong stuff is happening here.
Yeah, and I mean, Blue Blast is going to be in a tough spot as well. How is he going to develop the board next turn? He might end up in a situation where he's locked from playing more units.
Oh, look at this.
Close air support coming out.
just says, you know what? I'm just going to buff now. I am kind of curious about the close air support. It does say give a friendly unit +X/+X.
Yes.
Where X is the number of British air units you control.
Yes.
He could have just buffed the Churchill here and struck down the C4 Highlanders.
He could have. I wonder if he's looking at, he's probably looking at the fact that he can deal 2 damage across the board with the Empire Strikes and open up the HQ for a double Hurricane hit next turn.
Yes.
And that's going to be so much damage to face because that's basically putting you on a 2-turn timer right now. And now we start seeing it come out, and Blue Blast, he just says, you know what? I have no emotional connection to this comment whatsoever. Just get it in the bin. let me just sack that straight into this Hurricane. That is too big of a threat. I need it gone right now.
Another close air support gets drawn, though. And now this could also still be a very big deal. So how does Kill Switch partition this out best? Do you set up for another turn with Shelling?
Do you like Empire Strikes is not exactly the hottest card at the moment, but it does deal again 2 damage in this spot.
Oof.
Shelling does set up for another turn. It denies a credit line from Blue Blast. Not the biggest deal in the world. But you have to figure out a way to start dealing damage here, or you're going to have to draw a Lend-Lease or another convoy.
Yes.
2 convoys have been used already from Killswitch's side, so there are only 2 cards left that draw. Setup.
He just hasn't been able to have his threats stick on the board.
Close
Blue
air
Blast
support.
he's
Cut
done
through.
so well.
This is looking like still a strong line. And not a strong draw from Blue Blast side. Does have a Grenadier Guards in hand, so another big unit that Killswitch is going to have to cut through. However, they are able to cut through it.
They are able to, but just barely.
Set up from the deep again, so that does cut off the 3 damage aspect that Empire Strikes is offering, although Blue Blast, pretty tough to anticipate that Empire Strikes is your opponent's last card here. Finest Hour gets drawn.
That is exactly what Killswitch wanted to see. With
Wow.
this, he gets
Quite
a lot
literally.
of options.
Quite literally exactly what Killswitch wanted to see now. Empire Strikes. That's going to cut down the Grenadier Guards to be struck from the Churchill.
Yep.
So Churchill now gets to take that out.
You get
So let's go ahead and do that. No, this is very clean play here. It's straightforward. Killswitch is figuring out exactly where they want to use the Finest Hour. They're going over every single option right now. And right now, you cannot afford to make more technical mistakes.
That's going to be
strike
a
down with the
Hour.
1-2.
Yep.
I
on the
definitely
well.
agree. This preserves the most HP on board while still providing the most significant threat to board. 2 Ju-88s from Blue Blast side, though. That fends off against a bomber pretty well.
And if you are Killswitch, you do not want to trade that Churchill into either one of those, right?
No, you do not, because that is a lot of damage that you're sacrificing. A Raft gets drawn, so now you're honestly, you might be happy to trade a Churchill or to not trade a Churchill in now, because the Raft gets to put a Ju-88 back in hand.
Yep.
And then you can, you can't strike both with this. You do have to strike down Ju-88.
But that's fine. It's fine. You just don't attack with Wellington. You just go face here. And then you just force him to...
Oh, I did not consider this.
You can even move it into the front line if you want to, right? That's not going to be a huge thing.
Yeah, honestly, it seems like a pretty good idea to move it in the front line.
You just want it to stick on board because you know that if Blue Blast gives you an opportunity to attack with that bomber, the game's over, right? So you just keep developing these alternative threats. He's going to have to throw that JU into the Churchill. There are no ground units to be retreated on the side of Killswitch.
Yeah, and this is always the mistake that I make every single time I touch Churchill is my opponent plays an air unit, I slam Churchill down, and I go, why didn't that go back? And I reread Churchill for the 19th time, and I go, that's why it didn't go back. So from Blue Blast side here, I think they did have a strong play to defend against this. However, Killswitch just, the draw of the Raft Lightning really punished this aspect. And so how do you actually fend this off now? You're down to 6. So you have a guard unit, you have a fighter unit. This defends against it pretty well, honestly, Ali. I'm not gonna lie. Call before the storm gets drawn!
Oh, that's huge for Killswitch. He just needs to pop it. No
Do
ifs,
you
buts.
do you strike anything first? That's the question. Because there is an aspect where sometimes you do. You just got to go over the options. This is all technical play from Killswitch's side. So I haven't calculated any of it. If he attacks, I'll analyze it afterwards. But I am not going to provide any insight into whether or not he should be doing anything other than just at some point this turn, he should be playing Calm Before the Storm.
I think you don't touch anything. You don't want that Wellington to lose 4 of that HP. You really want Blue Blast to have to spend his full turn trying to reach it. Even though you're not returning damage to that GU, just having what is that going to be, a 6/6 RAF?
6/6 RAF. You're going to have an 8/7 Wellington.
Yeah,
I'm pretty sure it's just Calm Before the Storm here because you just get 0 damage out of this. Like, there's no benefit I see immediately to attacking.
No, you basically just get traded back by the GU into the Wellington, and you are unable to finish the Wellington at that point, right?
Grenadier, oh my gosh, these are just powerhouse draws these players are having right now. This is the way that Cards was intended to be played. Just big units constantly.
Oh, another Comet. that allows them to take out the Wellington, and that pretty much just removes all the threat off board.
Yeah, it takes out the Wellington in like an incredible fashion as well, where like you're just kind of striking it down because it's a bomber and bombers don't return damage.
Yep. That Wellington should kiss the world goodbye this turn. And as long as he keeps those Seaforth Highlanders in place or those Gren guards, he's not going to be in a lot of trouble.
Well, Blue Blast does have to consider the draw potential from Killswitch's side, right? So if Killswitch draws another Wrath Lightning, the game ends. So Blue Blast right now is trying to figure out, is there a line I can take where I'm able to strike down this Wellington and also not immediately lose the game to a specific draw? And honestly, the answer is probably just you take a risk. And that's what it boils down to.
That Wellington is also 0 credits on his end.
Yep, I like to see that change has been created, unless it's just putting the copy of your opponents from your hand. I do know that creating more Wellingtons in the past has put a 6-cost Wellington in my hand.
Yeah,
immediately. Was that a change that happened, Ollie?
It might have. I'm sorry, I must have missed it. I am not completely up to date on that.
Kind of curious. But yeah, this was not a Wrath Lightning draw from Killswitch, and that probably is going to result in a game ending. Blue Blast has ways to answer all of this. More threats are not really an issue. He's going to have a way to have two guard units in place so that he does not lose to a Wrath Lightning draw. And that really shuts down the aspect of winning the game from Killswitch's side. And frankly, so much of this boils down to that to that error that took place earlier with the air support.
I mean, it gave him that guard unit back. It created an extra unit that Killswitch needed to go through. And if he did not have to go through that, Blue Blast would be dead by now. So absolutely, it swung the game.
Indeed it did. Tiger is online.
Oh, wait a minute.
Killswitch's next unit is destroyed.
There is still a chance, isn't there?
Okay, so there is literally, I think, one chance, which is quite literally draw 2 cards, HMS support.
HMS Illustrious plus another Empire Strikes.
Well, one Empire Strikes has already been used. So I think it's Convoy into HMS Illustrious, a close air support. So you Empire Strikes for 3, you get to close air support one of your bombers, and then strike the headquarters.
Yes.
And I think that is literally it. So again, pure out of nowhere plays. Albacore is not it. It can pin this unit down, however.
Gives him a turn. It gives him a turn. Because if he finds HMS Illustrious with the cards he has in hand right now, he's able to make he's able to make the Empire Strikes do 4. He's able to
because the Swordfish is there.
3 bombers. Yeah. He can even make it do 5, right? So he's able to produce lethal if he draws HMS Illustrious. So Killswitch currently now looking for that single out, and finding the Albacore gives him one more draw to find that out.
So in order for Blue Blast to play around this, it's quite literally develop the Arado? Or the Wrath Lightning?
No, that was a mistake.
Down to 3. There's a chance this isn't a mistake, though. And the answer to that is quite literally going to be, how does Blue Blast choose to defend against this? Because you still have 2 bombers in play right now, right? Your opponent has to play Wrath Lightning in a spot like this, and this could open you up to perhaps buying more time against what your opponent's trying to do. So from Killswitch's side, I'm trying to look at the deck list and find what the line of play here is that really supports this, because I think part of his aspect here is quite literally just drawing something that buys time.
Now they don't deal any damage.
It's a true story, but
and the last Empire Strikes has been used, so
yeah, it has been consumed.
This is now a 2-turn. This is now a 2-turn lethal for Killswitch, basically, or he can find a convoy and convoy into a close air support HMS Illustrious. That's pretty much it.
And that's only if Blue Blast does not have a fighter in play.
Yes.
So Arado here quite literally negates that aspect of play, I believe.
Yes.
But
even
so
the
does Wrath Lightning. Right? Yeah. You also can Wrath Lightning your no, it's enemy unit. What was the card I was thinking of that actually you can put Hipper? Hipper's the one you can put back in your hand.
Yes.
A Wrath Lightning from the opposing side gets drawn. And I don't think that is a benefit at the moment. I think you necessarily don't have a way to stop the Tiger.
Unfortunately, this is too little, too late here for Killswitch. He's going to lose this game. That Wrath Lightning, it needed to come here like 3 or 4 turns sooner.
Yeah, it needed to be back to back.
Yeah, they really did need. He really did need those draws back to back.
Pretty tough game, but I think it does demonstrate the power of the Brit Air deck. Where if it wasn't for the error early on Killswitch's side, I think he actually wins the game. But it's just the misordering of his play that cost him here. It's not a bad play. It's not a mistake. It's an error. An error and a mistake are just they're slightly different things. But I'm a semanticist, and so I will continue to hold that point for as long as I live.
Bouncing the Wrath Lightning here takes lethal off the table, right? But the
comment is still there. Yeah,
is enough.
And the comment's there.
And there you go. Blue Blast takes game number 1 here. A nail biter, taking it really, really far. Killswitch having every single play of his disrupted all along the way by Blue Blast, never being allowed to settle into that preparation phase to set up those massive turns we all know Brit Air for. So excellent play there from Blue Blast, seemingly like soul reading his opponent Killswitch in terms of what he was trying to accomplish at any given moment and just blocking it.
Yeah, it is. Again, Brit Air's play is pretty straightforward. So it's if you practice the matchup really at all, it is something that becomes a bit apparent to you. The things that I really enjoyed were just the strictly answer plays that Blue Blast was forced to make in that one, like using the Comet very early on simply to just trade. Like how often do you spend 6 credits to deal 4 damage? It's pretty rare, but in that instance, it was extremely important to do so. And not even kidding, I think that the game was quite literally determined by the error from Killswitch's side early on. Unfortunate to see.
Yeah, I think you might very much be right on that one.
Well, game 2 is coming up, and so Killswitch now needs back-to-back wins. Blue Blast has 2 chances with the U.S. frontline deck. I think frontline's what I want to call it anyway. I don't want to call it mid-range. Mid-range is like, it's accurate, but I feel like it's not harnessing the point of the deck, which is to take the front line, to capture the front line, and to keep it.
Fight for the front line.
That's what I want to see. I want to see more frontline aspect in this game because there's a lot of it, but I want to see all sorts of different angles. I want to see a control deck that literally takes the front line. It moves its headquarters to the front line. That's what I want to see.
Ooh, I like that. There has to be some sort of gain, right? If you move your HQ into striking distance of your opponent, but you actually like block half the field, I think that could be a cool mechanic, right?
Or it like halves the damage your headquarters takes.
Ooh, that would be interesting.
But your opponent gets to strike. Their infantry units gain blitz, basically.
Yes.
For free. All right, Blue Blast with a fantastic opening here, 109th plus the 32nd. You'll love to see it if you're playing the US frontline deck.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Blue Blast will probably start by dropping that 32nd and then dropping the 109th and progressing on turn 2. Killswitch finding early Red Devils.
Very nice hand themselves with the 507th as well. So this is going to be some big units they have in play.
Ooh, now it is a good question here, especially with that 32nd infantry draw. I think you push Red Devils into the front line and then drop that. You don't play the 507th. You don't leave the front line open on turn 2.
32nd kind of changes everything. I mean, this is the card, right? Like the whole reason I think that this deck is as strong as it is quite literally 32nd infantry, where you have 4 2-1 units ready as soon as you draw one of these.
Yeah.
What a card. Like, it's very rare that in a card game, a card can be this powerful and actually still somehow be balanced. But somehow this game has done it. I don't know how.
Well, Blue Blast
making the right call here.
Yeah. Choosing the better of 2 options. He did think about dropping the Whirlwind. And for anybody wondering, Whirlwind is a 2/3 tank. That would have given him a nice little stat line to effectively trade with those Red Devils if he wanted to next turn. But tactical strike in the hands from Killswitch was just waiting for a juicy target like that Whirlwind to deal with that. And if
Let's be real. Go on. Keep going.
Yeah, I was going to say, if he had played into that trap, he would have been so far on the back foot because it would have been basically a free trade there, and then he would have been 1 turn behind for the rest of the game.
Yeah, I just wanted to be real here. There is no such thing as an efficient trade into Red Devils. That card is accurately named, and it is one of the most taxing and inconvenient cards I've ever played against in my entire life, and I feel like I lose the game every single time my opponent plays it. It just taxes your opponent. Anytime they touch that card, it costs an extra credit. Hideously powerful.
There's the Blitzkrieg. Now
Sunstrike here consumes the turn. Yeah. Red Devils is unfair.
But, I mean, we are now at a fairly even board state, so to speak. I would expect Killswitch to just drop the Sherman here. Or do you prefer pushing both 30 seconds into the front line and dropping the 507th?
It's kind of tough to say.
Aren't you just like setting up for a good trade line for your opponent?
The issue I'm having with Killswitch's turn is that there's 2 tactical strikes in hand. And so if you choose to play anything but the Sherman, what happens is you're giving your opponent just a pretty strong line of like do nothing or attack or develop or what have you. Like Blue Blast now has an open option of how they want to parse out this turn. And I do think this still sets them on the back foot, and it puts you in a spot where you get to push the PIR forward and develop a Sherman. So you're going to have a 4-3 on the front line plus a Sherman in the back line. It's a pretty strong line to be at. I'm not unhappy with this at all from Killswitch's side, and I think this is actually pretty strong understanding of the situation, how Blue Blast has to spend their credits in order to take advantage of this. Blue Blast opts to go for value in a spot like this, which I'm pretty surprised by. Maybe value is what you need. And Killswitch says tempo.
Yeah.
Forget the Sherman. We can do it. It's drawn.
Oh, that is an excellent draw there from Blue Blast. However,
you are facing a lot of damage.
Yeah. You are. That PIR has been really, really diligent in buffing up those units, and now there's a 4-1 and a 3-4, and that's this is 9 damage sitting there.
And again, Blue Blast takes value. First Marine's demonstrating the power level that it has, despite seeming like such a very mundane unit. Blitz is a very powerful effect when your opponent's trying to take frontline. And so now Blue Blast has really taken this value aspect where Killswitch is going to have to be, almost purely reliant on securing this this Sherman line of play at a certain point. I will say if Killswitch had a Blitzkrieg in their deck, that last line of play from Blue Blast would have been hyper obvious. And Killswitch electing to take the value trade here rather than strike the headquarters. And this is interesting to me. At what point does the we can do it become too threatening? And I feel like it might have literally been that turn because your opponent gets to keep a 3 attack unit alive. And that feels like it can be pretty critical.
Yeah. I did question myself when I saw him go for the trade instead of hitting face. But then I also remembered these decks do pack quite a bit of bounce. And if you do lose the front line, that could be a potential game ender for you, right?
Oh, yeah.
Even though it wasn't necessarily like the juiciest play there for Killswitch, I think it was actually a really good play because I think it's what's going to keep him in control of the front line in the long run as we go throughout this game.
Yeah, and Blue Blast has continued to demonstrate the understanding of tempo in this matchup pretty well, where the value striking is not necessarily for value, it's just been to get stuff going. And we can do it here feels like it's pretty strong because you need to take this front line, you need to keep it for a turn, but you can't do both of those things. You get to seize the front line for the moment, but you don't get to take it. And that's really, I think, one of the aspects here that is, again, it's semantics and very, very close lines of play that are taking place here. But Killswitch, I don't think has another play. Red Devils gets drawn. Big deal. I think there is an aspect where Killswitch can strike with the Red Devils instead of trying to seize the front line. But seizing the front line prevents a lot of plays from Blue Blast. So now how does Blue Blast capitalize?
Yeah, look at all those cards in hand there from Blue Blast that rely on him owning the front line. You got the 99th Infantry Regiment, an infantry that allows you to bounce something, retreat it back into hand if you control the front line. You have the 22nd Infantry. It gives you a draw if you control the front line. You have the M4 Sherman. It gives you draws if you have a US unit in the front line.
Sounds like a lot of if you have the front line sort of aspects here. And so Blue Blast says we can do it too. Strikes with the Panzer, and Killswitch, first opportunity, I'd say, to truly take advantage of the board.
Yeah, and I mean, I think that's a really great opportunity. Drawing the 101, the 101st Airborne off the top there, he's able to take out the Panzer 35T and push a massive unit with ambush into the front line to already back up the buffed up First Marines. I think
big
Killswitch is
deal.
finding himself in an extremely comfortable spot here.
This is a big deal. That's a lot of tempo that just got seized in this spot. And look at this. Killswitch going to say, you know what? I'm going to take away your ability to control this front line. This has almost been completely taken away from Blue Blast now. And Blue Blast is going to have a major trouble, I think, answering this position at the moment.
Yeah, Killswitch just not even thinking about it, using the tactical strike to just get rid of it. But here we go. Blue Blast pouring all his resources into it, clears the front line, but
this does allow you to draw a card if you move forward, which I think is a big deal right now for Blue Blast. His hand is just weak. I think this is the right call when I see it. Like for Blue Blast, this felt like a pretty straightforward, like, I don't really want to, but I have to kind of play.
Is there a case to be made to bouncing the 101st Airborne?
If you want to lose some more units, sure.
I was just thinking, potentially forcing your opponent to have to replay that might be something good, but I think Killswitch has so many great options here. I mean, he could even use the tactical strike on the front line in this situation if you wanted to.
Pretty rare that you can justify that, but this definitely is a case where you could. Is the 2/2 in play worth that much of a credit line plus that card expenditure? And I think that it probably is not, just because you have the Red Devils in hand, so the Sherman development means more. Half track gets drawn, a Catalina gets drawn. Killswitch now has the mega advantage, I would say.
Yeah. And another Sherman, that's not going to cut it for Blue Blast. He is firmly on the back foot, and this is just what happens if you can't get the front line.
Yeah, every frontline sees from Blue Blast has strictly been a tempo play, and none of it has been related to actual game momentum. It's all been like a recovery aspect. And Blue Blast now, I'd say that like the way that their focus has changed, and that shake of the head right there, that demonstrates exactly where this matchup is at. That 101st is completely dominating this board right now.
Yeah, and if he wants to deal with it, he's going to have to sack 2 units into it.
Oh, so instead, it's value. Blue Blast has continued to show that when you're on the back foot, that value trades matter. You need to find a way to shift that tempo. And Blue Blast now, with a tactical strike, that's going to take out that Sherman in the back line.
That feels so bad. If you're a Blue Blast, it feels so bad to just continue to drop down these threats, but they just keep getting dealt with from the side of Killswitch. Killswitch having found a great line through this early game here, allowing him to remain in control. I think
and that's going to continue to be the effect here too. I mean, Catalina plus M16 here feels fantastic.
Yeah,
like Catalina is fully protected if you drop it in this aspect, and the M16 does not bounce back the Hellcat; it bounces back the 2/1 because the 2/1 is wiping out the ambush portion from this 101st. If your opponent only has the Hellcat in the front line, they cannot. Or I'm sorry, in their back line, they cannot take out the 101st right away. They're going to have another blitz unit to handle that. So this M16 is tremendous aspect. You can also just strike with this as well. I hadn't even thought about this. Your 4/1 ambush is basically just a 4/3 ambush. There's not really a way to deal 1 damage in this US stack. It's all unit based.
Yeah, no, 2 Shermans. I mean, this is just looking dire here for Blue Blast. It's the only thing you can say. This is looking dire. How is he supposed to claw this one back? He needs
drop
more
a bunch
units.
of stuff and say go. That's the only way I can see.
It is.
Sorry, 99. You're a 2/3.
Yeah, I think you drop.
Okay, yeah, the smoke screen actually feels pretty reasonable here.
At least
smoke screen doesn't allow a value trade. Oh my gosh. Killswitch's hand is insane. Catalina being able to be active. This is the thing about this deck is it has angles from all different lines of play if it has the advantage. And the Catalina is just a stationary threat. It never has to do anything in order to win the game. It just keeps drawing cards every turn.
But now what do you get rid of?
The things you're not going to use this turn. They're just going back on top of your deck. You'll get them again next turn. Let's put stuff back in hand and start striking. Ratata. Value trade. Pure value trade.
Man, this is...
From Killswitch's side, honestly, I think you're supposed to strike down the Sherman. Or put it back in hand. I mean, either one of those works too. You also just strike headquarters twice. If they want to strike twice in order to take down this 101st, I think you have more than enough resources to justify this frontline sacrifice.
Yeah, and I mean,
It's
why
not even a sacrifice at this point. It's just costing your opponent a lot.
Yeah, but I mean, at the same time, like, why would you even ever do that? I guess the 35T off the top there allows him to run the 35T into the 101st and then trade it out with the combat engineers, or vice versa. The Sherman is able to take out the Sherman in the front line. But then what? Right? Like,
Game 3, that's what. Game 3 is what happens next. It's been a valiant effort here from Blue Blast, but you've just been out-resourced at this point. Sherman comes down, Catalina's drawing more cards, and look at this hand from Killswitch. You could roll a dice and choose at random, and you could close your eyes and click buttons and probably win this game.
He can deal 12 damage straight from hand. He can deal 13 damage. He is 1 off lethal. With the 2 Hellcats from hand, that's going to be 10 credits total. No, wait, he can do, 13 damage. There we go, yeah. If he wants to.
Yeah, this is just straight up like tempo dominance from Killswitch's angle. Both players have strong hands. I think both players fought this well, but Blue Blast was playing second, and when both players have a significant hand, something has to break the tie. And in this case, it was the go first aspect. Game 3.
Yeah, I mean, I even want to say that it was also the tactical strikes. I mean, the tactical strikes came in clutch in terms of pushing back any potential of Blue Blast kind of making his way back into that frontline battle.
Yeah, I think that the tactical strikes were a bit weaker than some of the other things could have been. But the point was, it demonstrated that, you know, having that extra taxing cost on it being tactical strike instead of through the breach wasn't that costly. In fact, it still had the same impact. It did exactly what you wanted to do, which is answer a backline unit.
Yeah.
And if it's good enough to function in this matchup that way when you need it to, what that means is if it's stronger in other matchups, this is a kind of a play you can include. And so this is like an example of where card choice rather than just strictly cost efficiency can really be a difference in this one. Can 4 damage make a difference? And the answer is, in a matchup like Brit Air, it definitely can.
Oh yeah, very much so. I mean, 1 damage can make the difference.
Well, I mean, the difference between like a 2 and a 4 is just yeah. You know what I mean? But true story. I mean, I know. Look, I appreciate semantics and pedantics as well, and so I encourage you to continue doing so.
But no, I think both of these players have now shown us quite a bit of cool stuff. Now, Killswitch is going to be going over to his Brit deck here, so it's going to be. What does that deck look like exactly? Let me bring up my deck list here. Remind myself. There we go. We are loading on in. So Killswitch, he's going to be bringing his Brit Air deck here, and that's going to have, I would say, an all right time if he finds the right cards against this US mid-range deck. But if Blue Blast is able to truly get going, right, then getting on the back foot against this deck as Brit Air doesn't feel great. And a sudden strike in the starting hand for Blue Blast already puts him in a spot to deal effectively with some of those early threats.
Yeah, Keep on the Panzer 35T to me is pretty interesting because this card gets unlocked when you draw a 32nd Infantry, a 109th, or a Red Devils. If you don't draw one of those cards, or I guess the 507th. 507th is also an active play for this. But if you don't draw one of those, this card's just a 2/1 operation cost blitz. Like, that's not the strongest thing I've ever heard of.
You never played
I'm
like that.
Very surprised that he kept his card.
I am not, because if he catches a 109th, this is a 3/2 that gets to free trade across the battlefield from hand on turn 2 against any of the 1/3 fighters.
Okay, so now let me ask you a question. Would you cut your chance to draw 109th by turn 2 by 1/7? Voluntarily. Because I would not.
Kind of. Because I don't know.
I need to draw those ones, all right? This Panzer is a follow-up on turn 1 and 2 land. We need to get to turn 1 and 2 land first, which is where we are. We don't have an answer for that now, and suddenly Blue Blast's hand is looking miserable!
That's true.
First play is first Marines?
That's crazy.
This feels like a draft, Ollie. I mean, I'll tell you who's not drafting. It's Killswitch right now. Killswitch's hand is looking pretty absurd for this.
But at the same time, we're on turn 4. Killswitch still hasn't dropped a fighter, a bomber, or anything,
But
right?
that's the thing, is his deck does such a strong advantage of these multiple threats at a time. We saw this in game 1, where if it wasn't for the error that Killswitch had, they probably would have won game 1. And so timing these threats with multiple at a time, it creates a tempo momentum battle for your opponent, where Blue Blast, he can answer one threat at a time, honestly, pretty well. Like, you put it back in hand, you get a frontline unit, put it back in hand, strike the backline unit. When 2 of them happen at the same time, it can be a major issue. And so this is effectively 2 at a time right now. You've dropped an Albacore, you've answered their threat. So now what does Blue Blast do? Again, you have the Panzer, honestly, it's pretty decent here, but this is quite literally against one of the units in your opponent's deck. I'm not trying to be too critical at this point. I just want to point it out. Without 1s and 2 drops, Blue Blast is having a much tougher time.
Yes. No, I agree with you there, right? But I can kind of buy into the reasoning that if you keep these and if you get any type of infantry unit, especially the 109th, it gives you such a free trade, because so many times these Brit era matchups start with like turn 1, a 1-3 bomber gets dropped. Turn 2, a 1-3 fighter gets dropped plus close air support, right? Now you gotta like that's the kind of tempo that I think he was wanting to prevent, right? But he just didn't find anything else he needed to get that done.
Well, 30 seconds shows up and not a bad time for it. You just get to drop 4 things. However, you are thinking about the aspect of Empire Strikes. Now, we can see 2 of those in Killswitch's hand. Blue Blast is having to do hand range composition right now. So when your opponent has lacked all these 1s and 2s and 3s, and this is really your opponent's second play, I imagine Empire Strikes and close air supports are very much on your mind. And so that's exactly what Blue Blast is looking at here, is strike the headquarters and develop stuff. So now Killswitch, can they take advantage of this spot? And can they do it properly? If they draw a bomber, they certainly can. Not a bomber, but it is a Mosquito. Mosquito's also quite good here.
I wonder if you... I mean, there's no threat from those 3 units in the backline. You can... Kind of awkward that you only have 6 credits. So the only real kind of credit efficient plays you can make are attacking with the Kitty Hawk and Empire Strikes, or dropping the Mosquito.
I'm dropping the Mosquito here. This is a 4/4 that destroys our opponent's 2/2.
Yes. I'm with you.
Fantastic. So Killswitch is afraid of the board getting buffed here. But I do want to point out, if Killswitch goes for Mosquito this turn and then Blue Blast follows up with We Can Do It, you get to drop Churchill and completely wipe out 2 turns from your opponent. So from Killswitch here, they're taking the immediate line rather than taking the setup plays. And I totally understand that. Sometimes right now is better. And that's a very important aspect that you have to keep in mind when playing this matchup. However, this spot now opens up this kind of opportunity. It just so happens that One of Force is the primary card for that. But you do have a Mosquito to answer this now. And so this is kind of the aspect of all of this setup, is Killswitch, again, he's favoring the right now, and sometimes that's just going to be stronger.
I mean, you get to drop the Mosquito there, take out the 101st, and drop another fighter alongside it, which is going to make for a good close air support next turn, especially comboed with the Wrath Lightning, which I expect to come out next turn to answer whatever it is that Blue Blast decides to play.
I mean, Blue Blast is kind of running out of powerful options at this point. They do have still stuff they do that is quite strong.
Oh, the Whirlwind, however, if he is able to keep that alive in the front line, then that could constitute a problem for Killswitch, but opting to just go to face, just pouring on the pressure, forcing Killswitch to have to deal with it. And I mean, Killswitch he can really easily trade into that with the Mosquito, and now he basically has a full backline of British fighters, should he choose to, and 2 close air supports. That means so many buffs. But look at the Stars and Stripes in Blue Blast's hand. That's what he needs to play around. If he goes full wide, that board could really quickly get wiped.
Yeah, as far as I'm concerned, from Killswitch's perspective, this is figuring out how to take the most advantage of this situation, which you don't have like a lot of strong plays to do so. That prevent all of your opponent's strong counterplay. Almost every aspect that you slice this, your opponent's gonna have something strong to do. The most immediate one to me is quite literally Swordfish, Empire Strikes, and then using either 2 strikes from your units or to close air support the Mosquito. And I think here that the strike from the Mosquito probably means a bit more.
Yeah, agreed. Very much agreed.
And I'll tell you what, Blue Blast really does not want to put a mosquito back in hand. That's never something you want to do. Well, I don't want to say never. It's usually not something you want to do.
I mean, Blue Blast is finding himself here kind of with the back up against the wall in a very similar situation he found himself in last game, where he's not able to get the front line. He's not finding the units to activate that Sherman train. He's not getting to a point where his board sticks enough so that he can buff it properly with We Can Do It.
Oh, that is a tough one to do. However, we are seeing honestly, this is like the difference between sudden strike and tactical strike. If this was a tactical strike instead, you just got to wipe out the mosquito, and then this Catalina is looking much stronger in that regard. So the Catalina here, it's still absorbing a lot of damage, or it's forcing your opponent into a tempo play. So you're not under a huge line of threat.
There's one thing for a lot of people that might be a little bit confused as to why that bomber is pinned for so long. When it gets pinned by Whirlwind, it is when it enters battle, right? That pin will basically last across the next time that unit can operate, meaning that it's going to last your full turn. So it's basically like it feels a little bit longer than normal, right?
Yeah, Whirlwind's turn. Very punishing to the interplay pin effect, because when you play a unit, if it doesn't have blitz, it can't operate the turn it enters. So it's 2 turns of pin effectively that are taking place. It's kind of annoying from the air units side of things, but that's the benefit of Whirlwind. It's kind of a costly unit to get done when it wants to get done. The air superiority striking down Red Devils. Churchill putting the half track back. Interesting.
I think that was more an effort to establish a 5-7 on board than ever thinking about the retreat. But there Blue Blast goes, pushes the Skytrain into the front line and uses that to unlock the draw, and finally finds 109th Combat Engineers.
I actually kind of want to push the Churchill back here so that way I can put the Sherman back in my hand. Like, go ahead. Go ahead, make my units retreat.
If the half track could retreat tanks, that is.
Oh, yeah, it does. I always forget that.
It's only infantry and planes.
There's so many different bounce, like retreat effects that are happening here. Enemy air or infantry unit. Churchill is ground unit. RAF is anything, enemy unit.
You're almost getting there, Admirable. You're almost getting there. Don't worry.
Okay, so I want to be semantic here. On M16 half track, an enemy air or infantry unit must retreat this turn. It doesn't say an enemy air or enemy infantry.
Just
a question. All right, let's just something to put in mind. Kill Switch's turn has seemed very straightforward to me. You want to answer the Catalina. You want to set up for a strike back on your opponent's turn. You're worried about We Can Do It. Your plays are fairly straightforward in that regard, which is attack forward on the Churchill, and then 2 things. Yep, Sherman can go back. You're not too worried about it. You just want to get rid of the biggest unit from your opponent.
And I don't know if this is just how the game has played out, or if Killswitch is being extremely cognizant about playing around Stars and Stripes and potential backline AoE, but he has done that fairly effectively so far this game.
Yeah, We Can Do It not super big here. This is actually, I'd say, a bit of a problem from Blue Blast side, where Killswitch now has the option to just simply start striking the headquarters. And this is problem for Blue Blast. Like, you could quite literally play 2 air units here, buff the Churchill, and then just strike the headquarters. And how on earth does Blue Blast handle that? There's like just not a card in their deck that does this. Like Hellcat, I guess, can strike this pretty hard.
Also, that's 1 air unit.
Puts the half track back. Interesting.
Playing tennis. I'm looking at those 2 close air supports, and I'm looking at the fact that he might be able to double buff. Like, he can do a +6/+6 on that Churchill in the front line.
Beef in this Churchill. I think this is clearly being overlooked. Maybe it's just 1 at a time. He doesn't want to overexpend resources. Very possible. Thinking about half track exactly. and saying, you know what, a half track's going to answer this, so let's only use one close air support. My opponent has to respond.
And the Hellcat, it only deals 8 damage, so it's not going to be enough to actually take it out, and it's going to leave it on 2 HP, which means that both the half track and the 30-second will have to trade into it as well to get the damage. But in the backline, there is a Hurricane and a Wrath Lightning waiting, and you know how much combined damage they do? 9.
Oh my gosh, I forgot about the heavy armor. The heavy armor cuts into the Hellcat damage, so it takes both of your backline units to strike down this Churchill. Oh my gosh, that is terrifying to face. Oh, that is not okay. That's really bad news.
Yeah, there's still one close air support, which could be, before the attack, right? It costs what? 1, 4. It costs 6 to deploy 3 units if he wants to. That's going to be +4/+4, putting him up to 7, 9, and pinning one of the units in the backline.
This could also be one of those weird scenarios where, like, you push forward the Wrath Lightning to protect your backline.
Yes.
And so, like, the Wrath Lightning moves forward, you get to pin down a unit, and then you develop the Hurricane, and suddenly your opponent's having to answer your front line and your back line simultaneously. Like, there's all sorts of different aspects from Kill Switch here, and Kill Switch has continued to favor the immediacy in this game, and it has demonstrated that it is quite potent and powerful against the US frontline deck.
I actually really like pushing it forward because that plays around Stars and Stripes. I think that was Blue Blast's only option of getting back into this, is if Kill Switch goes like completely wide in the support line and gets wiped by a Stars and Stripes.
Instead, that cannot happen now.
Nope.
Blue Blast is out of answers.
And again, so much damage just left on the board. Even though he took no damage to the HQ last turn, he is going to take it this turn. 6 damage, 9 damage, 13 damage on the board for Kill Switch. And just like that, Kill Switch and his first ever OCC is going to clutch a spot in the finals against Cappuccino, taking out Blue Blast here in the semifinals in an awesome 3-game series here. Excellent play. And Blue Blast just unfortunately not finding any luck in establishing himself into the front line in either one of those US frontline games.
Yeah, and just in this one again, Kill Switch, I had brought to attention the idea of the immediacy versus the setup, and consistently in that game, that is the one thing that is important about that, is if you're going to follow through on immediacy, you probably have to keep going through on immediacy. They did, and it demonstrated its power in that matchup. I think that both lines of play have merit to them. However, it was quite clear that if you just keep that US deck on the back foot, it's going to have plays that can offset you. But if you continue to take the immediacy and have a cognizant mindset of what their major counterplay is, which in this case was Stars and Stripes, you absolutely can keep establishing that. Like that Churchill, it turns out that the major threat of the Churchill was quite literally that it was a 5/7 with heavy armor, and that it was a tank. Not that it was making units retreat. The retreat part was helpful, but that was not the primary play that they had set up. It was getting it to the front line, it was getting it buffed, and then forcing your opponent to consume their entire turn simply to answer your threat, which allowed you, again, to continue to play immediacy and leverage that game power. That's just strong fundamental play there from Kill Switch.
Yeah, I mean, they deployed it with only one ground unit on the field, right? They were not worried about retreating at all. They were just like, you know what, 5/7 heavy armor 1, that sounds great right about now. Let me just get that out of the field. Exactly.
However, I am going to go into the macro game play criticism here. I think there are no circumstances with that opening hand should Blue Blast have kept that Panzer 35T. I think that even though it was demonstrated that it had an effect in that game, you need to have the 1s and 2s, and you need to have them right away. The Panzer 35T is a follow-up, not the opening. And so I think that rather than sacrifice 1/7 of your potential to draw those openings, you should just go for the openings instead.
Yeah, I mean, so I can agree with you on that in principle, but I definitely do think the thought process was, if I get, any type of infantry unit that I'm able to drop on turn 1, I'm able to get into his face on turn 2, and that matters against Brit Air, right? But then,
definitely,
of course, you do want to find those 1 drops before you have the 2 drops, because you could draw them like we saw on turn 8, right? It's like that's the first time the 109th came into his hand.
Yeah, I guess I should clarify. I don't view it as a mistake. I just view it as a very differential in gameplay. I want the consistency more than the power level.
All right, let's take a look at the bracket and how things stand then after that matchup. And of course, we now have our finals set for the final OCC here of 2021, and it's going to be a couple of new people in the finals here. It's going to be Killswitch versus Cappuccino, and Killswitch in his first ever OCC not only making it through the play-in qualifier, but also making it all the way to the finals. And I believe, Bubbles talked about this. This is Killswitch announcing his presence in the competitive scene.
It's a good way to do it too, and I don't necessarily want to say two new players. Cappuccino, I think, has been showing up in tournaments and really demonstrating their power. And here the finals of the OCC, I think it's quite much setting that statement. I think the new player aspect is just because we have seen such dominant play consistently throughout, like J King and Darkness both here at this point, Kobalsnik here again, Blue Blast showing up again. It's just every single time I feel like I see a name, it's a name I keep seeing. And this is part of the reason why I'm so excited to see Killswitch in this spot, is because it's not a name I've really seen before. Cappuccino, though, they've been showing their power level here. And so now here to generate that stamp on the resume that says, I won the OCC.
Yeah, and I mean, I should clarify in terms of like not new names, but in terms of like consistent names at the top. I feel like that's what we're seeing here, right? We're seeing a little bit of a shakeup here. We're seeing new people bring the fight to these established players. But what we have left for you guys is going to be the third place match, and then, of course, the grand finals. We are going to be starting with the third place match, in which Kolbasnik will be taking on. We're going to be starting with the finals, in which Cappuccino is going to be taking on Killswitch. That is because Cappuccino is playing all the way from China, and we want to be respectful of their time as it's getting fairly late in the evening there. We will then end on the third place match between Blue Blast and Kolbasnik. So plenty more cards action to go. So for everybody watching, don't go anywhere. We'll be right back after a quick break.
Christmas time was
Welcome back to the Officer Club Championship. It is time for the finals of 2021. And yes, I did prepare that pun a long time ago. I was like, finals is going to be great. Spooz and Bubbles, you're back here with me. We're going to be prepping for this one, Cappuccino versus Killswitch. This should be an exciting match. We talked about this. Both players have been kind of really earning their reputation within the competitive scene, or Cappuccino over the past few months. Killswitch now new here to stamp his name into the mix before the end of 2021. Starting with you, Spooz, tell us a little bit about Cappuccino.
Yeah, we already spoke about Cappuccino earlier, a very well-known player in the competitive scene and with a lot of OCC appearances so far, but could not manage to win any of these OCC so far. And I think they're really, really willing to win today's one with just one match left for that. I think it's one of the, besides the World Championship, one of the most prestige titles you can win in cards, and I think they're really willing to win this one and will give Killswitch a hard time. And yeah 14,000 matches played. Their experience-wise is really an advantage here for Cappuccino, and I think they have good chances to get the win today.
Yeah, it's crazy to look at it that Cappuccino almost has 10,000 matches more played than Killswitch does. And let's turn our attention over to Killswitch. Bubbles, tell us a little bit about this player.
Yeah, I mean, Killswitch is a very strong player. He's kind of been under the radar for a little bit now, but he's been consistently high on ladder and performing well on ladder. And like we say, 10,000 difference in the total matches played. And while experience is very important, it is worth noting that all that matters is how someone is playing right now. And today, Killswitch is playing really, really well. So I think, in a sense, it doesn't matter that Killswitch has 10,000 less matches than Cappuccino does, because if Killswitch is playing better, then those matches in the past are meaningless. It's sort of like the whole win rate only gets you so far idea. So I think Killswitch has been performing really, really well today. And I think one upside of having less matches is it does mean technically you've lost less games. And that is a big advantage.
For sure. Well, let's take a look at the screen here, the versus, as we are preparing to get into this as quickly as possible. We want to allow Cappuccino to get to bed at as reasonable of a time as is possible. While winning the OCC. So as a reminder to everyone, the finals and the third place matches are best out of 5. That means there are no bans and that either player will need to win with all 3 of their decks in order to clutch the victory. So Killswitch versus Cappuccino, we know the decks. How do you think this one is going to go? Starting with you, Spooz, and if you are Killswitch and Cappuccino, what are the first decks you bring to this one?
Oh, that's hard to say. I mean, there's so much you have to take into consideration, and I think Cappuccino, I think you just bring the deck that you're most comfortable with here into the first match, because you cannot really see what your opponent is bringing and try to be good against him. So I think you just take the deck you're most comfortable with, try to get the first win, and from there on, you know what your opponent is maybe bringing to the next one, knowing that you only have 2 decks left, and then you can make the mind games. But I think at the first match, you just take what you're comfortable with and give it a shot.
Do you agree with that, Bubbles?
Yeah, I'd say I agree. not too much to add.
And the finals are best of 5, right? So no bans now. Everyone has to win with all of the decks. So if you have, that's a kind of a, I don't want to say a problem, but it's kind of a special of the finals. When you have one bad deck, I think it's hard to win with it, because you need to win with all 3 of them. If one of them is not working in this tournament matter, you have a hard time. And we will see if one of these decks that the players are bringing to the finals here might be one of these decks.
Yeah, I'm really excited to finally get to see that Britain-Poland deck on the side of Cappuccino. That's a deck that's been banned out for both people that have had it in this tournament all the way through. So we haven't actually gotten to see that one played. And that one is the one I'm most excited about. I'm also just a huge fan of Britain as a nation in the game. It is my most played nation by far. So any kind of new deck ideas that I can kind of snatch for myself, I'm extremely excited about. And tonight. Would love to see how this Britain-Poland deck performs in a tournament setting. Have you guys been seeing it a lot played out on ladder, or is this kind of more of a tournament challenge-focused deck?
Spooz?
Yeah, so Britain-Poland is usually something you don't face that often on ladder, but in my opinion, when you face it, it's not feeling very good. It might be just my opinion, but when I face it, it's just too situational. You're just relying mostly on the Tano regiment with the legions combination and just make them grow. Because without Commonwealth, you don't have a real win condition, I guess. It's just trying to build the big legions and then try to buff them. But if this is not working, you're having a hard time, I guess.
My experience against it is when the game actually goes long and late, I don't struggle to beat it. I find normally when this deck beats me, it's because they get an early plan west down and then they move these to the front line and they have like these 4/4s in the front line really, really early on. So it does have this potential to actually be very aggressive in how it plays against slower decks. But I personally find, like Spooz said, this whole Tano win condition thing, I find this to be great on paper and it sounds awesome, but not so good in reality when you actually try and do it. However, with this new Churchill, the deck has definitely been buffed, and I know some people have also tried some cool combo decks using like Observer Core with like Tano. You can get Tano out a lot earlier with an Observer Core. You can get free credit Tano. It's very, very powerful potentially. But I find in practice it's a lot more difficult of a combo to pull off with a lot less reward or something like, say, Baby Combo, where it's difficult to pull off, but you win the game if you do so. This is difficult to pull off, and you get some guards if you do so.
All right, guys, we are into match number 1 here. Kill Switch versus Cappuccino, the final OCC finals of 2021. Who will put their names in the history book of champions here? The final name to be put into that book in 2021. Will it be Cappuccino? Will it be Kill Switch? Let's find out right now.
And we see that Poland deck in action. That's all he wished. Just the wish was granted in match number 1 here. And Killswitch going for the US German deck. Having the Gebirgs Pioneers in hand is really, really good. Especially against this Brit deck, which is not having any 1k removal. So that's already a good start here. Giving Killswitch 3 credits to work with next turn.
However, we do see in Cappuccino's hand this Uprising, which with double Plan West, we're going to have turn 2 Plan West, and then we can have a very early Uprising. Even if Killswitch has an explosive start, I think Cappuccino has a really terrifying hand. I think this looks super scary. We also have the bounce in Cappuccino's hand.
Yeah, these Pioneers helping a lot, right? To get early board presence here for Cappuccino. So what do you do here? Just drop 3/32?
I think you have to. I think there's not many choices. The only downside is you risk yourself getting Montied and then you have to skip a turn. So there is some logic to pushing the front line. However, when you've dropped 3 of these and then you have the 4th one in hand, this means you have no chance of risking to top deck an extra one of these. And obviously top decking one of these can be very detrimental. We see the Plan West come out. Now, these are only 2/2s right now, but these Legion cards, for people that aren't familiar with these, because maybe they're not played as often, these Legions get +1/+1 whenever you play an Intel card. And Intel is a mechanic where you play the card with Intel, you get to see some of your opponent's cards, and it buffs your Legions. So you sort of play these cards of Intel like this Plan West that sends a unit back to hand, and then it buffs all your Legions. So you get essentially regular cards with regular effects, and you pay a little bit more and you get a very powerful buff from it. So I think these guys growing is really something to look out for, because if Cappuccino is able to grow these out of range of value traits with Killswitch, it does create a bit of an issue for him.
Yeah, but on the other hand, Killswitch is having a lot of answers for it in his deck, right? Like the half track, the 99s, they can be, I don't know, 20 stats, and he's just dropping 1 half track and it's going back to hand and has to be redeployed as a 2/2.
So that is certainly a risk that is something Cappuccino is going to have to take into account with how they keep these back into the support line and maybe being a little bit more aggressive with them, running them up a little bit earlier than you would otherwise, just because, like you say, you know, when they're in the support line, they can get bounced, but they can also get hit by Strap Bomb and Stars and Stripes, which can be a lot of damage as well.
Yeah, what I also not like about the Cappuccino's variant is that they're not running a lot of healing. Like we saw from Blue Blast earlier, he's having the second win condition with the Commonwealth and the Honeys, so you can also get a little bit more extra health on your HQ that buys you a little bit more time. So they're not having this option. It's just trying to build legions on board, right, and make them grow. That is the game plan for Cappuccino here.
Yeah, I'd say so. I mean, I think the other game plan, which there is here, is this uprising, right? You play your legions, you make them grow, you fight back, but when enough of them have died, you just play this uprising, you destroy the board, and then you can rebuild with cards like Plan West and Tano. I think the win condition is undoubtedly these legions, but I think the path to reach that win condition has to be this uprising for me. I feel like this is a really important card to look out for.
Absolutely, a really strong card when it really pulls off. And I don't know, 6-7 legions units have died. It's just 7 damage AoE, which is for 4 credits or 5 credits standard, but now 4 credits, pretty insane. And Killswitch already with a well-established board here. There comes the Observer Core on the Churchill. So he can drop it next turn already. And Killswitch can not move anything, so since everything is pinned from Monty. Dropping another Legions. And he's also having evasive action on. I like to see these countermeasures in Britain decks. Like, it's so annoying. As Ollie and Admiral mentioned earlier, it is just, you just need one copy of each in your deck. So your opponent knows there is the potential that you have in hand, and it might change his whole type of playing several situations. And that's what's making this really interesting. And I think that's also an advantage of the open deck format, right? Usually you want to have countermeasures and your opponent is not knowing that you have them. But it can also be an advantage for you, knowing that that your opponent knows that you have it, you know?
Yeah, you can bait them to play around it. If you float 3 credits and you don't have Ultra in your deck, there's no potential for a bait there.
Yeah, absolutely.
We're going to see one of these Panzer 35Ts proc this evasive action.
Yeah, not the best target, probably. He wants to have it on a half track or 99s maybe. Or on a Sherman even.
But here comes the Churchill RV, sends 3 units back to hand and clears the front line. 3 of these units had been buffed by the We Can Do It. This was an Observer Core for a turn 5 Churchill RV. Is it Arv or Arve? I'm not sure the correct pronunciation.
I think it's Arver.
But whatever the correct pronunciation is, it should not be here on turn 5. This is too early for this Churchill.
And that's what makes Observer Core so strong, right?
Your opponents aren't always ready for this, and I mean, this is now like Admiral was talking about earlier. It's not just this bounce effect; it's this 5/7 tank, which now Killswitch has to figure out how to deal with. I mean, you can bounce this, but it sort of feels like bouncing a Leopold. It's like, yeah, I can bounce this, and it gets rid of the problem for now, but this deployment effect is half of the problem, and this is gonna come back later. We may see the PIR come down for Killswitch here, by the way.
Yeah, but since it was played with the Observer Core cost reduction, it cannot be played on again next turn. And Killswitch saw this here, and he might just try to push all units that he's having on board to the front line next turn. So none of them is getting sent back to hand from the probably again dropped Churchill.
We may also see the Strap Bomb come out next turn because that slows this Churchill by 1 turn. Strap Bombing, of course, removes one of your opponent's credit slots. So if Killswitch does the Strap Bomb next turn, he can remove one of Cappuccino's credit slots, and then they're not going to be able to play this Churchill in the next turn.
Ooh, Cappuccino playing around that Strat Bomb line. Saw that this would be a potential line and denies this with the Ultra.
We'll just see, does Killswitch play around this and just push the front line? can go for the We Can Do It if they want to proc this Ultra. However, now that there's the potential for an Ultra, I mean, your opponent is floating 4 credits. I think you need to be super careful here.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think Cappuccino's having double carpet bombing and double uprising, right?
Yes.
Killswitch kind of has to expect some AoE here. And therefore I would prefer him to trade some units into these legions, keeping his removal for later, like the 101st.
He may go for the We Can Do It as well on Killswitch, playing around this removal. Gonna go for the 35T.
Oh.
Goes for the first airborne, pushes it up, and pressures face for 4 damage.
You might see the first uprising.
You know, I'd have almost liked to not see that first go into the front line, just so you can repeat the deployment effect. But here comes the uprising. Does 4 damage to all. Does destroy your own pioneers, however, just the complete wipe and reset of the board. And now Killswitch has to figure out a way to retake this front line in 1 turn. Because
I don't like that 101st push there. I think he should have kept it. That was a little bit too much of an overcommitment. Cappuccino being at 7k, so he has 4 options of AoE there and 7 cards in hand. So I don't think if I would spend any more units into this.
Yeah, I mean Cappuccino, they've got so many options in hand. They can kind of they can pick whatever one they want. And we can see Killswitch just passing it there, but then Cappuccino, they can just drop this Churchill Arthur if they want and just completely reset this once again. And this is what I was saying. You need to blitz into the front line, or these units you've dropped are going to just get bounced. And we've seen this here. They just bounce them back to Killswitch's hand. Killswitch able to rush the front line with the Whirlwind, but the Sherman requires a US unit in the front line.
Yeah.
So not able to play this Sherman. We may see some 32nd infantry come down. We may see this tactical strike played now, while it will still give the higher value of 4 damage instead of 2.
Or you can just drop another 32nd, We Can Do It, make your Whirlwind survive maybe? So what you want to deny with your Killswitch here, that this Churchill is going to the front line. If this Churchill is in the front line, you have a big problem, because I don't see how you ever kill this, besides finding a Hellcat, maybe. So only 2 Hellcats in the deck that can deal with a frontline Churchill there.
I mean, one option which was available here is just to go for the tax strike strategic bombing. Killswitch may be saving the strategic bombing for when there's legions in the support line, but that's certainly a way of just dealing with this right now. But the We Can Do It also stops the Churchill from pushing the front line.
Oh, there comes the underground state and the Churchill in the front line. Oh, that looks like a problem now. Killswitch needs to find a Hellcat now. This is not a Hellcat. And yeah, now Killswitch is having the same problem like Blue had last match. A big unit in the front line and not much you can do against this with this US deck. Ooh. Do you just drop all the stuff with big attack and hope for the best? I mean,
I can't see a way.
I think you just have to threat bomb now, right? Otherwise, they're just moving the legions up, and then you have a guarded Churchill. I mean,
sure, but I don't see a way Killswitch can push back into this game. It feels like Cappuccino. You know, you can get rid of Cappuccino's wave of legions, but they're just gonna keep putting out units, and they're just gonna keep, pumping things out, and you're never gonna reach this front line because of this 5/7 heavy armor 1 church.
Yeah, the only option is Hellcat. And there are 2 in the left, 2 left in the deck, I guess. Just imagine he's not playing Hellcat. But he is. He's having 2. There is a fortification. That's giving them some health back.
I think you save the fortification here, though. I'm just trying to think, what is the correct way to play this if you're Cappuccino? I'd like to see either the Wrath or the Saxon come out onto this church.
Yeah, it's one of these 2, absolutely. The Blackwatch is not doing much against that US-German deck, because it's basically just units.
But they can see this tactical strike in Killswitch's hand, so I think Cappuccino going for this, since they can see it, it's definitely the right play here. because you know your Sexton is just going to die, and maybe you can bait Kill Switch to use the tack strike, and then it's clear coast for you to put down your Sexton.
Yeah, absolutely. Sexton additionally on board, I think that would be just the final nail in the coffin. Oh, not a good situation here. I mean, I think you have to double Sherman.
What do you do against the 5-6 Churchill with heavy armor in the front line? We've called this deck, US mid-range, US front line, but it is US front line. You need the front line to operate, and he just has no way of taking the front line back. He also just has no way of pushing up and taking it. You mentioned earlier Hellcat, and I think Hellcat is one of the few ways Kill Switch can, crawl their way back into this game and take it off Cappuccino. But without that, I struggle to see it happening. And even that, it may be too little, too late. I mean, they're having to deploy their Shermans here for very little, and Cappuccino can just continue to deal with these. Can put down the Sexton and the Ultra together to play around the tactical strike, and then can trade into one of these Shermans with the Churchill, and this puts them in a really excellent position to shut down Kill Switch. And it means even if Kill Switch top decks the Hellcat, you've already taken out both Shermans, so there's nothing that can push into the front line. One is pinned and one is dead.
Yeah, I think that's absolutely the line that he's going for here. Oh, that's also a smart move. But why not attack with the Churchill? Because of Ultra, I see.
Yes.
We
they
just
pushed up instead of going
we
for the
see the
Ultra.
opponent's side, so this 3 credits not spent is Ultra. So it's very obvious here for Kill Switch that the Ultra is.
And I know we said about the Hellcat being the only way for Kill Switch to take the front line. Cappuccino's just shut that down. Cappuccino's pushed up a non-tank unit into the front line, which means now for Kill Switch to push the front line has to deal with this Wrath Lightning as well. They can put down the Whirlwind and double trade with the Sherman and the Whirlpool, but you're expending more and more resources. You can also half-track to bounce it back, but still, it's so many resources for so little value. And I think Kill Switch really just being completely controlled here. And we did doubt this deck a little bit because of our experience against it, but Cappuccino just playing it really, really well. We see the double trade come out.
And so Kill Switch cannot really play the tactical on this Saxon. Because there's that Ultra, and he knew that it was there. Yeah.
Sexton takes out a Sherman.
So if Kill Switch is not finding the answer in next 1-2 turns, I think this
I'd kind of like to see the Convoy come out here. Find some more aggressive options, because you don't really want to Wrath or Underground this Sherman, because there's very little benefit to it. The Sherman is pinned. Kill Switch finding a Whirlwind continues to not find what they need. I mean, it's looking more and more dire for Kill Switch with each turn. And if this Blackwatch pushes the front line, this is not only a guard, but it prevents the Hellcat from even hitting this Churchill in the first place, because Kill Switch is going to have to deal with this guard before they can get to this Churchill from Cappuccino. This Churchill, really the MVP of this game. We saw it come down on turn 5 due to Observer Call. We saw it dropped again on the 7 credit mark. And now we see it sitting in the front line. We're at 11 credits now. So that's 4 turns it's sat in the front line. And it doesn't look like it's going anywhere anytime soon. If Kill Switch just had the front line this game, it'd be completely different. Tack Strike gets blocked by the Ultra. There's the Caress for Cappuccino. That's half of a potential win condition, because there's a way they can generate lots and lots of intel cards to proc on Atano. And I think, if Atano comes out now, there's very little Kill Switch can do to stop it. The main issue of Atano is when it dies, because it's such an expensive card to play, often you drop it and then it dies and then you don't have anything to do with it. But they can drop it pretty much comfortably on Cappuccino's side, knowing that there's not much Kill Switch can do to prevent it, other than, say, a half-track or something to bounce it.
Oh,
Hellcat finally
the
comes
Hellcat.
out.
Killswitch
I mean,
able to take the front line, but we will see Cappuccino respond with the carpet bomb, right?
I mean, he's also having the Sax. They also have the Saxon. And what is Killswitch doing with the Whirlwind here? Can these
Well,
3
they
damage?
can put down their entire hand and rush out as much as they can. But if we just see the carpet bombers respond from that, that's the complete game from Killswitch, shut down. And remember, we did see Killswitch winning in the start. We had Killswitch having a really, really strong start, but Cappuccino just used this uprising to completely crush and reset the game. I've seen people compare this card to The Last Man, and I think they're completely right. This card is a lot like To The Last Man. It just completely resets and wipes the board.
Yeah, just with the downside that you need some legions to die before you can pull it off. But other than that, it is really just a board clear, and you can from there on, because To The Last Man is 10 credits and Uprising only costing 5. You can clear the board, establish a new one, but put some units down on your side, and I think it has advantages over To The Last Man. Like, all these 1-drops. That's a little bit painful to watch, honestly.
Yeah, I think it may be worth at this point from Killswitch just saving your brain cells for the next game, because it's suddenly looking like Cappuccino just has this one in the bag. The only thing they're lacking is a way to end the game quickly, but they can always just end the game slowly.
Yeah, I think this is how this is going. Is there research in Cappuccino's deck?
I would assume so.
Check. So maybe synthetic rubber might speed that a little bit up.
Yes, they do have the research in their deck. They also have the Lancaster B3. They have
Spitfire Mark II.
They have one Tano in the deck. They have the Spitfire Mark II. So there's actually a lot of ways they can win this game. They just need to find one of them. Cappuccino just needs to find a way to close out this game quickly to prevent any possible comeback from Killswitch. But still, I think even continuous Hellcat top decks for the rest of the game wouldn't be enough.
Killswitch keeps finding these useless cards.
Yeah.
I mean, 99s.
I mean, this is a frontline deck, and if you don't have the frontline, what are you gonna? You're gonna really, really suffer.
Yeah, and once your opponent finds out how to play against it, like bringing big units to the front line, we see what is happening.
I'd kind of like to see Cappuccino drop like a Wrath or something, even though there's nothing to bounce, just to pressure Killswitch a little bit more.
I thought they
Africa.
would drop that Uprising.
Copies of Red Devils. Cappuccino pushes their own Red Devils to the front line, and this is just more and more issues for Killswitch. I honestly, at this point, I would take the surrender. I don't know what you're...
And another
what
one
you're
drop,
able to do.
man. Just drawing it. There's had been really some unfortunate draws here for Killswitch. Just
I'm
one
not
and
sure
two
what
drops
a fortunate
for the past
draw-
5 turns.
But what does a fortunate draw entail here for Killswitch? What if you're Killswitch? What do you draw and go? Finally, that's just what I've been looking for. You don't even have first left in the deck, because we saw this come out earlier, which would be nice because it'd take out the Caress and trade away into this Black Watch. There is nothing I can think of to top deck of Killswitch's deck here for them to come back into this.
Yeah, that's why I'm really a big fan of Seaford Invasion. Is it Seaborn Invasion? That's how
Seaborn
it's
Invasion.
called. Seaborn Invasion, yeah.
Seaforth Invasion was what happened with the release of the campaign.
I have an idea for a new card. 20k Seaford Invasion. You just get the front line full of Seaford Highlanders.
Seaforth Highlander.
Oh, let's make that suggestion after that casting. The Seaford Invasion. I like that one. And yeah, Killswitch down to 4 HP. Finds a half track, but...
It's too little, too late.
Yeah.
Able to get rid of the Wrath, but for what? Where does this lead?
Yeah, and this Brit Poland deck really, really good against this frontline control deck.
And I hate to to spoil it too soon, but I believe this is game 1 to Cappuccino.
Ooh, is this not a way too early call?
You think? You think it
Oh
might
look,
be too
the
early?
Red Devils. Oh man, that was really hard to watch. Yeah, that Churchill to the front line, that was
The uprising as well, right? We had
yeah.
uprising into follow-up Churchill. And there we go. Cappuccino takes game 1 in the finals. I came up with that myself, you know.
Wow, you're so smart.
Hey,
Yeah.
don't you dare steal my puns.
Oh, no. We've woken up all.
So
And
that
there
Brit
you
Poland
go.
deck is out of the way now.
Yeah. So if you're Cappuccino, what do you think you take next? Your USA or your Germany deck?
That's a good question. I think I would go for the Germany deck, maybe. Keeping the US one for the final battle. Because I think
And
that...
if you're kill switch, do you think you stick or do you switch? I feel like there's logic to stick it. Yes, you had an unfortunate game and it was a very difficult situation. But you did get, the absolute worst things that could happen to you. Your big presence got completely AoE'd, and then it got fully retreated twice. It was really, a really tough matchup for Killswitch to do anything about, especially with what Cappuccino had. Turn 1 Pioneers into turn 2 Plan West. It was really quite terrifying. So I feel like there's some logic to sticking to this US deck and saying, it didn't work that time, but it will work this time. And I like to see players that are confident on their decks, even when they lose on that deck. Yeah, I lost, but you know what? My deck's great and I'm great, and I'm bringing it again.
Yeah, why not? I mean, so I expect the players to test a lot and to train a lot, see how the matchups are. And if you have a deck that you are confident in that it is good against your decks, or your opponent's decks, you just stick with it, right? And take your chance, your best chance, and try to win.
And I believe we have the match. Killswitch switching to Brit.
To Brit Air.
Cappuccino takes the Germany control deck.
Oh,
now,
that
this
can
is
be
a fairly good matchup for Germany control, especially with this Sudden Strike, this Nashub, this JU-88. There's a lot of good things they have to deal with Killswitch's early aggression.
Yeah, also Wolfpack and Annihilation, right? Really good against Brit Air. Brit Air sometimes struggles to find draw, because they usually only have these convoys.
And I mean, you're sort of your second win condition against control matchups, if you're Brit Air, is this finest hour onto like a Spitfire or a Hurricane to fury out your opponent's lethal out of nowhere. But against Annihilation and against Wolfpack, and also these countermeasures for the things getting deployed, like from the deep, you're really not as confident as you were.
Very but also Mare Nostrum, right? Because this Italy ally provides a lot of healing, and you probably cannot do this combo then in one turn when your opponent is sitting on 30 health.
Early Leopold in Cappuccino's hand. I imagine by the time this is playable, it won't be as relevant as Leopold traditionally is, which is traditionally very relevant.
And there is a Mare Nostrum speaking about it, but not a good unit to put it on.
However, you can go for the Sudden Strike. You could have gone Sudden Strike first, correct?
I think they're waiting for some of these bombers getting buffed, maybe?
Yeah,
that's what you usually do, because there are two, and if you remove one, the other one just gets buffed, and then you don't have any answers.
Hurricane can come up from Killswitch, and there's nothing in Cappuccino's hand to handle this right now.
Yeah, not the fastest start here from Cappuccino.
However, they can go for the Sudden Strike and take out one of these swordfishes, and then go into the Panzer Owl. And then this Panzer Owl plus Mare Nostrum threatens pretty much anything Killswitch has. I would definitely like to see if you drop the Panzer Owl on Cappuccino's turn, I'd definitely like to see them Sudden Strike first, because otherwise it gives Killswitch the opportunity to double hit with the Swordfish and the air superiority to take out Panzer Owl to reach this Hurricane. We do see the Bologna from Cappuccino in their hand. Potentially a really good drop this turn. The only real risk for this is these swordfishes getting buffed and taking it out. However, if you sit on the sudden strike and drop the Bologna, then you still threaten the buffed up swordfish, assuming they get buffed somehow.
Yeah, but I really like to see the Bologna here. It denies the Hurricane from growing phase. And for one big buff bomber, you have the sudden strike later.
Exactly, and it just gives you a little bit more wiggle room, I think, than sudden into Panzerau. I do think if the Panzerau comes out, you have to sudden first, but I think if the Bologna comes out like this, you save the sudden just for a little bit. You do see the Churchill coming back to haunt Kill Switch. Remember me? No real strong plays for Kill Switch, right? I think you just go for the convoy and then you tickle the guard.
Yeah, you know when a card is really strong, when it is played in almost every archetype of one nation. And
yeah, it's
that
sort
is
of
what,
like desperate measures for Japan.
Yeah, and at the moment I think Churchill is in that state. It's played in Brit Air, it's played in Brit Control, it's played in Commandos. I don't know, everyone is playing Churchill, and I'm not sure if I want to see a change on it. Maybe reduce the health by 1. Because it is really strong. 7k, 5-7 with a really, really strong deployment effect.
I mean, it's often compared to a mini Leopold, and I like this comparison because it's not quite as powerful as Leopold's complete reset. However, it still has the potential to essentially be a 7k Leopold. It's a strong it's a strong mass retreat with a strong body that's left behind.
Yeah, I think the body is what makes it so worth the NT1 heavy armor.
Cappuccino has a few options here.
All of them are not really good, huh?
I'd kind of just like to see, I think, the Panzerau come back and just be a bit stationary for now. I think given the current situation, there's less value now in sudden striking than there was last time.
Yeah,
Would you see it come out?
Wellington?
There is another very powerful card.
Yeah, I really like the change they did to this card. It is actually very viable at the moment.
I love it when old cards, which used to be terrible, get buffed and completely changed, and then they see lots of play. It reminds me of mobile defense. Old mobile defense, it used to destroy the tanks at the start of your next turn, so you would never get to do anything with them. You had one turn of guards, but you didn't actually get to attack or move with them, and no one ran it. And then they changed this, they updated it, and suddenly sees a lot of play. I think it's really cool to see this sort of stuff.
Kill Switch going to kill the Panzer 3L.
I think it's a good idea. I think it's an issue that has to be dealt with, and I think this is the most sensible way of doing it. I think putting close air support on something with 1 or 2 deployment cost is really, really risky if you're Kill Switch because of the amount of things in Cappuccino's deck to reach out and grab your stuff, with sudden strikes and all this. We may see the Admiral Hipper, we may see the Ju-88. Goes for the Hipper, bounces the Hurricane. Can prevent Kill Switch from increasing his credit slot. We may see the Sexton come out here. What do you think?
Yeah, I think I like Sexton here over Hurricane. Because you just have a 3-4 unit on board that can additionally attack the Bologna next turn.
You can also close air support non-air units. This is something some people sometimes forget, is you can close air support the Sexton, and you can make a really, really big artillery that's very difficult to deal with. I think Cappuccino's main way of dealing with that is with potential bounce, or with something like a Lion for a day, or maybe even an Annihilation. But currently, none of this is available to Cappuccino.
Or La Decima. There's 2 copies of La Decima in the deck, so there are some answers for it.
But all of which have to be drawn.
Yeah, absolutely. Okay, that was interesting.
And look at that, leaves it on 6 health. I think that's...
for the buff with the close air support, and then attack once with the Hurricane, and the second attack goes face.
Exactly. It's a very intentional decision to hit it once and then to hit face afterwards. I think watching how people deal with cards differently with their swordfish tells you a lot about the player and a lot about their experience with the matchups. There's the Annihilation.
There's the Annihilation.
JU88 comes out, and this creates a very difficult situation for Killswitch. We may see them now opt for the Sexton onto this this JU88 to slow it down. But then we Cappuccino, we will see respond with this Annihilation.
What do you think about the line buffing the Hurricane and trade into Bologna anti? He's still getting the unit, right? You cannot trade into the JU.
Yeah, they'd still get the unit on Cappuccino.
Yeah, it's not only when they are attacking, but also when when it's killing you. So then I don't see that line there.
No,
then
it's
it has to be Sexton, right?
Very difficult situation for Kills. And we see Cappuccino using their control decks in a really controlled fashion. I mean, we're spending most of our time sitting here thinking to ourselves, what can Killswitch do to get out of this situation? And if you're playing control and your opponent is sitting there thinking about the game like a puzzle and trying to work out how to get out, you know you're playing it really, really well, because this is sort of what you want to do to your opponent. You want to make them feel like, not that they don't have any options, but that all their options lead to a dead end. And we see, Sexton comes out, and then their option of Sextoning to slow this JUAT comes to a dead end. It gets
also hitting that close air support.
Get rid of the buff. I think Cappuccino is doing a sort of masterclass of control right now.
Can we just appreciate how much work this one Bologna regiment did so far?
Oh yeah, it has saved so much potential damage.
Yeah.
But it's a very, very durable infantry. It's a very durable guard. It's a 3/7 that can cost 3 credits. That is insanely well statted.
Absolutely. Even for 4 credits, right? When a unit dies and it gets its cost increased by 1, it is still decent.
But if you get it out for it's still very worth it. But when it costs 3k, I mean, the British are known for their staples of guards and all this in cards, right? They've got some of the best guards in the game. And Isari, their 3 credit guard, has less attack and less defense than this Italian guard.
Yeah.
I think this guy is a really powerful card. And once again, another card that used to be useless. This card actually used to get bonus credit on its cost for every card that had died.
Oh yeah, I remember.
So eventually, at the end of the game, you would top deck a Bologna regiment that cost 17 credits, and it was not ideal to have a 3/7 infantry that cost more than a super fortress.
Yeah, because it's not winning you games as the super flying fortress that we saw earlier today.
Oh, it certainly did. That was a beautiful.
I think Killswitch is still not out of this, because Cappuccino did not find any healing so far. He's sitting there at 17 health, which is not too comfortable.
They do have a Man Ostrom though, so I know they've not found healing, but they have healing. Spearfire is potentially huge. However, Lion for a day, sitting and waiting. This is the thing I was talking about earlier. Every path Killswitch can take leads to a dead end. Every option, every turning is a cul-de-sac. There's no way out of this. I really struggle to see how Killswitch, finds their way out of this situation they've been put in by Cappuccino. I think they're going to really have to hope that Cappuccino isn't such a whiz on US-Germany frontline as they are on these control decks so far.
And I think there's also one Sky Barons in Cappuccino's deck. So I think this deck was designed to counter Brit Air. Or Brit Air style decks. Like we also saw that US German deck. I think this is also not too bad against this.
Considering dropping the Arvo, plays the Churchill, sends back the Bologna and the Nashib. But the Nashib are top deck. But do you even bother with it? You can go for a Comet, take out a Bomber, and then go for this Lion for a day to take out the Churchill. You can also use your Mosquito to take something out. I don't think they need to worry about decimating this go. I think you just play it a little bit cool and collected, and you save this for when you really need it.
I mean, the big advantage of the La Decima is it's giving you a guard, right? And knowing that your opponent does have a frightening Spitfire in his deck.
Can I point out, has Cappuccino not lost a single unit this entire game? That
I
Bologna
can still drop the Bologna, yeah.
Yeah, that Bologna costs free credits. This is turn 9, and they've not lost a single unit against an aggressive base deck.
How is that even possible?
It's a little bit ridiculous.
And Killswitch did not have the worst start ever, right? He had 2 Swordfish in starting hand.
Do you see some draw for Killswitch? So they can draw and cycle a little bit. They do also have this this Empire Strike.
Ooh. This looks tough. And then look at the most left card there from Cappuccino. Oh, but this denies the Leopold, but still a very, very tricky situation here. Deciding not to go for the Heinkel, right? Because you don't want your opponent to deploy any units.
I mean, do you kill this? I don't think you do. If you attack, if Killswitch attacks into this bomber with their fighter, it frees up the support line, which means Cappuccino doesn't lose a turn because they can then play cards. They can play the Flampanzer, the Decima, the Tiger. They have a lot of options. By not killing this Henschel...
Oh, that's a good find.
That is
Together with the
huge.
Empire Strikes.
Yep. And
the close air support.
If they're going to close air support, they should close air support the Wellington so that it doesn't get killed by this Flampanzer. It is worth noting when the Leopold comes out and bounces these Swordfish, they will continue to have Blitz. These Swordfish have Blitz forever, not just for the turn they are added by HMS, so that they will have Blitz and they will be able to be chucked down again with the Wellington to really pressure this this Leopold if it comes out. Looks like Killswitch considering pushing up the Gladiator, dropping the Wellington, and then playing the Empire Strikes, just counting up their credits first.
Yeah, he's definitely having enough credits for that. Question is which unit he wants to attack after that. And since he's only having 1 credit left.
Cappuccino's board.
Oh, but that Wolfpack is huge.
It is, but can you afford to play it this turn? If you Leopold, your Leopold dies. There's no doubt about it. Your Leopold is dead. So you can Flampanzer and Comet. You could drop the Flampanzer and Comet kill the Wellington, but that's leaving 3 air units on board, which gives the potential for a blitz kill from Killswitch.
Yeah, with this close air support stuck in the hand.
This HMS Illustrious may be swinging the game for Killswitch, maybe pushing it, far enough into their camp for them to take this.
And another 1-drop.
Cappuccino really needs to get some hill going.
You know what? I like to see him buff the Gladiator on the front line, because this is not dying to La Decima.
Yeah.
Reduces the answers from
It also means the Flampanzer has to, if it trades, it dies.
Yeah. Killswitch also only needing 1 finest hour.
Very difficult point in the game where every decision could be the difference between a win and loss. It could be the make or the break. And I think Cappuccino really needs to figure out how they're going to stabilize. They can bounce, they can heal, they can go for trading, but they need to figure out what's going to give them the highest chance of survival, what's going to give them the highest chance of being all right and staying alive. And I think it's a very difficult question to answer. Well, Killswitch needs to figure out, how can I get the most bang for my buck? I mean, Cappuccino, if they're able to play Wolfpack next turn, if they're able to figure out there's not lethal on board and they go for the Wolfpack, it means they are, into a guaranteed position.
But the instant Deployment of La Decima.
Goes for Decima. Like you say, buffing this gladiator would have avoided that.
Yeah, it's not very. You don't see that line in your mind, right?
It's not so obvious.
Yeah.
So potential slight misplay from Killswitch. They are able to go for the buff onto the swordfish if they want, and they can hit face. If they play their Spitfire first, they can hit face for 4 damage.
One off,
However,
actually.
huh?
One off then, actually.
Yes, one off. However, this does give the potential for a Man Nostrum. So they're going to play around the Man Nostrum, but they know Comet is there. They know the Comet is coming. I think you have to sort of drop the Spitfire this turn, unless you're relying on the Finest Hour top deck. But still, I don't believe that will be enough to end the game.
Yeah, also knowing that your opponent is having Wolfpacks and Annihilation, you have to empty your hand here, right? You don't want to get this discarded.
Get the guys down. Pushes up the Gladiator. Second Man Nostrum. They can Man Nostrum the Cappuccino. They can Man Nostrum their Decima, trade into the front line, and then they can play their Comet, Man Nostrum that, and trade again, and then they heal themselves for an absurd amount of health on Cappuccino and completely stabilize themselves. And this means if you trade into this swordfish, Killswitch has to trade into your guy with ambush to reach your HQ. And this means they're going to heal you even more. They're going to continue to heal you. I think Man Nostrum on this Decima would be a huge play that would buy them so much space. I'd really like to see it come out.
Oh, and
Here
the
comes
timer
the
goes.
clock.
Making the decisions even harder. Oh.
They're going to have to play when it reaches out 6 or 7, or it's going to take too long. Goes for the Leopold. Plays the Man Nostrum.
Ooh.
The Wrath Lightning can bounce the Leo or the Decima. However, if you bounce one of those, you do risk yourself being screwed over. We may see Killswitch just pass their turn, not realizing there's a second Man Nostrum in Cappuccino's hand. So Cappuccino can start the hill next turn. Killswitch may save themselves.
Man.
I save it, I wait, and I Wrath next turn. Goes for the bounce on the Leo.
Yeah, not really a bad idea. Buys him some time.
Pours out his hand. What is Killswitch looking for? What can they find to get them out of this situation? Because
Finest Hour.
Don't quite have it. Is Finest Hour enough? I don't think it is. Not with a guard.
Oh, it is. It making the Spitfire 6/6. Kill the
However,
guard. Go fade. Oh no, it's having the Man Nostrum on it,
has
right?
Man Nostrum, so it heals. I think they need to find their Lend-Lease. However, they also need to find ways of preventing Cappuccino from healing. So they need to find Lend-Lease, find the Albacores, and pin out these units of Man Nostrum to prevent Cappuccino from healing. And in this way, Killswitch can buy himself as much time as possible to sort of figure out how to get out of this situation. I mean, I think that gives you the most space on Killswitch's side. So I think Lend-Lease is really what they're looking for. They've played their Shalling. They do have the Monty left in the deck. We see the Leopold come out again. Decima to the front line. There's the Monty.
And that means the HQ is not guarded.
HQ is not guarded. That is true.
Monty
with no
The only
draw.
problem with the Rough Lightning is you have to do it on an enemy unit. So you can decide whether to...
Are they going to drop the Monty and flood the board?
Yeah, you just play the Monty and play the Spitfire and Gladiator and Swordfish.
And hold the Wrath.
And if your opponent is just dropping another guard, you have the Lightning in hand to bounce it, and then you just kill him with a Spitfire.
Comet comes down, though, to take out the Spitfire. We need to see a top deck and Killswitch's side. With the tag strike alongside
my god!
Comet. Goes for the Wolfpack.
Oh my god, that tactical destroys Killswitch here. No draw for Killswitch now because of that Wolfpack.
Yep.
Huh?
I'd like to see the attack, not the Comet. Save your Comet.
Save your comment.
No need to throw it out. And top decking this Tack Strike saves comment on Killswitch's side. And like I said before, if you can wolfpack your opponent's empty hand and guarantee they can't lethal you, then you know exactly what's going to happen. They can hit you for Killswitch can hit you for 2 here, but I think this is Cappuccino's game. And that takes them to an early 2-0 lead in a best of 3. They just need to win 1 of the next 3 matches, and then they are the OCC final finalists.
I think you just go phase and hope for shelling next turn, I don't know. Or land lease into shelling. Oh my god. What a close game.
And just Killswitch, really needing to top deck the finest hour when this Decima reached the front line. If that was a finest hour off the top of the deck, that was a blitzed Spitfire for lethal.
And
but now we
look
see
at it.
heals
Okay, no, it's
from
over.
3 to 13 as lethal just gets further and further away.
Just drop the tiger here. Or
Drop
just
the
the fighter. Yeah.
Protects from any potential bombers.
Yeah, I think there's nothing left. Like the Wellington has been already played, the HMS is out, but better safe than sorry, right?
It stops the finest hour on any bomber, but Albacore comes down.
And there's a from the deep additionally. Yeah, that's it.
And that's game. It is just a matter of time now. Even if Killswitch gets like their Lend-Lease or something without Monty or Shannon to go into, I don't see where it goes. But I do have to give a little shout out to Killswitch for actually sticking through with these games and saying, I'm not surrendering. Yes, mathematically I've lost, but you know what? Maybe my opponent's internet will cut out. You know, I'm sticking through with this. This not surrender mindset actually wins you quite a few games. And even if it looks like to you, mathematically you've lost, your opponent can still make mistakes. Maybe your opponent has miscalculated and makes the mistakes. But there we go. Cappuccino taking game 2, goes to a 2-0 lead. Really, really strong place from Cappuccino. I mean, they've just played these control decks so beautifully. Every line I see for Killswitch, it's like, this doesn't end well for us. We do this line, we're in a worse position we were before. And I'm sure there's lines I hadn't considered, this I haven't thought about. But the obvious ones to me all end in defeat. And we see, Cappuccino really putting them in a corner on Killswitch's side.
Yeah, and Cappuccino just 1 win away from winning their first OCC. What do you think if you're so close to winning your first time? Is it just, are you just super excited, or are you, I cannot know how they feel. I mean, that's just such an, I don't know, I think that's the second largest thing you can achieve in cards, and I think it's just such a nice feeling to have a 2-0 lead here and know you have 3 chances to get the title.
I think it's also quite a player-to-player thing, right? Certain players, they crack under the nerves. Also, hi, Ollie.
Hey, Ollie.
Hello, I'm back.
Good to see you again.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Did you enjoy the matches so far?
Oh, yeah, they've been great. Cappuccino, what a beast. They've been playing like crazy, absolutely great lines. But so what happened is that Killswitch asked for a 5-minute break after this game, before we went into this game. So we're now honoring that wish. They need to take care of something quickly on their side. So meanwhile, we get to just chat. And I feel like we hardly never get to just chat anymore, guys. No, I'm joking.
What happened? We used to...
we used to talk all night, We
used to argue all the time.
No, now but... we're just waiting until the next game starts. I think. Do you think Cappuccino's going to 3-0 this, or do you think Killswitch has a fighting chance to come back? I mean, his only deck left is going to be his resistance deck, right? So now, no, never mind. Killswitch,
the US German deck.
Yes, the US Germany deck, right? But Killswitch still has his resistance deck if he wants to go into kind of swapping strategies, and we did see him swap before game number 2. Do you think that he's going to stick to his guns and try and bring, Brit Air again, or is he going to start bringing the resistance?
I don't think you Brit Air against USA Germany. I think you can do it in the sense and logic of I have to win with all 3 of my decks now, so I may as well do it. But in my experience, that's a really bad way of looking at the game, because mental state and momentum is a thing to consider. And if you can pick up a win, you give yourself a better chance of winning the next game. So you win with your most likely deck to win, and then you increase the odds of your second one. And then if you've gone from 2-0 to 2-2, your opponent is under pressure now, and they're feeling the pressure from it. So you go strongest deck, strongest matchup, next strongest matchup, next strongest matchup, and you start strong, and then it's okay to get weaker over time because you've given yourself this momentum. So I'd like to see them either, I believe they've got the mirror matchup, or they can go for the resistance, and I'd like to see them go for one of those two. I'm not sure, Spooz, which one do you think is do you think it's more favorable to go resistance, or do you think it's more favorable to just mirror it?
I think you go for the resistance there. You mentioned it earlier. Resistance got so popular mainly because of that US-German deck being that popular and being a good answer to it. If your opponent cannot find early, we can do it. You have good ways to clear the board and out-control him. So I think I would switch to resistance here, and I think that is also the big advantage that Killswitch is having at the moment. He knows exactly what Cappuccino is bringing to the next match and can prepare mentally and deck-wise exactly for that deck, and trying to get his first win in this series here.
I mean, you don't just have good AoE, you've got very early, most of your AoE costs 2 or 3 credits. So it's like, yeah, we can do it in your starting hand. I can AoE you first. Sorry, Ollie, I saw you were going to say something.
No, I was going to say, I mean, you're in this situation, this is your last chance this year to win an OCC, and you have your back up against the wall. I think you're absolutely correct. You have to bring what you think gives you the biggest chance. And apparently from Killswitch, he wants to bring resistance, like we talked about, right? He thinks that this is going to be the way to beat this deck, and I tend to agree. So back to you, Bubbles and Spooz, take it away.
What do you keep here? I don't think you keep Naval Op and 2 Toras. I think you keep 1 Tora and 1 Naval Op, or 2 Toras. I don't think you can keep all 3 AoEs, because if you don't get any card draw and your AoE just doesn't work out for you, you can actually leave yourself in a really awkward position.
Yeah, you get, as you see Killswitch clicking that Tora, he's also just in this thought process at the moment. He's thinking, do I keep 2 Toras and 1 naval operation, or do I want to have an additional option on finding draw there? But he decides to keep that Tora.
I've gone for the flicker strategy myself. What you do is you shut your eyes and you spam your mouse on the card mulligan so many times you forget how many times you pressed it, and then whatever it ends on is what you do. So what I do when I'm not sure what to mulligan, I mulligan randomly.
I mean, it's a good way to resolve that 50-50, right?
Yeah, you don't have to think about it. Just
if it's a close
50-50.
decision and you cannot decide, just let RNGesus decide.
And the best part is if you do it and lose, you can go, oh, it's because I mulligan randomly. I wasn't taking it serious.
And Cappuccino with a good start here, 32nd into 35T. One of the strongest starts into a match.
Now, I imagine we'll see Killswitch not chuck out any AoE just yet.
No. That's way too early.
You can go for a Decree Tora to save yourself 2 damage because you don't have any healing. But I think I'd rather just see this draw come out here, this Viva la Resistance, and just give yourself a little bit of cycle, and then go for the Tora next turn. And then when the first Toras come out, Cappuccino may say, hey, I've seen Tora, I can play freely now and check some things down.
Also, every unit in Cappuccino's hand is having 1 health. So
yeah, it is very, very squishy units here from Cappuccino. We see the Decree Tora. Now, you do have a deceivingly large amount of AoE in hand if you're Killswitch here. So you can Decree Tora, your opponent goes, well, there's Decree Tora, I'll go wide. So then you go for the Tora again, and they go, well, there's 2 Toras and a Decree. I can go wide again. And then you hit him with the Naval Op. You just keep going.
I think they did. Oh no, did they just draw the 32nd? top?
No, yeah, they
Yeah,
did. If
they
they
have
have
two
two
in
in
hand.
hand, it means they top deck one.
Oh,
So that is super, super unfortunate for Cappuccino here. Now, we
So-
do see the California in hand, and that is a very difficult card to deal with. You can AoE it once to get it into 4 attack, and then it's in Banzai range. But other than that, you have to use 3 damage orders just to get rid of this, and that's assuming it doesn't get buffed.
Oh no! Isn't that... I don't know if I agree with these early Tauros, because none of these units has really been a threat.
I think the fear is this 20-second infantry draw. But I kind of like letting the 20-second infantry draw anyway, and letting it do a little bit of draw, just because you're okay with your opponent having a large hand size. However, you are in the finals and you're 2-0. Taking risks is not what you want to do here. You don't feel comfortable taking risks, especially for someone who isn't as played in tournaments. They've not played that many tournaments, and they've certainly not been in the OCC finals before. It's a very high-pressure environment for someone who's not used to it. So I do imagine Killswitch is feeling a little bit more like on edge, and like he has to do things very quickly to deal with these issues. I mean,
And also knowing that there are more than 100 people suddenly watching your games, right? And knowing every little mistake that you might make is on screen here, and that might also play a role. In your head, you're just thinking, oh, what might they think? Is this the correct play? If not, oh man, that might also be a factor here.
And knowing there's two guys pointing out all your mistakes, oh, look at that, he made a mistake.
While doing even more mistakes.
Yeah.
And also all these long-range recons are not healing for that much here with that little amount of units on board and in hand of Cappuccino.
We see the high value air defense, but there is yet another AoE, the 4th AoE of this game. Do you even go for it this turn? Do you just go for the long range recon? You can honorable death the 22nd if you're very worried about it, and then go for this long range.
Yeah, I mean, it's probably the best way you get out of long range recon, right? But also you want to stop that 30-second to go to the front line and give your opponent potential Sherman draw. Ooh la la.
Here comes the Cali.
That is a big threat. Almost every AoE spent, and now there's nothing left to... I mean, there's one defend and death, but it will still be a 4-2 after that.
It certainly will be. It does open you up into going Kika to start trading into it and get it into a non-problem range. I think once it reaches being a 2-1, you don't have to worry about it as much. However, even when it doesn't pressure much, attack and face damage, it still pressures the ability for Cappuccino to get these Sherman draws and quickly pop off on the Shermans. So it is always going to be a threat so long as it's alive. Killswitch in a very difficult position. And I can confidently say, I don't know what to do. I don't know what I would do. It's a really difficult position to be in.
Absolutely. He really needs some draw, but as I said earlier, I'm not sure. All this AoE, I think he just spent it way too early. I have a feeling he's not really used to playing this deck. And usually you want to keep your AoE just at the time when the board is full of units and not only on a Panzer 35T and 132nd. Because you have so much healing, you don't care about going down to 10 to 8. As long as you can just heal and wipe your opponent's board, everything is fine.
Yeah, you can flash heal up and be okay with the situation. I'd like to see the defend and depth come out on this Cali, because it takes you from a 2-turn clock to a 3-turn clock when this goes down to 4 attack. So you just get it because of the attack reduction, and it also means if you top deck a Banzai, you do have the capability of killing this.
Yeah, he has to.
I've noticed something, Spooz.
What?
I think the entire grand final series for us is quicker than one match of that Germany mirror earlier that Ollie and Admirable got. Notice how we always get the fast, exciting games. It's always, you know, our entire finals are like over in 5 minutes, and Ollie and Admirable are sitting there like, it's
2 hours
it's the Decima again.
And another La Decima. Hey, the 5th La Decima. While only one player playing Italy. How is that even possible? And
some heal.
Look at the Hellcat. It is lethal next turn.
There is
Killswitch needs to heal.
Yeah, he has to heal. He can heal for 8 from the Call of the Colonies, or
And
he can draw
long-range
from Call of the
recon.
Colonies and use the recon to heal. I kind of want to see them draw from the colonies to help them find a solution. However, lots of health is very nice. As a general rule for cards,
The more health, the better.
the more health, the better.
And there is another M18 Hellcat 109th combo possible.
Do you go for it this turn if you're Cappuccino, or do you save it until it will end the game on the spot? Goes for the Stars and Stripes to empty their hand size, recognizing that, hey, I'm not going to get a good opportunity to use this. We saw Kolbasnik earlier go for the 0 board, 0 unit DFA.
I like that line because that also sets up lethal for next
But
turn.
there's a Tora in Killswitch's hand. They can heal up with the long-range recon if they want, or they can save it. But once they Tora, they can play this Honorable Death on this Kali. So they can go Decree, Tora, Honorable, and take out this Kali.
They can clear the board. But then there is a Hellcat 109th Combat Engineers waiting.
The real issue, I think, is this air defense, because this combo is going to come out and there's going to be a Kika on board, and the Kika threatens this Hellcat. However, with the air defense up, you can finish it off. And there is the M4 Sherman for Cappuccino. So even if they don't end the game with this burst, they do have this as backup. I'd really like to see whatever Cappuccino does, end the turn with the 2K float on this air defense. Use the air defense, I mean.
Deciding not to set up the lethal here.
I think you go 99th, bounce this Kika, hit face for 2, and drop the air defense. Killswitch goes, I need to do something about this, redrops the Kika, and it gets blown up instantly, and you spent 10k to have your own unit die.
This is not looking good for Killswitch.
That is
really not.
Definitely an understatement. It is definitely not looking good for Killswitch.
It's
and
over,
we may
right?
see Cappuccino take their first win in an OCC with a swift, decisive 3-0 victory. This turn from Killswitch may be the deciding factor on if this is an end here or not.
What a Christmas present, huh? You're making
What
to
a
yourself, huh?
Christmas present.
Honorable. Everything leads to Killswitch is dying here. With the Catalina, with the Hellcat there in Cappuccino's hand. So Killswitch knows that there's probably the air defense up, so he cannot go with the kicker here. And that's it, right?
He's got 16 health from Killswitch though. It's not quite it.
Ah, yeah, he held. I did not see that one. So that's not it. But with 3 cards left in hand.
It's looking really, really rough. To the Last Man and Banzai are the 2 top decks that buy you a little bit more time. Liberation also buys you a little bit more time, but not in the form you would like. It doesn't deal with the board. It just gives you a health boost.
Yeah. And makes your opponent draw 1 less card, but with 2 Shermans and the Catalina in Cappuccino's hand. The last thing they need is draw.
Last thing they need is draw as well. They just need this little bit more damage, just an inch more damage, and they can finish off Killswitch. However, this game is not over. If Cappuccino overextends in the slightest, and then Killswitch responds with AoE, it could swing the game back in Killswitch's direction. The situation in this sort of matchup is it's very crucial.
Yeah, just
Very
one Banzai and the
crucial.
board is clear.
one banzai and the board is clear. And the M8 Hellcat, the M18 Hellcat, sorry, when it pitches to the front line, it has to be buffed with this combat engineer. Defending depth comes out. We may see Kika come out instead of the defend, but it would die. And I believe that may be, depending on what Killswitch does, this may be game. If he goes for the Kika, it's game.
I don't think he goes for the kicker. He did not earlier. And I think Killswitch knows that there has to be an air defense. Cappuccino floated 2 credits every turn now.
Goes to defend.
I think he
Drops
just drop
the
it and
Kika, yeah.
I don't know.
You may as well do something with those 9 credits. Not going to take the CCMS route.
Oh, and another
And there's
99.
another 99.
That kicker is not doing anything. It's not even dying. It refuses to die. Still no lethal yet, but
Cappuccino being so patient with these Hellcats, just waiting and waiting. Whirlwind, 1st, Hellcat, all in hand. There's so much blitz potential. Doesn't even need the air defense anymore because of this deployment effect, this pin from the Whirlwind. And a Shiden top deck is not what you need on Killswitch. I believe that is a 3-0 victory. Decisive victory to Cappuccino. Takes their first OCC win in the final OCC of the season.
wow.
Killswitch just soaking it in, taking a step before he says to himself, this is it. Throws out the honorable fight.
Oh, look.
You are a worthy opponent.
Very, very fair not winner here. I don't want to say loser. It's just the not winner.
Not winner. I mean, 2nd place is still... that is still 2nd place.
For his first OCC appearance, it's really, really very, very good. And there goes the Shiden getting pinned. And the kicker getting pinned. And that's it.
That's it.
Congrats to Cappuccino. 3-0. Wow. That was very, very dominant.
And not just not a close 3-0. This was a decisive 3-0.
Yeah.
Those control games weren't even close. And there you go, Cappuccino 3-0 for the OCC. Oh, what a series. And that is it. All 3 of their decks. Killswitch played brilliantly today, but that was not even close. Cappuccino really showing what they're made of in there and just completely destroying the Killswitch. I think Cappuccino played that beautifully, and like I said before, they've done it.
Yeah, congratulations to Cappuccino for putting their name at the top of the final OCC of 2021. It took a few months for them to get there, but they finally clutched. I was going to say clinched and clutched at the same time. That was really weird. Finally clinched their first victory in an OCC, and we congratulate them. And of course, congratulations to Killswitch as well for getting 2nd in their first ever OCC. That is not a feat to be laughed at all. And with that, let's bring up the bracket here real quick so we can see the final standings of this Officer Club Championship. There you see it. Cappuccino is our champion for the month of December, having beaten out Killswitch 3-0. Of course, Cappuccino got a bye in round number 1 when Knight was unable to make it, then took out Kolbasnik 2-0, and then 3-0 in the finals, not dropping a single match for a completely clean sweep in their first OCC victory. Absolutely stellar performance from them here.
Yeah,
right.
Honestly, they've played so well. I think they deserve it. They played beautifully today. I think there are multiple games I'm going to go back and watch and learn from. You know, whether it's a turn 5 Churchill or this beautiful Germany control. I think they've played so beautifully that they 100% deserve an OCC win. And I think it's fitting that the OCC they win is the one they played beautifully in. I think it was, I don't know what to say. It was great plays.
Absolutely. Well, now we have our winner. We still have to figure out who's going to end up in third place and who's going to end up in fourth. That is a battle that will happen between Blue Blast and Kolbasnik. Before we get to that, I'm going to have to bring Admirable back over here. But before I do that, I need to say goodbye to you guys. And this will be our final goodbye here in 2021 in this little analyst desk overview type thing. So it's been a lot of fun so far this year. You guys have been casting with us quite a bit. So I wanted to thank you so much for all the fun times and good times throughout the year, and give you a chance to leave us with some parting words here in the final OCC, starting with you, Spooz.
Yeah, first of all, thanks for having us all the year to the OCC. It was really fun to be with you guys, and also thanks for Bubbles for having an insane time casting together. And also to the audience, guys, thank you all for tuning in. Without you, we would just sit here and talking to each other. And yeah, I hope for a good next year, especially when mobile drops. I hope the viewer numbers and the player numbers will increase dramatically. And yeah, looking forward to it. And hope everyone is having a nice Christmas, some nice Christmas and a New Year's Eve. And yeah, looking forward to next year. And just leaving it over to Bubbles with my weaving carrot here on my snowman.
All right, Bubbles, what about you? Before, show people your new microphone, just so everybody knows.
Yeah. People, I mean, okay, I don't know if I can, Ollie, because the wire I have for my microphone is very shoddy and it breaks if I move it. What I can do is I can angle my camera at the new microphone. There you go. There's a new microphone. It does have a sock around it because it has a really bright light that I can't turn off. And it really bugs me because I'm always like, why are you shining at me? So I have tied a sock around the microphone, but I guarantee you that is not affecting the quality. It still sounds silky smooth. And I did see a couple people saying, buy Bubbles a new mic. Guys, this is just my voice.
Yeah, I wanted
just
to
sound
say,
like this.
it's not the mic's fault, it's just his voice.
Not the mic.
He's equally as annoying in person. Oh, no, wait.
I can confirm that one.
The 10 minutes in the car while we waited for Spooz to land, Ollie was constantly just, Bubbles, stop talking. Bubbles, stop talking the entire time.
Bubbles, can you change your mic? No, wait, you're sitting next to me.
Yeah.
But all right, give us your final words so we can bring Admirable here. We can wrap this up.
Thanks for having us. It's been such an incredible journey. From I think it's been about 2 years now. We've been in KARDS, or at least I've been involved in KARDS. It's been 2 years now. It makes me feel a little bit old, as time goes by. But it's been such an incredible journey. I mean, it's a bit of a dream come true with a lot of it going to Iceland and meeting everyone. It has been beautiful, and there's so many supportive people who fans and people that watch the game, fans of the game, and it's expanded so much of my life so quickly. I think it's amazing, and happy Christmas, everyone. It's a Festivus to the rest of us, so have a good time, and me and Spooz will most likely catch you in the new year.
Yeah.
All right. Thank you so much, guys. It's time to bring Admirable back here so me and him can jump in to this third place matchup between Blue Blast and Kolbasnik. Welcome back, Admirable. It is time for us to do the final series of 2021, and that is to determine whether or not it's going to be Blue Blast or Kolbasnik to round out the podium for this final OCC of the year. And I am very excited. We just saw a dominating win here in the grand finals. I think this one is likely to be a little bit more of a back and forth. What do you think?
I think it usually tends to be a back and forth on this one. That was just a very strongly technically executed match on Cappuccino's side. It's just bravo. I mean, it's pretty tough to say more than that. That was just a clinic in terms of that final one. I think all the technical play advantages went over to that side. I think the strategic play advantages were a little bit cut, but I'd say more towards Cappuccino's side. Part of that is just the decks that were there, the agency that's involved. I think Cappuccino's had a little bit more volume over that, but overall that was just a fantastic finals match. to close out the year. You really can't ask for much more. A new player versus a player who's trying to stamp their first OCC resume, despite the fact that they have been showing a consistent performance in the tournament scene, and then they finally get to do so as well. Just a great ending.
Yeah, absolutely awesome. But let's turn our attention now to the pair at the intersection of third and fourth place. That is Kolbasnik and Blue Blast. And let's start by bringing Kolbasnik's profile up here. I wanted to just quickly talk about him. Kolbasnik is a player that we have seen, being fairly consistently in Cards Open top 16s, even in top 4s. We've seen him play a lot in the tournament scene. He is a member of Team Eastern Front. So, he has shown that he has all the ability to make it far in these tournaments. And I want to highlight the fact that, he finished 25th. He made it through the play-ins. He is now in a fight for the podium, right? Killswitch, he finished 7th. He made it through the play-ins and he took 2nd. So we could potentially see 2 of the players outside of the top 6 make it all the way onto the podium, which I think is it's a great testament to the skill of these players, because they did not just have to beat 7 other people, they had to beat 37 other people.
Yeah, it's not an easy thing to do. Getting to this position is technically, from a tournament aspect, it's a little bit harder, but getting top 6 on ladder is also not so easy itself. So let's not take too much away from anything in there. Just really making it to the OCC is an impressive mark, and you can see there with the 13,000 matches played, that's a lot of experience, and a 59% win rate is a lot more than you should be able to have. But players are able to secure this agency and they take advantage of it. And Kolbasnik, I certainly think, has shown consistency in that regard, and we're going to see it here today. They're fighting for 3rd place finish. But Blue Blast, this is a player I think that has demonstrated a very strong fundamental understanding in terms of where tempo is involved. And that is usually the way that you get the biggest advantage is with that tempo. So when we take a look at Blue Blasts and you see this win right here, it is not a joke. It is a massive number. Ollie, how on earth do you get that big of a number, both in the matches played and in the win rate?
Exactly. How do you maintain a 68.31% win rate across 16,750 matches? That is absolutely challenges understanding, right? I do not understand that. It is absolutely crazy. But then again, Blue Blast has been consistently performing in cards from, before I even joined the company. He is a former Magic the Gathering Pro Circuit player. He did play that a lot. He has been competitive across multiple card games, and he has taken all of that experience and applied it every single step of the way within cards. And that has delivered him to these numbers that we see here today.
Indeed.
Well, of course, there's nothing to wait for. I think we're just ready to give the players the green light, just throw them back into the match. We just can bring up the ban screen. There are, of course, no bans this time around, as the players are playing a best out of 5. Therefore, they do need a win with all 3 of their decks. Now, as a reminder, let's quickly jump through the decks for each of these players, starting with Kolbasnik.
All right, so when we start with Kolbasnik's side of things, we're the big one to look at, I'd say, is the Resistance deck. This is, I think, proven to be a very powerful deck in terms of its arrival and how strong it is. That's a deck that very much has cemented itself as a staple of the tournament scene. I don't think it's necessarily quite as strong on the ladder, although I do believe it's very strong there. It's just in a tournament scene, your opponent has to bring different styles of decks. So they can't just bring the aggro deck that beats you every single time, or bring the control deck that was going to beat you, or the mid-range deck that's going to beat you, etc. They have to bring different strategies. And so when you have to bring multiple different strategies, that's where that Resistance deck really picks up its performance, is because now you're scattering what it's having to compete against. It's going to find a favorable matchup across the way somewhere. And so the real question is, how do you actually fight against it in that spot? When you don't have a ban, you have to have a strategy that's ready for this, because again, it's cemented itself as really a staple of the tournament scene at this point.
Yeah, absolutely. I think it's gonna be interesting to see how that plays out. Sorry, I got a little bit distracted. Continue on with the next deck.
Oh, okay. So that was the Japan Resistance deck from Kolbasnik.
Yeah.
When we take a look at the next one, it's going to be the Germany-US deck that is utilizing Leopold at the top end, and then the Alliance. And the Alliance is really the one that caught my attention when I came into this week and took a look at the decks, because it's a card that I think is extremely powerful. It's just quite difficult to use. With USA, one of the strongest aspects of this deck is going to be the fact that it's got a lot of cheap units that are very effective. The Alliance doesn't buff those. It says give all your non-USA units +2/+2. So you have to find someone else who has that strategy. And guess who else has it? It's going to be Germany. You know, I'd say the addition of the Gebirge Pioneer 95, that was really the big aspect of it. I think that enabled this card. It is a 1 credit 1/1 Alpine unit that says at the start of your turn you gain an additional credit. That is a huge threat to your opponent on turn 1, and they have to be able to fight against it. And that's what Kobalsnik's going to be queuing up here first. For Blue Blast side of things, let's go into his next, which is the US Frontline deck. He does have a copy of Blitzkrieg. I've talked about this throughout every single time today, but when your opponent can see the copy of Blitzkrieg, they have to take account for it. So that's a big one to pay attention to.
So I think this is exactly the start that Blue Blast was fishing for when he kept that 35T in hand earlier.
Oh, no doubt.
That is exactly the start that you want to see when you are playing this US mid-range deck. He already has a 3/2 in the front line on turn 2, and he is able to follow that up consistently. Now, there is a slight risk here that Kobalsnik would be able to answer on the front line a little bit. However, because of the cost of operating that Wirbelwind, if he chooses to trade that into the Panzer 35T, which I'm expecting that he will, he won't be able to actually deploy and move up the other Wirbelwind, meaning that Blue Blast will still have clear access to the front line. And now we get to see how good this deck is when it actually has the front line Admirable.
Yeah, I mean, this is like no doubt like one of the strongest openings that you can have is quite literally what we've just seen. And this is exactly why, is now you have 4 units in play again. This cost you very few resources. You got 6 damage onto your opponent. They're still on the back foot. Like what can they do to really recover from this without having cards that are deliberately dedicated to answering this kind of situation?
I think, you sack the 109th there. Great read there by Kobalsnik. He does not want to leave that board up heading into turn number 5, but the Catalina up. I mean, that could have been a great better tired than dead. What a fitting emote that was, right? He put up a massive fight, and then that possibly, saved the game right there. I think
it certainly extended the game plan. I think from Blue Blast's perspective here, really looking at this, you have a Catalina, you have a Sherman. Why did neither get deployed? It's because you want the front line. If you have the front line, you're going to be able to use Sherman. You're going to be able to use Catalina. So you get a 1 credit operation in the front line to be able to strike your opponent's units or their headquarters, and then utilize these backline effects. And I think this was a great call from Blue Blast, again, demonstrating the importance of tempo. The options are pretty much the same across the board. It's just how do you take advantage of them the most? And so now for Blue Blast, we're finally seeing that spot where it's like, do you strike? Do you take tempo? Do you answer something? And he says tempo, 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 tempo. This has been the Blue Blast answer at pretty much every single point of the game, which defines that 68% win rate you were looking at earlier. You keep taking tempo, you're going to keep typically having the lead.
Absolutely. And when you do get that lead, he is not one to give it up at all. Now, Kobalsnik finding the Flampanzer, giving him a way to at least deny 2 extra damage on the move up there from the Shermans, right? But
there's a lot of damage.
Non-stop onslaught.
And this is probably, like, again, a tempo turn where, like, if we can do it, how does your opponent actually answer the spot? And the answer is going to be quite literally the Alliance. Kobalsnik is showing in his hand right now exactly what the answer is. And so Blue Blast does have to pay attention to that. And if that's going to be the case, how do you seize the tempo?
I think you just full send this turn, right? I think you trade the Sherman into the Flampanzer. Like, I just think you full send.
This is one of the rare circumstances where I feel like trading can be a benefit, but I do feel like that the leverage here is too hard to overcome from Kobalsnik's side. Even if they have the Alliance here, they can only strike with 1 unit. And so this is great recognition from Blue Blast. Just, you take away one of your opponent's options, and then you strike the headquarters. And how does Kobalsnik answer this back? Everything is a sacrifice at this point.
And I mean, Blue Blast did the right thing. He traded out the Gebirge Pioneers, right? So he denied that extra credit. That extra credit would have allowed Kobalsnik to make much better use of this turn, including popping the Alliance and attacking with at least 2 units, right? So good presence of mind, understanding that he needed to deny the credit there, but opting to go for the Panzer 3F there and going for the trade. Now, this does relieve a little bit of the damage, but there's still 6 damage in the front line, Admirable, and there is a Hellcat in hand, and that's going to be enough. That's just the game. Blue Blast blitzes through game number 1 and takes an early lead in this series 1-0, and I think that's what you get when both players go, I'm going to bring fast Heinz. Oh yeah, I'm going to bring USA front line, right? Like, we get these fast, explosive battles.
And certainly, especially when you have the opening that Blue Blast did, which again demonstrates what he was fishing for earlier. That opening is pretty much called the nuts.
Yes.
If your opponent does not have deliberate answers for that style of board, where when you're playing a bunch of X1 units, they have like naval operation, for instance, and they can deal 1 damage to everything and pin it. That's a pretty tough answer to be facing. If your opponent is able to play a Shelling or a Tora, pretty much anything that's gonna sweep the board for a light amount. That's the hard part to come across because those effects are rare and they're just not involved in these particular nations very much.
I mean, just think about how much he had the absolute nuts, right? He had a 109th, he had the 32nd, he had a Panzer 35T, and a 1st Marines, right? That is so much the nuts. That is everything you're looking for in the first 4 turns of the game already in your hand on turn 1.
Yeah.
So excellent there for Blue Blast, capitalizing on that. But now Kolbasnik, Germany versus Germany. His chance to hit back. Is he going to go down 2-0, or is he going to tie this up 1-1? Well, let's find out. He does have the way more aggressive line on this one, and this time he's rocking the great starting combo of the 109th plus Panzer 35T.
Very different matchup, however. The Fast Signs deck, of course, wants to apply its aggression, but for Blue Blast, this Germany-Britain deck is very much about answering your opponent's stuff early, not getting overwhelmed, and then leveraging big threats to take advantage of the game afterwards. So Blackwatch trying to disrupt your opponent from landing a critical turn with like the Alliance or with We Can Do It. And in the meantime, you're using stuff like Sudden Strike from the deep through the breach. You're just trying to keep your opponent at bay. And so Kobalsnik here is going to get a slight edge to start with, where they're developing threats. They're getting a little bit of a card advantage edge. But for Blue Blast here, drawing a Flam Panzer right on turn 3, and that is a big deal. Kobalsnik is suddenly at a pretty big disadvantage, I would say.
Yeah, that was an absolutely massive draw from Blue Blast. If he did not have a way to answer that, Kolbasnik was on his way to set up a pretty damn great couple of turns here into that We Can Do It.
Oh, my gosh. I mean, this is just massive. Right now, Kobalsnik does not have a way to answer the Seaforth Highlanders, and they did not draw a pursuit. I am a bit worried. 99th Infantry Battalion would have also provided a strong deflect of this Seaforth Highlanders. Instead, it's going to be develop the board, secure front line, and try to take the advantage of this. However, notice this was the 5 credit line, and it did not have a We Can Do It. So Blackwatch here shuts off the We Can Do It.
It doesn't if he doesn't kill the Geberg's Pioneers, because he's going to be 7 credit.
True story. It does go to 7.
Yeah, so this could be 200 IQ play here from Kolbasnik, trying to kind of somehow manipulate that. I mean, he knows there are Blackwatches in Blue Blast's deck, right? And Blue Blast, if you're staring at this board, you have to assume that the enemy is basically screaming at you, We Can Do It. It's like that to me is the main reason for why he would take that line. And he decides to go and clear a couple of threats, and I think that's the right.
Very wise.
Yeah, exactly.
So now
a lot of people would have just dropped the Blackwatch there and been really sorry the turn after.
Yeah, I know, like myself included. I just, I tend to play through these turns extremely quickly because they're fun. And I would have gotten mauled over there very easily. And Blue Blast, again, recognizing that spot. Your opponent dropping the Geberg's Pioneer, 95, big difference. So card draw here for Kobalsnik, again, trying to set up for that turn. Can Blue Blast deflect it or take advantage of the situation?
He's also sitting on an Enigma, right? He has an Enigma. Blue Blast has a full hand, pretty much. Kolbasnik is sitting so pretty right now.
I mean, Fast Hines is very good at continuing to apply pressure if you have not stomped it. And last game, we saw it get stomped. And this game, it is not getting stomped. It is simply getting deflected. But Kobalsnik, at every step of the way, has found a way to present a setup turn. And Blue Blast, so far, has found a way to answer everything. At this stage, I will say it does seem a little bit difficult to answer everything effectively. And so consume the turn.
Yeah, now the Blackwatch comes out. That does take the We Can Do It up to 7 credits, but I don't think you care. You just pop it because you're giving 12 HP to the units on board, plus 3 HP to your HQ, and you feel absolutely fantastic about that. What is Blue Blast rocking, on the other hand? He has a total of 5 damage threat in the back line, right? Like, those 1/7s, 1/6s, they're not that scary until they get buffed.
True story. JU88 is going to come down, though. That tends to be a pretty massive threat for the most part. The Alliance. I feel like there's like horns going off in the background right now. It's like like the king has arrived.
Yeah, I mean that is pretty crazy to top deck the Alliance off there, and he can even deploy a unit before he plays it, and he finds another one.
Oh my gosh, that is truly unsafe for Blue Blast. And when I say truly unsafe, I mean like carpet bombing doesn't even feel like it's helping yet.
No,
I think at some point it can help, but really I'm looking at that sudden strike. That thing feels fantastic right now. I have never been more excited to have a sudden strike in my hand.
And sudden strike, for anyone curious, it just destroys a unit that costs 2 credits or less. So he's able to just wipe out that 3-8 in the front line. I mean, is there a case to be made to go for the Geberg's Pioneers instead of that?
I think the idea is you're trying to just contain the front line because of this push. Because I was going to emphasize that just Blue Blast always plays for tempo. So how do you get the most tempo here? You shove the C4 just to the front line, and that has been done. However, the Jag Bomber, it strikes back, and now the front line is again to Kobalsnik. However, we are approaching a point where perhaps a carpet bombing can be effective. So now for Blue Blast, a tactical strike feels like a pretty huge draw for that back line.
Absolutely. Just being able to take out that Jag Bomber threat, wipe out 5 potential damage to your face off the board, and then Grand Guards being deployed as well. That is a powerful, powerful turn from Blue Blast.
I am looking at a powerful turn here for Kobalsnik as well, though.
Yes. I mean,
at no circumstance is pretty much any way that you could hash this out something that I am disappointed with. The question is just, what is the strongest play from this perspective? And it's probably set up and then punish with the Pursuit in one turn. Pursuit is going to force a unit to retreat, and it also reduces your operation costs. So if you can get multiple tanks in play on the back line, that means that you can plow through your opponent with this extra alliance with so much damage. You could just use it right away as well because it just delivers so much pressure. And so that's where Kobalsnik is going to be right now. He says, get to the front line, secure it, take away this Grenadier Guards, and now my opponent is under lethal threat for the rest of the game.
Oh, yeah. And I mean, it's absolutely crazy where you're in a situation where you don't feel safe behind 16 HP of guard units.
Heinkel gets found as well. Heinkel getting the alliance buff.
Yeah, that's massive. Able to bypass all of those guards.
I mean, this is going to dig for I mean, this is just ridiculous. This turn is insane.
That's 3 damage. That is so much. And he can just continuously churn through his deck as well.
Yeah, I'm not sure that the attack is actually the correct spot here because you're softening your units for like a counter assault with like carpet bombing. Root out the enemy, is that something that we have to be worried about here? Indeed it is. So how much they're just going to pour all the damage into this one. So this is a pretty strong setup for carpet bombing here, and this is the one thing. This is the one thing for Kobalsnik's angle that I wasn't quite sure about. You do have a Heinkel still churning, which I think is the reason why they went for this line.
Yeah, but I mean,
you
that
also
Heinkel,
have Enigma in hand.
That Heinkel is going to get blocked by the BF 110. Blue Blast can just block it from doing anything. It can't even trade. That board just got wiped. I mean, yes, this is Fast Heinz, and Fast Heinz does have quite a bit of ways to get damage from hand through blitz tanks and other means, but that is still a massive setback from Kobalsnik, who I looked at and just thought, this guy has it. This is over.
Verbal we can do it. It's going to shove to the front. 109th gets drawn from we can do it. And that Enigma's looking like it might not be able to be used properly. Honestly, with the Heinkel in the backline, it could just be right to quite literally attack and get your spoils.
Yeah.
Now I'm not saying that's the case, but there's a chance it could be.
I think you have to. I mean, right now, if he doesn't attack with it, the BF 110 just trades for free and takes no damage in return, right? So he had to do that. But that Jag Bomber can now throw this whirlwind back into hand for Kolbasnik. And then there's a guard unit. There's a Blackwatch.
Yeah, and then you have the option to start striking headquarters as well. Like, Blue Blast is going to have to end the game at some point as well.
Yeah.
So how do you handle this best? Is it right to use the Jag Bomber here? I mean, I think there's a chance that it's not. You know, you're looking at a Panzer in hand plus a guard unit. It could be right to go fishing for certain cards.
I mean, how much bounce have we seen from Kolbasnik? Because there is always a chance that Kolbasnik has some sort of damage from hand, especially with the 109th Combat Engineers and the Fast Heinz buff. You know, you don't feel comfortable behind just a single guard.
Exactly. So with the 99th Infantry in the deck, plus the Pursuit has been used, the Jag Bomber has been used, so I think it's just the 2 bounce effects that are remaining.
Yeah, he found the Panzer 35T, and if he's able to find a bounce effect, that's it. That's game. That's going to be a 3-attack 35T. Kolbasnik has found everything he needed to win. He found the bounce. He found the buff, and Kolbasnik ties up the series 1-1.
Whew. That's just aggressive play demonstrating its strength. At that point, Kolbasnik recognizes there's a lot of blitz damage in this deck. I can force my opponent to have specific answers and still win the game even when they do. So that's one of those situations where should you be hedging your bets sometimes against certain plays? It's difficult to tell, but after a game like that, it felt like perhaps that none of that mattered, and that really the demonstration was the meta call, bringing Fast Heinz with a lot of blitz stuff. It cues it to a slower deck, and it punishes them.
Yeah. I mean, I love Fast Heinz decks. I think they're a lot of fun. I do think when Fast Heinz decks were the most popular that they were in cards, that they were very overpowering, and they created a not very fun meta because every game was pretty much over in 3 to 4 turns. But I do like that it's making a comeback. I do like that we now have a wider range of kind of viable aggro decks. It's not just like Fast Heinz or Jagro. We now have this US mid-range deck. We have these kind of different tempos, right? And I think we're just seeing that Fast Heinz is one of the highest tempo decks. And now that people are slowing down in the tournament meta, bringing higher tempo makes sense. So I like that we're also seeing kind of this self-correcting meta elements within the tournament scene, right?
Yeah, like the Fast Heinz deck for me is it just has a lot of assault that if you are not 100% prepared for it, it really shows why it's powerful. You just have to be ready for it. It's like preemptive setup for defense is, I think, a big call against Fast Heinz, but a lot of preemptive setup because they have, key disruption effects that are going against it. And so for Blue Blast, we are now seeing them queue up the Britain-Poland deck, which the main feature, of course, is the intel factor that this deck is going to demonstrate, trying to take advantage of Plan West and the legions that it creates. But certainly important to be remembering of Uprising, which is one of the most powerful cards I think that this deck has. You just have to set up for it. And if you set up for Uprising and you nail the timing on this one, it is very easy to win a game. However, for Kolbasnik's side, we are not seeing a deck that cares about the board. We're seeing a deck that cares about your opponent's board, and that's pretty much it. It's going to be the Japan Resistance deck. So the entire aspect for Blue Blast is how to figure out you either stunt your opponent's hand massively with Blackwatches, or you secure a threat and deliver a punishment for it. Both of those aspects are very difficult to do because there's ways to answer pretty much everything. Bonsai can be here to answer a Legion support that's around turn 7 to the last man if it's past turn 10, and then just lots of pinpoint removal cards that can handle the early Legion on curve and try to intel your opponent out. If your opponent has like an Imperial Decree or Desperate Measures, Imperial Decree with Tora, they can wipe that situation out as well. So every single step of the way for Kolbasnik's side, he does need to have answers, but Blue Blast, I think, is mostly looking for the pressure on this one. The inevitability, I think, goes to Kolbasnik.
Yeah, and my apologies. I am trying to figure out what is going on with spectator mode. It looks like something has frozen on us here. The players look to be in game already, and we are, for some reason, not able to spectate it.
The technology vehicle sometimes stalls.
Yes,
and that is unfortunately part of something that we are reliant on is that technology vehicle in order to be starting up. So when it doesn't start up, it's going to be a delay, which is what we're experiencing right now. Apologies for that. As soon as I get started up, though, we're going back in. And this is a tied-up series right now. It is a best of 5 when you get to this point, which means neither player is able to ban a deck. We see everything operating at this point. So we're getting to see the Poland deck. We're getting to see the Resistance deck. And we're also getting to see the Germany-Britain deck, which this has probably been the most interesting one for me to see this weekend, was the Germany-Britain, where it just is... I can't remember the last time I saw something exactly like this. Like every single time I've seen a Germany-Britain deck, it's been something drastically different in strategies.
Yeah, I mean, Germany-Britain is there's a whole lot of opportunities and options to play there. I mean, I feel like a lot of the stuff that we see kind of developing in the meta, and I talked a little bit about this at the start of the tournament, is I was wondering if, you know, the presence of the World Championship in a high-stakes tournament like that caused the meta to slow down a little bit because it saw people want to experiment with, you know, higher control decks and take less risks. I'm not sure, but that kind of seems to be the case. But now, as we're kind of approaching the end of the year, we're past the World Championship. I feel like people are now exploring more back in the aggressive side of things.
Well, it's definitely like you can't qualify for the World Championships right away, right? So you are going to, I think, you know, open up your idea of experimenting a bit more. But I think really what we saw at the World Championships was just the importance of tempo manipulation rather than necessarily just the tempo itself. Like we saw Italy provide, I'd say probably one of the strongest roles in a tournament setting it has ever done, where it was just crushing the event. At every single step of the way, Italy was playing an important role and how the matches are being determined, and being able to destroy like Japan aggro, to out life range your opponent against Viabator's combo decks that were there, and just being able to have strong defensive setup with being able to have pretty consistent, annoying to deal with threats. You know, the threats from the Italy supported decks are not super big threats, but they're not easy to deal with either. So they will consistently apply pressure if you can't check them.
Yeah,
and so that was really the weakness on Viabator's angle. From Bison's angle, we saw just, you know, that these decks were able to completely deflect his strategies and then counter assault. And I think when you see Italy dominating that much of the spot, it's like, you know, maybe not queue up an aggro deck right now that is just an all-in aggro deck, because if you queue into an Italy deck, it could be a really bad time. Like, you know, an early Mare Nostrum on pretty much any unit is going to heavily set back your strategy. And so you have to have a little bit more of a mid-range aspect to it. You have to have something that's going to build up some momentum over time.
Yeah, I mean, I think you're correct pretty much on all accounts there. I'm just happy that we're seeing this evolution happen. You know, you touched upon it earlier, right? It feels like, you know, we're seeing this evolution happen across multiple dimensions in cards at the same time. I think, you know, as we head into 2022, we have a larger pool than ever of players that are dedicated towards becoming the best player in the world in cards. And I think that's just going to keep us moving at a really rapid pace, you know, upwards in terms of the development of all these decks and strategies. And for that, I cannot wait.
I mean, I can't either. I mean, it's pretty much very little to add on to that particular topic. Apologies again for the waiting. We are still trying to figure out exactly what's going on with the client. We're getting everything reloaded up, and so the players are going in. We are not delaying this for mine and Ollie's sake. I can promise you that. Because the last thing Ollie and I want to be doing is sitting here next to each other. My gosh, is this terrible? But you know, kind of talking about the tournament setting as you were mentioning, you know, a lot of players are coming into cards, and a lot of them kind of came. It felt like just coincidentally, a lot of them have arrived simultaneously, and it's a lot of competition that's come to this tournament setting. And I did touch on this earlier, where it's, you know, players are demonstrating all different angles of cards that can provide you an edge, and then the matchups do determine some of that, of course. But sometimes the matchup knowledge makes a big difference. Sometimes it's going to be the understanding of tempo plays, you know, creativity and tech choices, all sorts of different aspects. And so to me, it's like, who's the first player that can round out all of these aspects at once? Because that's when you truly see that player who's like, oh, they're the best. And it's a hard thing to do, because when you focus on one aspect of it, those are the lines of play that you're always seeing, and they keep being successful enough. Yeah, it's like, why am I trying other things? And it's just so rare that, like, when you have a strategy that's executing so well on that aspect, that you spend time practicing other things. Like, you keep working on that other one, because there's still stuff that you learn, and there's still stuff that you work on. You know, I've been in a tournament setting now for, what is this, 25 years coming up? It's like 25 years, and there's still like aspects of things that are part of my typical strategies that I work on.
Wait, so you were a part of a competitive card game scene when I was 6.
I got involved in 1996 is when I started
Yes.
playing cards, and I immediately started going to tournaments.
So-
And I got involved. It was Houston, Texas, was where I started off my scene with playing cards, and I very quickly got involved, and players knew who I was, and that's just what I kept pursuing. And at every single step of the way, I felt like I would meet somebody who had like a new element of a strategy that I could learn, and I just kept incorporating that. And now I think probably I've just overloaded myself with too many, and I got more interested in like theatrics and storytelling than I did in strategy play. But the strategy play was still the core centerpiece of it. It just keeps going, and over decades, literally that strategy has just evolved. Like the first big element of strategy theory that was really introduced was an article from a player named Mike Flores, and he wrote an article called "Who's the Beatdown?" And it was literally the role that you were playing in the matchup. Did your opponent have the inevitability, or did you? If you didn't have the inevitability, it was time to be the aggressor. And it was like, whoa, I never thought about that. And it's just like that element was a breakthrough in terms of strategy. Like, it's such a very basic fundamental understanding. But the point is introduced. And as that has continued to develop, just over time, and players have gotten so strong now, and like with the way that the internet card games are working, all of this information gets shared very quickly.
Yeah.
And all of these strategies get refined very quickly. And it's gotten to a point where it's like, my gosh, how are y'all so good at this? and the answer is they play a lot and they run the numbers. That's how you get so good at this stuff. And it's just, I have learned so much about it. And that's why I got interested in theatrics. We did not have access to those tools back in my day. But now that I'm just an old man with a gray beard, I'm seeing players come up with these strategies right away. And when I see it, it's just such an exciting element for me. And I'm trying to unlock that passion in others who share this same nerdy feeling that I do, where it's like, yeah, card games are way better than everything else.
Love card games. What was the first card game you played?
Magic, of course. It was 1996. It was like Pokemon. I don't even think it was in the United States at that point, or maybe it was just being introduced. But it was like in 1996. I guess there was also like Spellfire. I don't know. Games basically died. And it's like Magic was the one that really shaped everything, and I think it's kind of like the fundamental centerpiece of a lot of how these card games end up working. And so how do you take that antiquated system of resource development that game had and turn it into something stronger? And just every single step of the way, it feels like there's another element. Operation cost, this is not like a brand new thing, but I think this is the most well executed that I have seen for a unit operation cost style of system. And cards, I think, it's just the balance of these cards is so delicate and it's so difficult, but it's been done so well. And I love that 1939 has not been afraid to make aggressive changes to cards if they think it calls for it. And I think they've done a very well job at it as well.
Yeah, it looks like we have a little bit of an issue starting the challenge. The match servers might be experiencing some problems. Now, this happens sometimes, and sometimes this just resolves on its own. Sometimes we have to poke the hamsters a little bit. They get tired sometimes running, keeping the servers going. So we have to, poke them a little bit, give them a little bit of food, water. But I'm currently working on it. Just a heads up to everybody. We're trying to figure out what it is exactly that is going on, and I will give you an update as soon as I can. Until then, we can just continue talking.
Look, my specialty is being able to talk about nothing for a very long period of time. While I don't necessarily prefer to do so, I'm happy to do so, and so that's part of what I'm here for.
Yeah. I mean, after Magic, what was the next card game you got into?
It was poker after that, very quickly after that, because I quickly went down the path where it's like I guess this is what I'm doing, this is what I love to do, and I'm going to try to make money at it. And it was very difficult. It was a very long path that I took, and it's kind of weird that we're falling back on this particular spot, because this happened at the beginning of the show. I felt like I went off on a little bit of a tangent to tell the story, but this was a lifelong pursuit, and for I'm not even kidding, about 15 years, it was broke as a joke. And at one point, literally, I cut hot dogs in half, so I had twice as many hot dogs to eat. That's how broke I was at one point. It took a long time to get to the point where I was actually generating income from what I was pursuing, what I loved, but it was what I was going to do. And I'm so thankful today that players don't have to do that in order to pursue these passions, that, the developers are actually supporting their tournament scene, and that there are internet-related jobs. It was where I lived, it was physical labor or nothing. Like, those were like the aspects that were available. And, it's as much as I love the outdoors and working my body as hard as I can, staying inside and playing video games, much preferred.
Yeah. All right, guys, it looks like we are back in the game here between Blue Blast and Kolbosnik. The standing is 1-1, both players with 1 win under their belt. This time we see Blue Blast bringing the Polish and Britain deck, and Kolbosnik bringing his Germany Fast Heinz deck.
Yeah, apologies again for what happened, but we are now back at the 1-1. And that cup of tea, or as Bubbles would describe it, the boiling cup of milk that is existing on the table right now. I love these aspects too. Like anytime there's like these little aesthetics that I can manipulate. That's intriguing.
Yes.
I feel like we're experiencing the same thing again.
Yes. I think we are experiencing the same thing. This game has ended. So there are apparently some issues.
All right. Well, the Grinch has certainly stolen the OCC.
Yeah.
And we're trying to get it back.
I am communicating with our dev team and programmers right now. So they are looking into it as we speak. We'll get this fixed as soon as possible.
Yeah. I do want to see this match conclusion, because this is some weird matchups that we have taking place. I really just want to see this Poland deck going. Like I actually don't own the cards for this Poland deck. And so the only time I ever see it is either I'm watching a video of it happen or I queue into it. And every time I queue into it, I feel like this deck just draws the absolute hyper nuts and that my hand is terrible, and then it stomps me in like 6 turns. And then I go watch a video of it instead. And it's never, quite built the way that I'm seeing this one built. And then additionally, there's also the Commonwealth in this one. I want to see this deck utilized. It's very interesting to me. Commonwealth is my favorite card in the game. Why on earth is this so difficult to execute? I guess because it instantly kills your opponent if they're not above 20.
Yeah, pretty much. All right, so apparently this has been fixed, and the players should be able to join another match. We just have to restart everything, and then we should be able to get going.
Yeah, so just another moment until we can get back on this one. This is a 3rd and 4th place match we're playing for, by the way, best of 5.
Yeah, there we go. I'm at least in, so we should be dropping into the match as soon as possible. You know what I'm really happy about? We have now done 19 OCCs, and I believe this is the 2nd time we've ever had an issue with a game. So even though it sucks right now, I'm fairly happy with our frequency of issues. So
look, it's just going to happen sometimes. That's how technology works. It hiccups.
It does.
And so here we are. And it looks like... Okay, I don't quite understand what's happening just yet. So, Ollie, I'm going to leave this explanation point up to you, because you are kind of doing the actual technical work on this one. So I want to give my hats off to everyone who's putting in effort
okay.
to work on this.
I guess we just have to restart Spectator again. We need to figure out a way to just get ourselves into the match. Seems to be, like I said, a few issues with the match server. This could be causing this. All right, once we reconnect, the mulligan has evaporated, so we are going to be joining them here in this match on turn number 5.
All right, so we're finally back in.
There we go.
So now kind of, again, looking at the decks, for Kolbosnik's side of things, this was quite an unusual way, I'd say, to interpret the US deck. And it's been quite rare that I've seen it with this heavy of a top end. But this is the aspect he's going on. I'd say really relying on the power that is 2nd of California, where this unit just is annoying to deal with. It takes 3 strikes, really, I'd say, to effectively handle this card. And in the meantime, you're using like high altitude bombing, La Decima, mass deployment. You're having some big things that can take place in a spot like this, while also still applying some amount of pressure to your opponent. You're not just ignoring that aspect. Island hopping, I think, is centerpiece for a deck like this, where it's going to be able to buff any unit that's able to strike your opponent effectively. But for Blue Blast, I think that these slow matchups are something that you are very welcoming with the Intel deck.
Look at that. Look at that. He's already 33 HP on turn 5, right? Now, he just needs to find his... He just really needs to find his Commonwealth and start working towards that win condition. Because even though that We Can Do It came out, man, this has to be the 2nd We Can Do It to hit this. No, this is the first one. They were just all
really, it's the first one.
High HP. Wow, 4-7-1-5. That is absolutely crazy.
Yeah, and not like a lack of threats in hand on Kolbosnik's side either.
But let's remember the deck here from Blue Blast does pack a lot of AoE, right? He's got the
Yes.
uprisings, he's got the carpet bombs, he's got the Monty, he's got the shelling. So there is a lot of different ways to deal with this. He's also got a lion for a day, so he's able to take out any one of these kind of buffed high attack units. And even though there's a lot of units that have a lot of health on the battlefield here for Klobosnik, he's not playing Britain. There is no Rule Britannia. If they have low attack, you don't have to worry about them as much.
Yeah, and so also from Blue Blast side too, I think that again the inevitability factor is truly something you have to pay attention to from Kobalsnik's point of view, which is you do need to find ways to strike your opponent's headquarters. At the same time, you do need to find ways to manipulate their threats a little bit, because if you cannot, these legions will quickly get out of hand. That's never a good sight to see. But you also need to strike your opponent's headquarters because the Commonwealth is a real thing. So if you're not going to be surviving a Commonwealth strike, that can be a very big problem as you approach the end of the game. But we're a long way off from that. Right now, it's continue to manipulate the momentum of the front line, I would say. Second Jasko shows up. I've never seen 2 Jaskos in play.
Really? So
I mean, you can only play one naturally in your deck. Usually when one hits the board, someone tries to eliminate it.
The most I've seen is 4.
Oh my gosh.
4 of them, and they were all from the SkyTrain. And that was an HQ that was impossible to do anything to.
I mean, 4 Jaskos, that's just not fair.
So what does happen with the it's been so long since I played the US. A few good men, yeah, with a few good men, you are able to generate another Jasko, and that does happen, every now and then. And I remember there was a time in Cards where kind of picking a Jasko from there and having 2 established Jaskos on the board was a pretty good thing, and it would help you. I believe this was kind of during the Fast Heinz meta as well. It did block a lot of the kind of brunt of that damage. So, but I love seeing it now coming from the SkyTrain. I hope we get more.
Well, Kobalsnik, I don't think really wants to see more Jaskos on the board. It's kind of just clogging the back line from their point of view. And so I think from Kobalsnik, yeah, just
there we go! Jasko, what the?
3!
Ollie's pulling the lever!
Oh my god. And then the uprising.
But you can see the sorry from this angle, and it's honestly, it's kind of true. Like, Jaskos are, I think, one of the worst things Kobalsnik could be generating for this line of play, because it just costs so much to get him out of the back line because you need room.
Yeah, but I mean, now Commonwealth only deals 17 damage, Admirable.
Oh, well, thank you for that. Yeah,
Thank
and
God.
you know what? Blue Blast says we're going to clog it up even more. You want to spend credits, it's going to take you a while.
Yeah.
I will say that island hopping is in hand for Kobalsnik, and quite frankly looks a bit appealing. But when do you get to strike the headquarters is the issue.
He's got the privateer, right?
Oh, he gets ultra'd.
Yeah, no island hopping allowed. He's got the privateer. That's a card he is able to attack with. That would have been able to proc the island hopping. You know what I saw yesterday during the tag team heavyweight invitational thing? There was a community tournament yesterday, and there was a final moment in a game where island hopping was applied to the HQ, and if island hopping applied its buff on any other unit, which was any of the 5 other units than the one attacking the HQ, the guy wins, right? But it buffed the unit that attacked, and they lost, leaving the enemy HQ at 1 HP. It was one of the craziest moments I've seen. So I'm kind of sad we don't have island hopping here, because it can make for amazing pieces of content.
Underground State is a pretty powerful effect. You stick it back in hand, you create a legion. There are answers on Kowalsnik's side. But how on earth do you generate a threat at this point? Like, this just feels like an issue, like a major issue.
It does. I mean, you're basically
California.
At this point, Klobosnik is only playing frontline. That's the only thing he's playing. That support line is just Jaskos at the moment.
The fact that we joined this game at turn 5 as well has kind of thrown me into a bit of a loop where I didn't see exactly what was used in order to establish the early game spots. But this feels like a very long game that we're in store for.
Yes.
Yeah. So,
Oh
gosh.
my God! Another one! What is happening?
I mean, this is just truly outrageous.
Do I call the tech team right now and see if something just happened during that server outage that makes the SkyTrain only make Jaskos?
I'll tell you what, if we see a 5th Jasko, probably. I think the 4th Jasko is just like, this is weird.
God.
A 5th one, though, like the 5th one, I'm not going to believe it.
What is going on?
What's going on is the entire hand from Kobalsnik's getting exposed as well. So Blue Blast is going to quickly have our point of view.
Yeah.
If this situation continues, this is going to stuff Kobalsnik's hand now. So this is an overdraw. And starting to eliminate the aspect of the 5th Jasko. However, the 5th Jasko is likely to show up.
I'm crossing my fingers. I want to see the 5th Jasko. At this point,
why would you wish this upon anybody?
Commonwealth only deals 15 damage, Admirable.
Oh, no.
I mean, he can basically just leave the board, and Blue Blast is not able to deal a single point of damage to his HQ.
Well, a problem with this also is that, like, Blue Blast... Okay, so it didn't make a... Yeah, Ollie unpulled the lever. At this point, the problem is that Blue Blast has an unchecked threat, technically. Are they going to carpet bomb here? Oh, they are going to carpet bomb. Interesting.
Yeah, I quite like that. It's a good carpet bomb. It does only take out one Jasko, though.
Yeah, I honestly, I'm not even sure he's concerned about eliminating the Jaskos at this point because again, they were just clogging the board. I think he does have to at some point in order to get more development from their angle. But this is like this is like an alleviation for both players now, where Blue Blast is like, oh, I can actually do stuff now, but Kobalsnik's like, oh, I can actually do stuff now.
There's still 2 Jaskos on the field. I think that's great. I need to run some numbers. I need to figure out what the odds are of rolling 4 Jaskos in a row. That's just
in a row. Like,
in a row.
Not just 4, but like 4 in a row. I understand that it's not really that much different. Like once you start seeing them, piece by piece.
I've never seen that before.
It's wacky. That was a very unusual spot.
When I said I've seen 4, that was in a challenge where that was deliberately, allowed to happen. But never has that been just an organic 4 Jasko. That is absolutely insane.
Yeah, Blue Blast having a pretty easy answer to this second California.
That Karis is doing so much work. That bomber that is currently 2-1 that comes out as 2-2. It generating intel cards for you. I think the only negative here for Blue Blast is the fact that he's been playing a lot of intel cards without having, a Tarno or Legions established. But that's going to change this coming turn.
Yeah, 30 seconds starting to get deployed here from Kobalsnik's side. Uprising is active at this point, but this is not the turn that you're looking to use it.
No, I mean, he still has yet to stack that considerably. If he wants to, especially with the kind of generation engine of the Tarno unlocked. We're now that late in the game that kind of the early game credit lock that prevents you from establishing a lot of the stuff. It's not happening.
Those are some pretty good ones to be seeing right now. Just the fact that they're cheap things that can start buffing these legions. The real question here is just how do you actually get more of these legions online? Because you need space. Like, you need backline space to do this.
Yeah.
Oh, my. Oh, my God. This game is wacky. Yeah.
And he's going to ramp as well, going for the depth charges.
I don't blame him. I feel like the ramp is probably better than the other options you have.
Not unless you wanted to go for something like the nuke, but I think that's unrealistic at this point. But I do, however, think that might be a proper option here for Kobosnik to start ramping up that research and see if he is able to find some options. Possibly even something like the penicillin might work in favor from him, but this looks like a little bit of a rough game for Kobosnik. You know, not getting any usable one drops from that Sky Drain, really. You know, what if that had been 4 Red Devils in a row, right?
Oh boy. That is very close to lethal damage. Very close.
It's 18.
So it's 18 from the Commonwealth and it's 2 from the Mosquito.
Yeah.
Very close to lethal damage.
So I think if you are Blue Blast, no, you can't do that. Never mind. Uprising also hits your units.
He's just thinking about launching the Commonwealth now. I have no idea what's going on anymore. Like the hands are stuffed. Kobosnik intentionally accepted an overdraw.
So I think that's why he's not popping the Commonwealth right now, is because it's not going to be lethal and it's still going to draw him 4 cards.
It is threatening lethal next turn, but Blue Blast looks like they're going to be losing their 85 Pioneer Company. I want to say 85th. Their 85 Pioneer Company here, so that's going to put them back to 13 credit line, which means they can't use 12 and 2 at the same time. So Stars and Stripes going to wipe the back line.
Yeah.
Sweep to front. I guess this is a problem, is we had this 5 live in the back. The 16th Tarno Regiment is going to generate even more threats.
Yeah, that's going to be the thing that churns out legions here in the next turn. Oh!
Is that strong right now is my thinking. Jasko's going back to hand. It burns these 2 1s. I mean, you're just burning 2 1s. I guess it's a 5/7 tank. Of course it's good.
And I mean, he's just threatening basically lethal on the board right now. That's what, 8 to 12. That's 17 damage that he already has, established on the board. This is very, very quickly becoming an impossible thing to overcome here for Kobosnik.
It's sitting at 20, no Jasko in play. 2 threats on the back line that will strike your headquarters if you can't do anything about it. This is just so unfortunate on the
the Mare Nostrum.
It's a big play. Put you back above 27, so that's the answer to this one.
Oh my god, but there's a Sexton.
The board is just big from Blue Blast side. Like, it's still very scary to be looking at this.
It's so big. And yeah, I was about to say, I was wondering if he was just going to sack that airplane, but he might do it so that he is able to deliver 5 damage to face instead of 4.
I mean, that's the debate here. Is are you splitting up the strikes, or are you investing it all into the plane? And so you're getting effectively like a net 1 extra by just sacking the Spitfire in this case, and then striking the headquarters for 5. It's a much harder threat to deal with overall, but Lion for a Day is a card that can deal with it. So Latechima answers the back. Lion for a Day answers the front. Kobosnik sitting at 22. You are technically safe from the Commonwealth. This is actually a comeback opportunity here, I think, because Blue Blast spent a lot of resources to get this strike delivered.
Let's check
and suddenly you're running out a bit on like actual significant plays right now. And Kobosnik has a mass deployment in hand. Still has a Jasko, mobilization, PB4Y2. This is not a joke in terms of the threats at this point. Mobilization gets fished from Blue Blast's hand, but I'm not even sure you're excited about that. Shelling gets drawn.
I just love that he knows every single card in the hand right now for Kobosnik. The only card that it looks like he doesn't know about is the research. And whatever
he took the research earlier, remember? He copied the research on his own aspect.
Strat bombing removes the hunt.
Deal.
Nothing to deliver damage. There's nothing to deliver damage. And there's, I believe, let me check once more. There are 8 cards left for both players. 8 cards left. And that Karas, it needs to live if you want to have a chance of utilizing it. And it won't at this point. I think you just have to accept that the Jasko is going to mitigate 1 damage and use the draw, right? Puts it down to 3. And there it is, the Wellington! That's all he needs. But there's an air defense. Admirable, there's an air defense. And there's a weak unit. Oh my god. Is Kolbosnik gonna claw himself back from this?
I think that Kolbosnik might have. These are critical draws.
How many legions have died? Only like 3 or 4, right? He hasn't been creating a ton of legions. No, at least 5, I guess.
I mean, Uprising has done well.
6. Okay. So he basically almost clears the board, but the air defense is still active. He has to know Kolbosnik is playing it. The Wellington is not coming out this turn. There's no way. Playing the Karis, guarded behind the 2 legions, and that is big.
Another second California gets drawn. It's research time.
What do you research, though?
I mean,
Expanded.
I mean, you're going for the expanded portion, I think. Because at
He
this point...
He didn't activate air defense!
Uh-oh. Well, your opponent does think that you did, at least, right? So could that change anything?
Potentially. I mean, you always check with the Karis now, right? But now you're going to get him down to... What is that? It's going to be 3.
5?
3.
Well, Jasko's still there, so you'd have to eliminate the Jasko.
Copy a random Marinostrum.
It's not a big deal at this point, though. Like, you're not... I guess it's a big deal because it's just literally an extra damage, which is huge right now.
Yeah. Negates that Jasko in 1 unit. I don't know exactly how I feel about that, because I feel like at this point you have to choose something to attack with.
Sending you to Zarzan. So he's trying to just establish front line at this point,
Yeah.
looks like.
Looks like Blue Blast is going to take the slower line. Of course, we see the opportunity of a potential lethal here. He still has not attacked this turn, right? Really, really playing against that air defense. Air defense is that 3rd card from the left you see in Kolbosnik's hand. It deals 3 damage to an enemy that attacks any of your units or HQ, and negates the damage if it kills it. And then if it's an air unit that is attacking you, it just automatically kills that unit. So a great response actually to what Blue Blast has available to him here.
Honestly, it was a strong bluff spot from Kolbosnik, kind of, because your opponent sees the card. They know that you have it. Why risk losing your air unit into that when you need to get these other units to the front line? Like, it was such a big point of tempo play where Kolbosnik is just excellent at understanding what Blue Blast strategy is going to be at that point.
But he
so
plays
now at this
PAR.
point, you know the credit's not there. So is this enough to end it right now? And you're still missing a damage here, it looks like.
Yes.
You're also missing the bounce of it. He used the underground already. Oh.
Yeah. He's missing 3 damage. Because the Karis is going to do 1, and the Wellington is going to do 2.
Did the Jaskos actually play a critical role in this game? I mean, they technically have so far. Blue Blast is just going to develop some more stuff. Strike for a bit of damage here. Can Kolbosnik claw their way out of this one?
And then maybe play both of the intel cards buffing, potentially.
I mean, you're running low on cards is the issue.
Yeah. I mean, he only has 1 card left, so he's not going to be using both of them at least.
Death from above. Can you strike down enough here that this is a critical card? Feels like you can. The Wellington is unguarded.
It is.
That's a big deal.
Oh my god, Admirable. There's no way this is happening. There's no way. Keep in mind, Blue Blast, he can still generate at least 3 legions with that Tarno plus those 3 intel cards we see there on the right. But DFA...
The Jasko keep getting buffed over and over again. It's like, no, stop buffing the Jasko. Yeah. That's not the one we want buffed right now. We want literally anything else but the Jasko buffed.
But this is it. This is Blue Blast's deck. It has been completed. Every card has been drawn. 39 playable cards have been drawn and have either been played or are sitting in his hand right now. And he is missing 3 damage. 3.
It's looking like you're in fatigue state now.
That breaks the mass deployment. The mass deployment could have been the thing that swung this, right? Kolbasnik getting 12 credits worth of units in play on a single turn. That could have been huge.
Right. And there's not a way for them to access this card again.
No. And there's Mare Nostrum. Now there's Mare Nostrum. That could also do something, but there's only 2 cards in the hand for Kolbasnik. This could come down to fatigue, and Kolbasnik's HQ HP might just be that tad bit too low.
Wow. And now the research being used in a less aggressive manner. It's being ticked up to the most powerful level possible. Blue Blast, they don't have a way to, I say, super effectively push through this. There's still the air defense. There's still 2nd California. They have to take the front line and hope that they can deliver the pressure.
Oh my god.
The natural Jasko gets drawn.
Holy moly. The 5th Jasko of the game. Admirable, we've seen 5 La Decimas in a game with only 1 person representing Italy, and now we have seen 5 Jaskos in a game where only 1 person is representing USA. What is happening? And the nukes. There's nukes.
And Blue Blast cannot deliver enough damage here. This is locked.
I cannot believe it. No way.
This is insane. I genuinely can't believe this.
The Jaskos. They're stopping all the damage.
Is there any chance the fatigue state could change something here? That's the only thing I'm looking at, because Blue Blast does have a pile of health right now, but Kolbasnik has not entered fatigue yet, and that is a massive difference when you start getting to that line. It takes 3 turns of fatigue to eliminate Kolbasnik, and that's if the Jaskos are gone.
So
the Jaskos are going to leave play probably next turn, because Blue Blast is going to end up sweeping the board because Kolbasnik is launching 2 of these nukes. So is this ever I mean, my head is telling me absolutely not. Why am I even asking this question? But
the nukes don't hit your units, right? So those Jaskos are going to stay.
Well, oh, you need to target a unit with Uprising, don't you?
Yeah.
Oh, geez. Well, you can do that. It's a smokescreen unit, so you can target it. Okay, yeah. So the nukes get launched.
But I mean, I don't think it's gonna. I don't know if it's gonna matter, right? I mean, the privateer is gonna get established here, and there is still a Mare Nostrum, right? So Kolbasnik is gonna be healing for
he's
5
done.
every single turn, unless of course Blue Blast just he uses the Uprising now, right?
You have to.
There's still a 2nd California.
Yeah, you just got checked. So there's a fatigue down to 5. You're going down to 3 the next turn, but you have this check right here.
Yep, and that's
so
you healing up for 7 every turn.
So that's 4 that goes there. It's 5 go down to 13. So the Mare Nostrum actually is playing a role in this particular aspect here.
He's 1 turn away from taking.
It was 1 turn.
He's 1 turn away from taking lethal fatigue damage. This is the closest game I have ever seen, Admirable. You might have expected this from a Resistance mirror, but from a Poland control into a USA Italy deck. What am I watching? This is amazing.
Oh gosh, I'm so glad we got to finish this match.
Kolbasnik! Oh my god.
This is a rare example of pure absolute attrition battle coming down to the wire here, and it's pretty weird to think about, but the 5th Jasko is the one that really mattered.
Honestly though, I mean, if that extra Jasko hadn't survived all that time, and it hadn't, over time chipped away from that single damage being delivered, Kolbasnik would have died. They ended up making a difference, Admirable. The Sky Train spotting 4 Jaskos. What did I just watch?
The Sky Train knew what was going on. The Sky Train knew what was happening.
I am in shock. I am absolutely in shock. This is one of the craziest things. Wow.
Well, we're into game number 4 now, and it is match point for Kobalsnik. Blue Blast needs back-to-back wins, and that's going to be with the Britain-Poland deck and the Germany-Britain deck.
Yeah.
That are on the desk at the moment. For Kobalsnik, it's 2 shots with the Japan Resistance deck. And let me tell you what, I feel like Japan Resistance has got some pretty strikingly strong matchups in both of these aspects. I will say that there is Blackwatch in both of these decks for Blue Blast, which can play a very critical role in how this game ends up panning out.
Oh yeah, absolutely. If he's able to find those early on, like imagine right now if he had 2 Blackwatch in hand, right? And he was going to play one next turn and then the turn after that. Kobalsnik's hand is just done. I mean, and the intel reveals that the To the Last Man is in hand. He knows he wants to brick that.
It's a true story. It's hard to brick, but you can do so. For Kobalsnik, though, it is gain health, and then Phony War and draw a bunch of cards.
I guess the upside here for Blue Blast.
I appreciate the threat drop here. I think this is it forces your opponent to have this exact card, I think.
Yeah.
But Kobalsnik has defended depth, and so Blue Blast is going to lose, I'd say, a pretty primary threat for the matchup.
He's got one more. Of course, never good to lose it, but he's got one more to play around.
For Kobalsnik, there are a lot of options here, too. Honorable Death, delay some time. Phony War, fill up the hand.
So apparently, according to chat math, 4 Jaskos in a row is 1 in 4,096.
So not too bad. You know, I mean, think about this, right? So let's say that we're hosting 12 OCCs a year on this one. 4,096, you said?
Yeah.
So in 341.33, repeating, of course, years, if we ran 12 OCCs a year, we would see this, you know, in theory, happen one more time.
Okay. Not just a little bit of time, you know, just a teeny tiny bit.
Desperate measures getting used early, I would say, here as well.
Yeah, I mean, I gotta give Kobalsnik credit there. I think getting that KARDS off the field, especially with 2 legions established, is absolutely, you know, essential. The KARDS is really what delivers all of the intel that you need to make this deck work.
Churchill slamming into play.
Defendant depth available. 8 cards in hand.
Let's get some recon going. Let's get some depth in defense.
God, he's at 53 HP, Admirable. We are on turn 9.
I will say you do need to keep answering threats with this deck, though. You know, Blue Blast's threats do pile up very quickly if they go unchecked. The problem with the aspect of Blue Blast's side right now is there are a lot of cards that are not functioning well in the matchup. And I'm looking at 85 Pioneers not doing much. Monty's not doing anything. Honey, pretty poor. It is a threat, at least. Underground State doing really poorly in this matchup. Uprising.
I mean,
a lot of carpet bombing. There's a lot of cards that are just dead. Like, you just have to use them to get them out of your hand. And now we've entered the burn card state with Wellington as a threat, but with Kobalsnik at 49, they have time to partition these resources how they want.
Yeah. And look at that passing.
Blackwatch gets burned.
What? That is the worst card for Blue Blast to burn, because that Blackwatch will add 2 credits to the cost of every order in Kobalsnik's deck. And do you know how many orders are in Kobalsnik's deck? Around 34.
There's a lot of orders.
That's pretty much it. It's around 34.
Granted, you want it to show up right away, but even when it doesn't, you don't want to see it burned. My gosh, that was rough. For Kobalsnik, though, it's just everything is coming up Millhouse right now. I'm just going to use To the Last Man, say this is a primary threat. I'm going to go ahead and answer it before another Blackwatch gets drawn and ruins that day for me.
Okay. Potentially not terrible here for Blue Blast because Bonsai will not be able to take out that mosquito, right? So Kolbasnik will have to worry about using other ways to take out that mosquito. So I wouldn't say all hope is lost as of yet. Playing the honey, doing some draw. Section 2, finding an uprising.
Seeing the Kika.
Yeah.
Now, Bonsai will be able to handle this, though, and I think quite happy to use it is Kobalsnik. But however, they do have a different option in play as well.
I mean, I think you just play the Kavanishi Tora, and that takes care of everything but the C4th. Opting for the Bonsai, though. Okay.
I think the Bonsai is stronger because, as you said, it doesn't answer the Mosquito. And if he's keeping like any track of units right now, it's like Mosquito, Sexton, one copy of Blackwatch. Like, there's just really not that much left.
Yeah, I mean, if you're Blue Blast now, you basically have to deploy a Mosquito and Sexton without making use of the deployment effects. And that's
it's like everything in this matchup.
Yeah, I mean, it just that feels, I don't know, it feels almost like you're kind of wasting your turn.
Oh, geez, he passes.
Just opting to wait.
That's like a primary thumbs up for Kobalsnik too. Like when your opponent passes, you're like, sure. I don't want anything to happen. Do you? Kobalsnik doesn't have to do anything.
I still cannot believe that Kobalsnik won that game. I'm looking at the delayed stream right now, and I'm in disbelief.
Strikes for 6 Royal Research is found. Blue Blast is in trub.
He is, but at least now he has a target to pin and a target to use his deployment effect on if he so chooses. I doubt that he will though. All right, opting for it, that's fine. I do think at this point you really have to probably do something like push research, look for something like synthetic rubber or something to really bring one of your threats to, an unreasonable amount of stats.
The problem with that is your opponent has the blade in hand. So if they have Blade of the Samurai, you can't just stack something and watch it not die to damage. You have to actually like land the position. Like, you've stolen a Blade of the Samurai. I'm sorry?
Was that a misplay from Kolbasnik's side? Using the second Tora when he didn't have any units established on board, basically just doing 3 damage to face?
I don't think it's an error. I think that Kobalsnik is heavily winning this game and can leverage the kamikaze cards at this point.
Yeah. No, I mean,
it's just he's in such a fantastic shape. There's just not any just really not any threats left from Blue Blast's perspective. Like, how does he win the game?
He's got a phony war as well, so he's just gonna refill his hand up. Blue Blast, Kolbasnik didn't even go for the most punishing order of playing those 2 orders. If he had played Liberation into arming the Resistance, he would have healed for slightly less, but all of those Resistance cards would have cost 2.
Yeah, Blue Blast knows what's happening here. This is not the game for this one. And just Kobalsnik here, they brought a strong lineup for this. I think Blue Blast is weak to this deck in particular as well. I'm with you on the previous game, Ollie. I still can't believe that Kobalsnik won that one, but it would be even more shocking if Blue Blast won this game. Sheedon gets drawn, and that is Sheedon on the back line.
Yeah, and that's a Sheedon on the back line delivering 8 to face, and Blue Blast throws his hands in the air because he knows there is nothing that he can do to answer that, and he can just sit there. He has all the intel, remember. He knows there's a phony war. He knows exactly what's left. He knows that next turn, Kolbasnik is going to refill his hand. Okay. Starting to beef up the cost a little bit. Putting it up to 9. Not a whole lot of options for Kolbasnik. But there's the bombing raid just directly to face. You can know every card in the hand. You won't know the top deck. And top deck was what Kolbasnik needed to end this. 3-1. Kolbasnik clutches 3rd place here in the December OCC.
Strong meta calls. Right? The meta game is a very important aspect of tournaments. It's something that is going to win you a lot of matches when it gets to this aspect. And that's exactly what won this matchup, honestly, is the metagame. I'd say that both the players had some spots here where they had different kinds of plays they could make, but the lines weren't really, I don't think they're like super arguable. They all look pretty strong, and it's going to be almost impossible to determine which one of them is the most winning spot because there's just so many variables to take into effect. They're both playing fundamentally pretty well. And so when you see a deck that dominant in a matchup, it lets you know exactly why it's become a staple in the tournament format. It's because it's pushing some of these slower strategies out. For instance, Britain, Poland. That deck got absolutely slapped around in that fourth game. There was almost a 0% chance that Blue Blast could win that at a certain point. And that was when there was still a chance he could win the game. Like once we got to the point where the board was wiped the second time, it was just, there were just no threats left. Like what can you do after the Kawanishi sweeps the board at that point? You have what?
You have
nothing left.
You have nothing left, right? Your only option at that point is to generate like a whole host of legions from a single Tarno regiment that somehow survives, right? But he'd already lost his Karas, so he wasn't able to even generate the amount of intel cards needed to generate all those legions. So a tough spot there for Blue. Played well up until that point for sure. There was a tough series called Bosnick really turning it on and showing his skill in this one. And that game too, man, that is a game that I'm going to watch at least a couple of times during Christmas break because Jesus Christ, that like I'm still watching it finish on stream right now. And I am just like, amazed how in the world that played out the way it is. That's one of the craziest games of cards I think I've ever seen. And, you know, I think this series with all of the craziness is probably one of the best ways to kind of cap off this year of tournament play to get people, you know, send them off into the Christmas vacation, allow them to theory craft some decks and some answers to resistance. And I'm sure when we come back in January, there are going to be some mighty new decks waiting to be tested out in the tournament field.
The surprises are a big element of the holidays. And so that's exactly what we got in our final match here. Happy holidays, everyone.
Absolutely. Well, with this, we know the results of this OCC. Cappuccino, they took first place. Following them was Killswitch, and then following Killswitch, it's going to be Kolbasnik, then finally Blue Blast. Congratulations to all the players that made it to the top 8 or higher. Of course, congratulations to our first-time champion, Cappuccino, for taking this, putting their stamp on Cards history before 2021 was out. Well, Admirable, this is going to be us for the year. Before we head out, any final words to the Cards community and everyone that is following us here?
My gosh, just what a year it's been. I think that Cards was certainly a game that I wasn't expecting to show up in my life the way it did, but here it is, and the game is just fantastic. We have a big update that's coming tomorrow. In terms of what you could be grabbing your account. So get your Cards account ready. It's time to start getting out in that ladder and playing some bunch of games again. Or draft, whichever one you do. I tend to do a lot of drafting in this game. It's one of the first games I've done a lot of drafting in, to be quite honest with you. But it's just been a year. And the tournament scene is starting to grow, and I love seeing that because it's also growing in a competitive sense as well as just in the depth of it as well. We're seeing more participants, and we're seeing stronger players arise to the top as well. And just so many different strategies and strengths of players being highlighted in the tournaments. It's very rare that you get to see all of these things in such a short duration of time. And it's happening. It's just, wow, what a lovely game that this is being presented as. And if you have friends that play Cards and they're not playing this particular Cards, please encourage them to do so, because I still have been shocked at how strong this game is and how strong it continues to be. Ali is not paying me to say this part. He's paid me to talk about the game, not to talk about this. But I'm actively encouraging you, please just play it. Like I'm trying to find more time to play it myself. It's just I have to pay a mortgage in California, and that's very difficult. It requires all of my time because I've chosen such a weird career path. But thank you for everyone who's been so welcoming of this. It's been fantastic. The community has been so nice and so welcoming on almost every single aspect that I've approached it to. Getting to meet J King and Bison and Darkness in real life at the World Championships, as well as those who are working for the 1939, the production team that was there. It's just, everyone is so welcoming, and it's just so heartwarming to have this, because it's not the case in every single game, but in the games it is. I stick around, and it's lovely, and I encourage you to keep doing so. Happy is a lot better than just being angry all the time, even though I know that anger is my spirit animal. So happy holidays, enjoy yourself, and draft some cards.
Absolutely. We here at Cards, the 1939 games, as well as the community, are all one big family. We love you all so much. I've said this multiple times. Every single day that I wake up, I feel absolutely privileged to be in the position to work on this game for you all. And I think you guys give us the most precious thing there is in this world, and that is your time when you play the game. I respect that so much. Thank you, everyone, for every second you've put in, either as a player, a viewer, or anything else in between. We love you. We'll see you in the next year.
Christmas a gift